So we're dwelling on the military interference versus...
Would you have been annoyed like Wiki was, or would you have been calm like the military person? Or if you were the boss, what would you have done? Would you relieve your military person that is taking orders from you? Or maybe you call your Wiki to order and say you're crossing boundaries as a boss that puts you there. What would you do if you were the boss?
I think that is a very good question, but we can leave that to our callers to, make their decision and tell us what they think. But the number to call is on your screen, and it is 08148108254. I repeat, the number to call for the People's Forum on Signature TV is 08148108254. Call in and, tell us your comments, tell us what you think about what has been trending on social media, what the politicians are saying, what the elites are saying, what the youths have to say. Now let's move over to the comment section and see what people are saying on social media. Now this is coming from Joe Ibokwe, who is APC chieftain. Joe Ibokwe says, what this small boy displayed today has a million meanings. What frightens me is the reactions here. I have been reading what some people are saying here, and I get more frightened. Who sent the small boy on this horrible mission? Of what meat is he fed? I am running away with the thinking that those lands were stolen. Take him out of the military ASAP. He represents evil. He was not well brought up. His so-called bravery is arrant nonsense, full of sound and fury, signifying, take him out. He represents evil. We call this principle of reverse psychology.
That is, it's somehow.
Well, it's somehow.
It's somehow. Like, what would you have done? Your boss asked you to do something. Would you rather stick to what the order your boss gave to you? And then if anybody would be queried, should be your boss. Or if anybody that should be queried should be your boss for not calling you on the spot to leave the site or allow someone entering.
Well, I think we should let the people decide, but that was a bit harsh coming from Ibokwe. Now let's take a look at the next comment. And this is coming from Oseni Rufa. You know Rufi on fire.
Oh, come on now. All right, now this is a lot. He said, that officer deserves a national award. Calm, firm and collected, while Wiki was busy behaving like a TikTok skit maker. Wow. Wiki called him a fool, and the soldier simply replied, I'm not a fool, sir. I have integrity. That line alone finished the argument. You could almost hear sense leaving Wiki's body. When wisdom failed, Wiki switched to the big man script. You were in primary school when I graduated. That's the emergency line when logic no longer works. The same playbook Umahi used on Rufai Oseni. Age has become their remaining certificate. The man stood tall, kept his men in order, and showed what real discipline looks like. In that moment, Wiki went low and the officer went high. Power met principle. One was shouting, do you know who I am? The other was quietly showing who he truly is. A. Oh boy.
Wow.
Wow, I just hope Wiki doesn't see this. That is a lot. That is really a lot. But what's your comment? What do you take from all of these things? We are really looking forward to get your thoughts and reaction to these. 08148108254. Take that again. 08148108254. That is the number for you to call and share your thoughts. Let's get to know, what do you think? There's different shades, different reactions from different angles. How does it get to you? Which one do you feel like it's working and makes more sense? It's a lot.
Well, it is a lot. Now, let's take a look at what the police had to say, the reactions and, the comments that people also gave concerning this. And this is coming from Kayode Adeolu Egbetokun, PhD NPN. He's an IGP, and he says the truth is that a nation's first line of defense is not its army, it is its people, educated, disciplined, and united by the rule of law.
Okay. So who is it? Who is it facing right now?
Well, rule of law. It is the law should be supreme over every other authority, over every other thing that comes in a country. Supremacy of law is what Wetokun is trying to call out. But now let's take a look at what Omoyole Sowore has to say.
Okay, according to him, from the same man who completed his service in the Nigerian police force, but had his tenure illegally extended, denying others their rightful opportunity under the rule of law. From the same officer who deployed armed police to shoot at the defenseless minors peacefully protesting during the End Bad Governance Nigeria demonstrations in 2024. From the same man who ordered police prosecution to charge minors with treason in 2024, a barbaric act in any democracy. From the same man who promoted unqualified officers based on personal relationships and turned the Nigerian police force into a tribal organization where only his kinsmen are rewarded with juicy postings. From the same man who abuses his office to settle personal scores instead of upholding justice and professionalism. This is Kayode Egbetokun, the illegal general of police, the embodiment of everything wrong with law enforcement in Nigeria today.
Well, the question is, who is he referring to? Because I'm not the one that will start calling anybody out. Who is, you know, Sowore is quite controversial and he draws people out. He is very good at it. And as an activist, he does it very, very well.
Right?
Right. So who is Sowore referring to?
I wish not to say, but if you look at his statement, he mentioned someone, Egbetokun, right? So I think he's responding to the statement and still, you know, he's still
being diplomatic and a bit political.
But the way he wrote it, it's given the poem. You know, it was so well said, well written, and it was like very emotional. This person is powering.
But you know, reading meaning to what he said, there are some deep things that he said, referring to NSAS, referring to what happened in the past. Any sensible person would look at that comment very properly, you know, look at it twice and try to find out the message that Omoyole Sowore is actually, you know, trying to relay to people.
All right, so we'll take a look at the next comment. I want to believe this will not be too much. Okay.
All right. This is coming from Masterpiece. I think Masterpiece is trying to reply Sowore at this point and the Nigeria police. He says, Sowore, whatever you're saying, just take this fact. That military young man needs to be disciplined for accepting to defend an unlawful order from an ex-naval officer against the preceding executive council official. The boy needs to be disciplined for obstructing and harassing an executive council official on a legal duty within his own jurisdiction. Many more so that others will learn to live by rule of power and rule of law in this country. What an advice.
But people opinions varies. You get, he is standing from the ground of you're taking an order from somebody that's no longer in the system, while somebody that's in the system is before you. So who is supposed to be respected? Whose order is supposed to be valid? You get. But just like the last interview with Engineer Namdi that says that in the military, once a soldier is always a soldier. But that is also questionable in a way, you know, because what happened if once a soldier is always a soldier and then you're asking something that is wrong, and because you're respecting power, you want to come back to do what the person said. But then let's check the comments we have. We'll respond to that. All right, this is coming from Samuel was on and is replying to Shawara and the police as well. The Nigerian police has no morality to use reverse psychology on us. With that stunt they pulled out there, they have never shown that they care about the people's rights or whatsoever.
Well, Alexander A. Amadi Esquire says, but when the people protest in defense as their first line of action, you send your boys to shoot them? Your statement is only in theory. The truth is that you armed forces are very compromised against the people you should be defending. I think he's just reacting to the police and, the previous comments.
There's a lot. One good thing about all of this is that it's happening in the eyes of everyone, and people are reacting, sharing their thoughts. At the end of the day, we all have to choose between what we want to get. Is it for good or for bad? Is it for justice or for intimidation? Is it for the right of the common, selfless, defenseless man? Or is it to do well? The ball is in our court. The change you talk about, it begins with the man you see in the mirror. Somebody said that to me, I think some days ago.
All right. I hope that the government, releases at least a statement saying what the implication of what happened yesterday will be or should be. Now, we'll leave you with entertainment news, but we'll be right back.
Nigerian singer Simisola Kosoko, popularly known as Simi, has earned her first ever foreign certification with her hit song Duduke. This is as the song was recently certified gold in New Zealand for selling 15,000 units, making it her first international accolade. Released in 2022, Duduke expressed the rhythmic beats of Simi's heart for her unborn child. She flaunted her baby bump in the music video. She also launched the Duduke challenge, inviting fans to create their own interpretations of the song. Simi revealed in an interview that some people were calling her daughter Adejare Duduke because she inspired the popular song. She explained that referring to her daughter as Duduke is not offensive, but prefer they call her by her name. Nollywood movie Safari emerged as the top winner, receiving the Golden Jury Award overall Best Film at the 22nd edition of the Abuja International Film Festival. The 2025 AIFF was held from November 6 to 10 with the theme From Script to Nation, the role of film in shaping national identity. Safari was nominated for 5 categories of the awards, but clinched 3, including the award for Outstanding Director, Outstanding Actress, and the highly coveted Golden Jury Award. Ace actress Osasi Godaru clinched the Outstanding Actress for her role in the film, while veteran Nollywood director Obi Emelonye won the Outstanding Director Award. The star-studded movie has a dazzling blend of cast, including Osas Igodaru, Jide Achufusi, Emmanuel Mugo, Ken Ambani, and Ali Nunu, veteran actor and managing director, Nigerian Film Corporation, among others. In an interview with Nan on the red carpet, Emelonye, who also produced the film, thanked the organizers of AIFF and expressed delight over the feat attained by the film at the fiesta. Nigerian representative at the Miss Universe 2025 pageant, Onyinyechi Basil, has called for public support and votes as she continues to represent the country on the global stage in Thailand. Miss Universe Nigeria made the appeal on its official Facebook handle, urging Nigerians at home and abroad to vote for Basil across all categories in the ongoing competition. A follow-up post from the Miss Universe Nigeria organization celebrated Basil's dedication since arriving in Thailand. Voting according to the organizers remains open across several categories on the official Miss Universe app, including Most Photogenic, People's Choice, Miss Congeniality, Best Skin, Best Evening Gown, Best National Costume, Beyond the Crown, and Most Beautiful People, all closing on November 19, 2025. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Wokonta for Signature TV News.
So good you'll stay with us on this very segment, Signature Evening. We've had quite a couple, of activities, segments, discussions, interviews, and of course reactions from Nigerians.
Right.
It's been a show, and I hope you did not miss out on it. If you did, you can, check us out on YouTube. Some people to take it back, to watch. But then again, tomorrow is also another time for you to join us and enjoy the show with us. Tomorrow is going to be fire. Anywhere you're there, trust me, just don't want to miss it. Just make sure you stay glued to your watching device, right? My name is Christopher Lele. Thank you for joining us. And this is where I'll be running away.
All right. A very big thank you for staying through with us. Till this moment, I am still Lillian Wali. Now, we'll leave you with an interview we had with our diplomatic and international correspondent on Nigeria/Rwanda relations with Ambassador Ibrahim Zana. Have a great watch.
Hello and thanks for joining us. Still in Rwanda, and today I have the singular pleasure of coming home. I'm at the Nigerian Embassy, where I'm going to have a conversation with Ambassador Ibrahim Zana, the Acting High Commissioner of Nigeria to Rwanda. Your Excellency, glad to be here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, and welcome to the High Commission.
Thank you. Nigeria and Rwanda, we've had a robust relationship. Tell me how this relationship is going. And if it won't be too much trouble, take me back to where it all started and how we have collaborated as two African countries.
Well, thank you, and say greetings from Rwanda to your viewers. And Nigeria and Rwanda have enjoyed a very long and cordial bilateral relations. However, in terms of physical presence, the two countries established presence missions here. Nigeria established a mission with a substantive ambassador, High Commissioner, in 2012, whereas Rwanda also established their mission in Abuja with a High Commissioner in 2011. And since then, also the two missions, they have become the vehicles whereby we have continued to strengthen our bilateral relationship along several areas, both within the international arena and bilaterally also. In terms of strong substantive relationship, Nigeria and Rwanda also signed what we call the Joint Ministerial Partnership Commission in 2021. The then Minister of State was here, and it was signed under that cooperation platform. All other political arrangements in terms of consultations, agreements, discussions are being done. And we have so far had some agreements signed, like fully implemented the BASA agreement with Rwanda Air going directly to Nigeria. And then notably, recently in June, Nigeria and Rwanda signed the double taxation avoidance agreement. The Rwanda Minister of Foreign Affairs was in Nigeria, and they signed the agreement on the margins of the AFREXIM annual general meeting that was held in Nigeria. This is one of significant agreements in terms of bilateral relations, because it fosters trade and investment. And that is what I believe also right now is the focus of Africa, intra-African trade, in line with the AU's 2063 agenda.
Great. One area that Nigeria has really been present in Rwanda is supporting Rwanda technically. Our TAC, the technical core, has been operational in Rwanda for a couple of years. How has this helped in supporting the growth of Rwanda, and how has it also improved on the relationship that the two countries share?
Oh, fantastic, actually. The truth, it's one core also area that not only Rwanda, the Nigerian Technical Aid Corps, which is a parastatal of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, driven by NTAC, has been for over 30 years a vehicle through which Nigeria has supported in capacity building areas in almost in several countries in Africa, as Caribbean and the Pacifics. And Rwanda itself is not left out. Currently, Nigeria has a total of 28 PhD holders and professors in lecturing and building capacity in 3 universities in Rwanda, paid for by the Nigerian government. Before I came in January, we had 10, and they requested for more. We got 6. Still requested for more. We brought in 12. They're still requesting for more. That shows appreciation to what that tells you the level of impact that the program is doing in terms of capacity building. And it's not at the level of just teaching, but we're talking about PhD holders and professors who are helping in developing faculties, postgraduate faculties, filling the gaps in terms of the deficiency that's there, and it's well appreciated by the people, and the government and the people of the country. But that's what we have been doing. Then in addition also, the education sector is one area where, in terms of in our relationship, Nigeria has done so well, and it continues to do so in helping building capacity in Rwanda. We also have Nigerian expatriates, academicians who also, outside the technical aid program, were being employed by several universities. Notable among them, like for instance, University of Kigali has 2 deputy vice chancellors, vice chancellor academic and vice chancellor admin, Nigerians. One of them, Professor Adiola Ogechi, who even recently, about a month ago, was among those that were awarded as top scientists in the world. And it's all over, and it was celebrated. That's the level of impact that we are doing here. We also have the Vice Chancellor of Protestant University, who is also a Nigerian. Then we have the Dean of the Graduate School in the ALU, that's the Leadership University here. So, and a host of others within the academic sector alone. In terms of building capacity, Nigeria is doing very well, in addition to other areas. When you also come in the area of ICT, area of in the financial sector, right one is also an area that is very strong in our relationships, where we have 2 Nigerian banks doing very well here, the Access Bank and GT Bank. Yeah, in fact, Access Bank was here before the embassy. Oh. So I jokingly refer to them as our senior diplomat. in terms of presence of Nigeria. They were here even before the embassy. And that shows how strong the relationship, if the climate is not good, and also shows how welcoming Rwanda is for them to come, thrive. Others are coming, and more are also planning to come in. Then in area of also other forms of businesses. Talking about that, Nigerians are also doing very well here. In the real estate sector, we are beginning to see considerable Nigerian investment, and notable among them is even the famous Zaria Court here, which Masai Ujiri was part of. It's one of the biggest establishment here. It's a $24 million project, which the president himself was at the commissioning of the project. Dangote was also here for the commissioning of the project. And the environment itself also has helped, because you must also give credit to the Rwandan government in terms of how they have opened up and made ease of doing business. With the one-stop shop, the RDB, where you can register a company online without being present in 24 hours and get your certificate. That has made it a lot easier. Secondly, also, they have made 30-day, given a visa waiver to all African passport holders, including Nigeria. 30 days, you're allowed to come visa-free, explore. If you see opportunities, then you can now register and change your visa status and so on. So that also has helped. And I must commend also that the Nigerian community here, those that are doing very well, extremely well. That's the truth. They are doing extremely well in all areas, academic, businesses, even in the hospitality industry. We have like almost now 5 Nigerian restaurants, from the famous Jollof Kigali, who has been doing so well in this country, contributing even to development. And the Nigerian community also have, in their own little way, been doing a lot in terms of community support.
Excellency, this is heartwarming, because when I travel, one of the stories you hear is about the negativity of Nigerians in foreign countries. I mean, a good number of them are, involved in very negative business. But it looks like the story is different in Rwanda. Is it something the embassy is doing? Or is it the environment?
No, truly, actually, the story is different here. That's the truth. And it's a combination of all. In terms of, one, the country itself, while they open up, but they don't give any room for such things. When even in most places, when you said quite a number of them are involved in negativity, no, I don't believe so. Even in other areas. Yes, there are a few, but we always tend to trump up the negative and not talk about the positives. So the few irritants are the ones that just spoil everything. But that does not mean that everywhere you go, the truth of the matter, my brother, is the strength of Nigeria lies in its people. You can't take that away from us. We are very hardworking, resilient, entrepreneurial, resourceful people. Everywhere you go, you have Nigerians adding value to where they are. It's just like every other society, country, you also have some few negative ones. In those places that you are saying Nigerians are having this negative, they don't do it by themselves. is where you have local collaborators. Crime and antisocial behavior thrives where there are and where an environment accommodates it. So eventually when it comes, it is the foreigner that is always, no father will say his son. You always say it is the neighbor's son that spoiled his child. Isn't it? That is what is happening. But then again here, for instance, when me and my team came this year, took over early, in January actually, the first thing that I asked is, okay, what do we have as a means of public communication? I said, no, we cannot operate without that. So the first thing that we did was, after meeting with the executives of the Nigerian community, say, okay, I need an avenue that we can be interfacing. And in this era, nobody will leave his job to come. So let's have some. So we set up platforms, X, Netflix, Facebook, and also reactivated the website. Then I also set up the digital registration with a slogan, help us to know you better. So let Nigerians register so that I know how many you are, what you are doing, and that's how we started.
And Nigerians responding?
Yes.
Positive?
Yes, very well. We made ourselves available. We have an instruction. We have our numbers with the security man, including mine. No Nigerian is turned back, even if it's on a weekend. It's not a matter of whether we are closed or not. That, within no time, resonated. And they partnered with us. And then we use that platform to always speak to them. Yes, we also started having a few cases of Nigerians are coming using the free visa, and to explore, to see whether, like we say, make I try my luck. And then, so what we have done since I also came is using the community. Let's try and identify those ones that immediately don't have anything doing, because they are the ones that are more likely and to be pushed into doing something against the law out of desperation. So and we started, and so far I think about 6. We have the embassy will reach out and say, we'll bring you, what is it, you're not doing anything, come, we'll pay for your ticket.
To go home.
Go back home. Before even the authorities get to you.
So that's proactive.
That's how we have been doing. Then some will negotiate with the authorities because they have overstayed. If you have overstayed your 30 days, you also now have breaking the law. So we'll sit down and reach out and tell them that we are the ones repatriating them. Can they give us a waiver? And they do. But we do that together with the community. We talk to them, we sensitize them, and for them to identify. So they give us feedback. Okay, they will whisper to us to read the back and say, this person is doing nothing. So I'll pick up the phone and call the person.
And engage them.
Engage them.
Okay, Your Excellency, let's take a short break, and we'll be back in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
So this whole thing is sounding very interesting, and to know that the embassy has been able to, develop a kind of relationship with Nigerians resident in this country is really heartwarming. So, how do you intend to ensure that this endures, that it won't be something that if you leave, if you complete your tenure and it won't continue? Are there structures you're putting in place that would even stand there when you're gone from Rwanda?
Oh yes, thank you. What we did is to strengthen the ANR. ANR is the umbrella body association of Nigerians in Rwanda. It was actually existing even before I came, but they are a little bit comatose. So bringing them close, and then also encouraging the prominent members of the community to be part of the ANR, to support the ANR, was one of the areas that we felt that would further strengthen that structure that will continue to manage the affairs of Nigerians in Rwanda. Because of course, there is a rising number, traffic now, because Rwanda is open, Rwanda is in the news, Rwanda is safe, Rwanda is stable, Rwanda is good to do business. So there was going to be more Nigerians coming. So there is a need, like you said, a very solid structure to continue to manage the affairs. So, and that is what we did by reaching out to the prominent members under the guidance and support of one distinguished Nigerian here that I have to say, who I fondly call our doyen as our head, is Professor Ozonia Oje, who is the UN resident coordinator here. And it's a very proud Nigerian, and who has tirelessly promoted Nigeria here. He's also highly respected by the Rwandan government and everybody. So it is through him that I use to reach out to all the other prominent Nigerians. And it is through him that I was able to get all of them on board, because he's highly respected, and he led the whole thing. And so we're strengthening the ANR to be able to now continue to manage. One good example was the recent independence anniversary celebration that we had here. Completely community driven. The prominent ones coordinated by Professor Ozonia, the others through the ANR, and then we all agreed that we're going to have a community driven celebration, not the embassy. And we all agreed that it should be under the umbrella of the ANR as one body. We have students, we have sociocultural groups, and all others, but everybody came under the ANR. And the ANR have their meetings here.
In the embassy?
I give them space here so that everybody will come. And that's how we came up with that. And then contributions from all, including Nigerian businesses, the banks and everything, went to the ANR. And then we had a very grandiose independence.
Tell me about it.
And it was fantastic, actually.
Tell me about
it. It was an evening where we had all the Nigerians here, both those in the private sector, those in the academia, the prominent ones in the international organizations led by Professor Ozonia. We also have some, like the Professor Dr. Adelakin, who is the country rep of UNFPA. We also have Fatih in UNDP. So we have Nigerians, and we also have Muyiwa, who is driving the cable cart project, which is the first of its kind in Africa, a private sector driven thing. So everybody was there. Then we also have one prominent Nigerian also that became the umbrella for that association too, that supported Bedrock, Mrs. Etel. She is the managing director of Braliwa. And incidentally, she's from ENUGU. And then Bradua is the biggest, is just like equivalent of Nigeria's NBL. It's the biggest bottling company. They are the makers of Heineken and other local brews. And they are one of the largest employers of labor here. And it's a Nigerian that is heading the company as the managing director. And she also came, in addition to Access Bank, and the entire drinks at that event was given free from Bradua. In return, it was the whole place was branded in their company.
Drinks.
And that was good. And it was only product that was there, and it was there, and it was grandiose, and everybody had. The cultural event was nice. It gave the opportunity to bring all of the students. We have a rising number of students here now. Perhaps also because of the Nigerian lecturers. So its parents are beginning to find it comfortable, where also we have people that are watching
over their kids.
So students were there.
And also we've had an opportunity to present Nigeria to people from other countries.
No, we had all, not just, we had representatives of all the African communities. And then I personally also invited all the African ambassadors, the African group of ambassadors, and they were all there with me. So it was more of, instead of the usual diplomatic reception, where it was just celebration of Nigeria. And then Nigerians also invited their friends. It was an open event, held in a very big, what do you call this place? Kigali Conference. It's an exhibition center. So it's a big marquee, and it was open for all. So there was all friends of Nigeria, Rwandese, friends of Nigerians. And also one key thing that happened was the Nigerian community used that platform to present also kind of their own give back to the community.
The Rwandan
community, yes. So they identified some of the poorest community where there's this mandatory insurance that every citizen must pay. The name is something. It's Omungu, something like that. It's an insurance that everyone must pay, health insurance. And some cannot afford it. So they identified 100 people that less privileged that, and then a check was presented to the representative of the community at that event. Myself, leaders of the community, Professor Ozonia, we presented that check to the community, and they were appreciative of that. That's their way of saying,
thank you.
Yeah? 300, yeah. Rwandan francs. So, and I was very impressed with that as a head of mission, to see the community rising up, promoting Nigeria. And then in addition, they used the opportunity to also promote Nigerian culture. There were cultural dances. There was the Rwandan cultural dance. There was also some of the Nigerian ethnic groups. The Igbo group presented their own dances. Yorubas did their own dances within a very small community, but we had fun. But above all, we were able to showcase Nigeria. And then, coming to your question, that was a platform where we were able to bring all, both those in the formal sector, those in the business sector, the students, the prominent ones, and the struggling ones. And that's the way of trying to now, we want to continue in that line to ensure the ANR is strengthened and it continues, even long after we have gone, I hope.
So let's talk more about Nigeria and Rwanda. There's no doubt that Rwanda is fast becoming an example of what an intentional developing country should be. The indices are getting better, and the people are taking more responsibility. Are there things that have happened, especially how they have turned their misfortune into something that's very positive in their reconciliation, national unity quest, and movement? Is there something there that Nigeria as a country should learn from Rwanda?
Well, honestly speaking, you see, you must give credit to this country, given the history and how they were able to come out of it and build a nation from the genocide that happened in 1992. And like you used the word intentional. Yes, they became intentional in their efforts to make sure that there are no divisions, and they never go back to that. One thing that I think here, that is that strong patriotism, that strong sense of belief in Rwanda is what is driving this change that you have seen. It's more like an indoctrination. A Rwandese is meant to believe in his country, right from school. One thing that they did was, they started by, I think, from primary school, secondary school, they decided that it will only be taught in Kinyarwanda, one language. So English and French was a subject. So in all public schools, that's how they started post-genocide. One language, one people, one nation. Then they abolished the notion of tribe. You cannot identify with yourself as either Tutsi or Hutu. It's illegal, it's against the law. You can only identify as a Rwandese. So that is the core, as far as I'm concerned, that led to this. If you're talking about learning lessons, perhaps, and it's instilled from primary school. And you learn that language even before you learn English or French. You write in that language even before English. Everybody speaks the same language. Everybody is one people. And in that same way, they have been taught to believe in their country. And no matter the difficulty, their country is better than any other place.
Why is it difficult back home to do that?
Well, coming back to, you see, the thing is that it's a little bit different. Nigeria, we are nationalities that were brought together with strong culture that dates back pre the coming of the white man. And each nationality has a strong sense of history. You're talking about the Benin Kingdom, the Yoruba Kingdom. And that's why I want to style along the federalism. Right? All independent nationalities coming together. States are subnationals, just like the American style. I agree with you. One of the core issues we have back home is also the issue of patriotism, the belief in the country. But more than, there's nothing wrong with us identifying with our respective ethnic groups. But ultimately, allegiance to the country. I don't think there's no problem with that. But the problem we have is that it's making people not to be more patriotic. It's also failure on the part of government to some extent. People don't believe if they don't see change But once we are outside, everybody believes in Nigeria. This difference is when we're back home.
Yeah.
Look at us here. The Nigerian community that I'm talking about, it's multi-ethnic. But they are identifying themselves as Nigerians. And we all come together as Nigerians.
And that's worrisome. And when I talk to someone like you who's been in diplomacy for a while and been in multiple countries, as individuals, we excel. As a corporate, there's a challenge.
Well, you see, for me, it's not, it's a phase.
You think that someday we're going to overcome that?
Every time we're improving. Well, we're actually improving. There's one thing that we can't take away from us. We have the ability to always find a way to resolve our differences and find common grounds. We do. Others result in civil wars. The whole thing that has happened in Rwanda is just two tribes. So. The Hutu and the Tutsi. It's just two tribes who speak the same language, by the way. Do you understand? Unlike our own, that we are two different, the three of us are Nigerians here. Or we are four today in this mission. But each of us are different. We don't understand each other's language. That's how Nigeria is.
250 different languages.
But yet, we have always found common ground. We have also always found common ground. And I believe also the next generation of Nigerians, provided we get governance issue right, good governance, and so on. I think the rest will, the rest of the puzzle will just fit. It's all about, because for the average Nigerian, honestly, he doesn't care who. He provided he can sell his product, go to his farm, do his business, make a living. He doesn't care. The rest is you and I elites that are always fighting for the power.
Let's come back to Rwanda. I was talking to one prominent Rwandan, and she told me that Nigeria has always been there for Rwanda. And he took me back to the era of the genocide, that it was only the Nigerian representative, Gambari, Professor Gambari, who stood up, to tell the world that, look, there's a problem in Rwanda that is bordering on genocide, even against every other diplomat. So, how you're here, you're our representative here, how moving forward do we ensure that these close ties remain even closer and that it should be of a mutual benefit to the two nations?
No, that much I agree with you, honestly. It's even getting better and better. I earlier mentioned about even platforms for cooperations that we've signed the joint partnership agreements that have been signed, and then the people-to-people connection that is going on now, and businesses that are Rwandese also are going. We've had a group of Rwandan businessmen that have gone as a group to Lagos to meet with also businessmen under the Lagos Chambers of Commerce for them to also explore opportunities in Nigeria. So there is a lot of strengthening of relations between Nigeria and Rwanda, not only at the government level, but at the private sector level, the people-to-people connection. And I believe people-to-people connection is the one that is the most lasting. Even when, God forbid, there is a little problem between the two governments. But once the people ties are strong, it's difficult for the political rift to lead to anything. It's just like seeing today the connection between Nigeria and the UK. No matter what is happening, the ties, our people that are there, intermarriages are happening right now between Nigerians and Rwandese. A lot. A lot of also Rwandese young people are experimenting going to Nigeria. I see them here, they come every day for visa work, they just want to go and see Nigeria. They've had so much, they love to go to Nigeria. That is what is important. The Nigerian things no. You understand? A lot of them want. And the thing that, to be honest, that is also today in Rwanda, I'll speak since I'm here, that is selling Nigeria to every young person here is our creative industry, our music. To an average Rwandese, 35 and below, he doesn't know anything negative about Nigeria. Well, ask him about, all he knows is Whiskey, Davido, Ira Star. That is who he, Burna Boy. Give him that, that is all. Move around Rwanda in every social event, from restaurant, bars, to weddings, to private house parties. 70% or 80% of the music that is played is Nigerian music. What more do you talk about love for people beyond that? Even at official functions of the president, I was at the 31st Genocide Memorial celebration that the president hosted, where he called all the ambassadors and all the high level, everybody in this country, just like our Independence Day celebration. And more than half of the music that was played there was Nigerian. And even everybody was dancing, the first lady, the family, all of us. I was there with Professor Ozonia. And when they were standing and they said, Nigeria, come, you are dancing, playing your music. So is there love more than that? And I believe also, if you're talking about, I keep saying, I'm glad also that His Excellency President Bola Tinubu even created a whole cabinet ministry with a cabinet Ministry of Creative Economy. Because it's that creativity, it's that young people, what they are bringing. None of us is doing. The image they are bringing, none of us is doing. The content creators, the reach that these people have, selling Nigeria. That is, even if you decide to appoint 4 ambassadors in every country, they cannot sell Nigeria the way these young people are selling it. In this country, remember the Giant of Africa Festival that was held, right? It's a Nigerian that is the driving force behind that. And there was a concert that everybody was there in this country. The whole country was shut down for 7 days, a celebration. And it ended with a concert. Out of the 5 artists that came, 4 were Nigerians. Ira Star, Tekno, and Timaya, and Kizani. Good job. This is what we're talking about here. Right? So when you have a lot of those ones, for every major thing that is happening in this country, there's always one Nigerian, either in the fashion industry, art, music, that is invited by the country. And not only did they make him the highlight, because that is what will make people buy the ticket. Yemi Alade was here for the Kwitizena, the famous annual naming of gorilla. And they were happy, and she was there, prominent. On Saturday, there was the Silver Gala. It's a major event that's in East Africa, fashion event. In that same place, you were there with me. Everything about that, Nigerians were there. 2 out of the 4 judges were Nigerian designers, ENUGU and another person.
So there's so much going on between the two countries.
There's so much going on. And it's all at the level of people to people. So our role here is to further facilitate, to further create. So I keep saying that, okay, core responsibilities of a mission, strengthening bilateral relations, and promoting the interests of Nigeria and Nigerians in this country, and protecting their interests. So this is what I'm doing. One, by presence, by being always there, by supporting every Nigerian venture to show that, yes, we identify with the good works that they are doing. Then also, yes, my role is also to attract foreign investment to Nigeria. But given also where we have realized that there is a little bit of capacity issue on the part of Rwandese entering the Nigerian market. To be honest, the Nigerian market is huge. Even the advanced multinationals are finding it difficult to compete. So we don't sit down and fold our arms. We decided as a team that, okay, why don't we facilitate Nigerian business to come and make money here? It's still Nigeria. So most of what we're doing also is creating partnership businesses between them. We had the real estate developers of Nigeria, about 7 chapters, ENUGU, Rivers, Lagos, Abuja and Co. And then we got the Real Estate Developers Association of Rwanda here, and they came and had 3 days engagement and kind of a summit and exhibition, showing them what they can benefit from there, and also seeing how they can also come into this and capture.
So there's so much going on.
There is.
And Mr. Ambassador, I must thank you.
Thank you so much.
For your time and for the work you're doing. I wish we had all the time, to talk and talk and talk. But in very few sentences, what is the future of Nigeria-Rwandan relationship? In very few sentences.
I see a relationship that it's going to become very strong, because there's this core thing that Nigeria and Rwanda share. A vision of finding African solutions to Africans' problems. That in itself is, I believe, if you ask me, this is what it is. And that's why Rwanda has opened up for African businesses to come. And then Nigerians are enterprising. Nigerian business people, Nigerian businessmen can go anywhere, and Nigerian can go anywhere. And this is what Nigeria is bringing. So with Rwanda's openness and conducive climate, so the only thing you can think about is higher and higher.
Your Excellency, thanks a lot for your time and the insights you've given to us. I'm sure a lot of Nigerians have learned so much from, what you have shared with us today.
Thank you.
But as my parting shot, where is leadership in this whole revolution that is taking place in Rwanda?
Wow. To be honest, it is even the core. In this aspect, you must give credit to His Excellency President Paul Kagame. His vision is what is driving this. Not just vision, his passion for his country, for Africa. It's beyond imagining. He is someone that is there. He drives every process. He stands there. He leads in the front.
Mm-hmm. He walks the talk.
He leads in the front. He believes in his country. He speaks every time passionately. He speaks to the young people. He speaks to them as if, okay, look, we have done what we have for you people to have a better future.
To take it to
and I'm willing to go against anything and anybody for you to do that. And that resonates. It's leadership.
And they never again decision about going back on unity.
No, absolutely no. I say it. People say, I know. You can comfortably stay outside and say something, but you need to come here to know. You need to live here to know that it's not propaganda, it's nothing. It's genuine. The people love their leader. Everyone does that. And rightfully and genuinely so, because they are seeing the impact
of his leadership. Thank you. We leave it there, Your Excellency.
It's the safest city in Africa, I can say.
Yeah.
So, what more does a citizen want?
A big lesson for the rest of Africa. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you again. So it's been quite an exciting time talking with Ambassador Ibrahim Zana, the acting Nigerian High Commissioner in Rwanda. I'm Vin Martinovi O'Reilly. Thanks for joining us.
Hello and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Of course, I'm your baby girl, Queenette Swokonta, where I tend to bring you interesting stories making rounds in the entertainment industry, from movie, fashion, music, and of course, social media drama. Today I have interesting stories, and of course, I'll be reviewing an interview we had with our guests. So first of all, let's delve into the stories of the day. Actress Regina Daniels' brother, Sammy, has been granted bail set at 5 million naira after spending several days in detention. Sammy reportedly received bail on Monday, November 10, 2025. He had earlier been remanded in Kefi prison by a Duse magistrate court on Thursday. before being transferred to Suleja prison. Celebrating his release, Sammy's elder brother took to Instagram to share the news, writing, "Sammy, you are a great man. Bail has been granted. Nigerians, thank you." Now, recall that Sammy was arrested in Lagos about a week ago following a complaint reportedly filed by Senator Ned Nwoko in connection with the ongoing controversies surrounding his marital issues with Regina Daniels. Take a look.
Yes, so Sammy is being granted bail. See us coming out. Everybody, Mama P, Messi Jansi, the Mama. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah. Yes, so.
See, after consulting the gods, the gods did well. After consulting the gods, yes, the gods did it.
Yes,
the gods did it.
Yes,
The gods did it.
thank you. Yes, yes, so we.
Victoria Saturn. I see it too. I will be here. Mama. We are out here, innit? Special thanks to my people, my family, everybody. I appreciate you guys, man. They never complete. When I come here, complete. They never complete. Well, who know they? Make your face. I star.
Yes, sir.
We're so happy for him. I mean, thank God he's been released. We're all worried. It was said that he'll be released on 28th of November, and later on it was said that he would not be able to celebrate Christmas with his family. But surprisingly, all thanks to Mercy Johnson and Governor of Lagos State, they made it possible for him to be granted bail. All right, so Nollywood actress Uche Montana has dismissed circulating reports linking her to the alleged drug-related controversy involving actress Regina Daniels and her husband, Senator Ned Nwoko. In a statement shared on her Instagram page on Monday, Montana addressed the speculation days after Nwoko published a lengthy Facebook post naming Regina's close friends and relatives, including actresses Sonia Uche and Uche Montana, as allegedly interfering with his wife's rehabilitation process. According to Nwoko, the individuals repeatedly disregarded medical advice to limit access to Regina during therapy and allegedly supplied her with the same substances she was being treated for. Reacting to the claims, Montana said she was aware of the circulating posts associating her name with the allegation, but maintained that she had no involvement or connection to the matter. She explained that her statement was simply to clarify the situation and protect her peace. Her response comes amid growing tensions surrounding Regina Daniels' marriage to Nwoko. Just 2 weeks earlier, Regina had alleged in a viral video that she was a victim of domestic abuse, describing herself as a slave in her husband's home. Nwoko, however, denied the accusations, asserting that his wife was battling drug and alcohol addiction and accusing her of assaulting domestic staff. A whole lot of allegation, a whole lot of things in this particular story. I was so surprised when I saw Sonia Uche and Uche Montana part of the people that brings drugs to your wife. And you know why it's funny? You're sitting there and people are bringing things to your household and you can't stop them from bringing it. And then you have the balls to come outside and say that these people are the people bringing drugs to your wife and you can't do nothing about it. It's so funny. But, I mean, they've given response to that. Sonia Uche said, she just made a sarcasm of the post, actually. She just had to correct him and tell him, please use punctuations when you write. That was funny. And I love the way Uche Montana had to address the issue. No fight, no quarrel, no insults. She just made it out there that she doesn't want to involve herself with this and her peace is very important to her. All right, legendary Nigerian musician Innocent Idibia, popularly known as Two-Face or Two Baba, has described his hit track African Queen as a song that ignited his music career and remains one of his most personal, meaningful works. In a recent interview, Two-Face admitted that while the song brought him immense success and recognition, it has also been something of a burden over the years. Released in 2004, African Queen catapulted Two-Face to international fame, making him the first African artist to win the BET, MTV Europe, and Mobile Awards. Despite its success, the song has long been mired in controversy. Two-Face's former bandmate Blackface has repeatedly accused him of stealing the track, claiming sole authorship. Two-Face, however, has maintained that African Queen was a collaborative effort during the time together in the defunct group Plantation Boys and denied the allegation of theft. Nearly 2 decades later, the dispute remains a talking point, reignited recently after Billboard named African Queen the greatest Afrobeat song of all times in August 2025. And I think this is what actually gets him more pissed, because we all see Two-Face Idibia as the owner of African Queen, right? But of course, we don't tend to know what could be the reason for the fight and all that. Maybe he was featured, or maybe they worked together to get that song come into play. The same thing happens in ENUGU here. There was a time 2 artists released a song, one was featured, but because the other one is more popular than the other, whenever he goes for shows and concerts, he tends to sing that particular song and do not give reference to whom he worked with. I think that's where the problem comes from. You know, you don't give accolade to the person you did this particular song with, and you're taking the whole glory. So I think that's where his anger is coming from. It's not that, oh, he's jealous or some sort. Maybe he feels, how come he's the only one taking the glory for African Queen? We worked for this. In fact, it's mine. You know, people tend to remember how they worked their head out, stayed out, getting beats, getting lyrics, and all that. So that's just the issue. Him saying that African Queen has changed his life quite all right, but it has also marred his life. It has caused him more pain and depressed him more than it has actually given him fame and success. All right, Nollywood star Lateef Adedimeji and Tina Mba, alongside 3 Cold Dishes, a movie co-produced by Afrobeat superstar Burna Boy, were among the biggest winners at the 2025 African Movie Academy Awards. The 21st edition of the Continental Film Award took place on Sunday at the Balmoral Convention Center, Ikeja, GRA, Lagos, celebrating some of Africa's finest filmmakers and actors. 3 Cold Dishes clinched Best Nigerian Film and Best Young Promising Actor for Ruby Akubueze. Co-produced by Burna Boy and actress Osas Igodaro, the multilingual thriller follows 3 women from Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Benin who reunite years after surviving human trafficking to exact revenge on their abusers. Adedimeji won Best Actor in the leading role for his performance in Lasibi The Uprising, while Mba earned Best Actress in Supporting Role for The Serpent's Gift. The 5-hour ceremony organized by the Africa Film Academy opened with a lively performance by the Ebony Band. In his opening address, AFA's Chief Executive Officer Raymond Anyam Osigwe praised Africa's filmmakers for driving the continent's storytelling to global prominence. The six-member AMA jury presented 26 awards across acting, directing, cinematography, and technical categories, recognizing outstanding achievements in Africa's cinema. Congratulations to each and every person. I'm so surprised that Burna Boy could produce that particular movie. Wow. Congratulations to each and every one of them that received an award at the AMA event and ceremony. All right, moving forward, veteran Nollywood actor Chinwetal Ago has urged women to focus on self-development and independence before getting married. In a video posted on his Instagram on Monday, Ago stressed that marriage should not define a woman's identity or sense of fulfillment. Instead, he said women should strive rather, to be mentally, spiritually, and financially stable before getting married. His perspective on marriage comes amid ongoing conversations about gender roles and financial independence in relationships. Ago, who has often used his platform to promote personal growth and self-reliance, said his marriage was aimed at encouraging women to find fulfillment and stability beyond marital expectations. Ago added that ladies should invest in themselves and their dreams or passions. He stated that complete reliance on a man can be a dangerous move. And that's the truth. You know, I don't know, but I think we've grown past that. That's one thing I'm so proud of my generation for. We have more independent women wanting to do things for themselves, be it in corporate firm, be it in business, anything, be it you being an influencer, you being an ambassador, you being an actor. You know, they find themselves doing something other than the way it used to be there. You know, our great-grandparents and grandmothers used to have this whole mindset that a woman's education or life ends in the kitchen, which is when you've gotten up to the age to get married, you automatically become somebody's wife, and he had to take care of every need you have, right? He had to take care of whatever you want and all that. And trust me, this kind of information, and should I call it doctrine or tradition, most parents still passes on to their daughters, right? They still have this mindset that a man is meant to do all the provision for you. You are a woman. All you need to do is get married, give birth, take care of the house, cook, clean, and all that. A man is meant to do the work, forgetting that this is 2025. We're in generation either alpha or beta, because we're no longer in generation Z. We're no longer in Gen Z generation. We've evolved, right? So in this generation, nobody is meant to tell you, especially in Nigeria economy, nobody is supposed to tell you that you're meant to find something doing, no matter how small it is. Explore, enjoy yourself, because once you enter into that marriage, you're not coming out. Even though that is becoming a norm now, that most people are not interested in putting in the work and commitment to staying in marriages. But the truth is, it is a long time investment. Marriage is so long. It is till death do you part. So those enjoyment that you need to do it now. Those exploration, those career, that dream, that passion, that skill, whatever you want to get now, whatever you want to get it now. Because when you get into that marriage, there's more battles to fight, spiritually, mentally, psychologically, physically, a whole lot. So what is it saying? Get yourself prepared right now. Do all you got to do right now, that you're young and vibrant as a youth. He's actually talking to young ladies, but we can generalize it, right? Do what you got to do right now before you venture into marriage. Because if you think, oh, when I get married, I'm going to do this, you're going to be surprised. All right. An exhibition celebrating the life and legacy of Nigeria's Afrobeat pioneer Fela Kuti has opened in Lagos, marking the African debut of an event first developed by the Philharmonie de Paris in France. The Lagos show features 440 items, including personal memorabilia, photographs, paintings, and videos of Fela's performances. Visitors can also sit and enjoy live rendition of his music by other Nigerian artists, and even buy replicas of his signature colorful underwear. Lead curator Sheun Ali said the Lagos exhibition expands significantly on the original French version. Fela Ate is widely known in Nigeria, whose sound blended jazz, funk, and West African rhythms remains a cultural icon in Nigeria. In his music, he also lashed out at political corruption and bad governance, making him a symbol of resistance against military dictatorships in the late 1970s. Lagos to this day is a vibrant cultural hub, much like during Fela's lifetime, and the Afrobeat sound, heard everywhere from nightclubs to roadside bars and even at political rallies, has propelled many Nigerian musicians to global fame. Creative entrepreneur and guest to the exhibition, Bayo Omoboriowo, said the activism of Fela, who died in 1997 at the age of 58 from AIDS-related complications, was still relevant today. Take a look.
We see today is an exhibition that takes from what the French initially did, but we've made it 3 times larger. So not only are you going to experience Fela's life, activism and his music, but we're also now adding legacy programming to what we're doing.
I've met a few young people who all they just have is this image of Fela, the hemp smoker and supposedly underpants wearing artist. But this has exposed them to different aspects that they didn't, and I think it will start them on a journey. It's an exhibition that will start people on a journey to find out even more about this man, the artist, the activist, the politician, the musician, the man, basically.
There's a whole lot of silencing, you know, and I think it's time for us to rethink where we are and where we really need to go to. And it's time for us to believe in something. As I walk through the room, I'm like, where is our voice? And can we speak? Are there still people that can speak like Fela? Are there people that can fight like Fela? And are there people that can believe in a cause like Fela and continue to push their agenda till the world has no choice but to listen to them?
I feel like I have a renewed sense of hope about the possibilities of music and its ability to move people into political action. I think for a long time, Nigerians have been feeling very defeated, so it's really beautiful and amazing that we have this moment to celebrate Fela because he represents the tenacity of our people.
Three original paintings of iconic television artist Bob Ross will be auctioned by Bonhams in Los Angeles on Tuesday. In a sale made at supporting public television stations across the United States. The sales, organized by American Public Television, is part of the largest release of Ross originals ever offered to the public. 30 paintings in all will be auctioned, with all net proceeds benefiting public broadcasting. 2 of the paintings on display ahead of the auction were created on Ross' show, The Joy of Painting, which aired on PBS for 11 years, from January 1983 to May 1994. One painting, a seascape on a vertical canvas, was painted for an instructional book Ross published. The idea for the auction came from John Kowalski, president of Bob Ross Inc. The company that manages Ross intellectual property, brand and legacy. Kowalski was inspired to auction the painting after seeing 2 privately owned Ross paintings sell for high prices. At Bonhams earlier in 2025, she reached out to APT to explore how a larger scale could help offset recent federal funding losses. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Bob Ross, and for the next 13 weeks, I'll be your host as we experience the joy of painting. And I think today we'll do a picture that's maybe like we're walking through the woods. And so let's start right here with a little bit of cad yellow with just the least little touch of phthalo green in it.
And then the cad, which is always very exciting. Viewers love when they want to cover up all the dark, but the dark that you leave is critical. That gives you the depth. And it gives you the shape of the tree. forward, forward, forward. And once you have finished this layer, so it was just an idea I had in my head in the middle of the night. A couple of months ago, Bonhams had auctioned off 2 of Bob's paintings, private sellers, not any of our paintings, and they went for a lot of money. And I thought, you know, we could do something. So I got on the phone with American Public Television and asked them, you know, if we did this crazy thing, what would you need to make it significant to sort of help with the shortfall of the federal funds and that sort of thing? And so came up with this idea. No idea whether it would work or not, but little by little put the pieces together and decided really kind of a great idea. And I decided it's probably something Bob would have decided to do if he was still here. So that was like, okay, I'm doing it. Yeah. And the details in it. So incredible, because that is just what would make a seascape. Actually hear the water splashing. Yeah, definitely. And again, the sky. You'll see that this painting is the exact painting of the instructional book that he put together so that people could learn to paint this painting. And he made these paintings. He loved his public television. He loved the platform. He loved the fact that public television feels more like just him and the viewer, that there are no other sort of influences outside of that show up in the transaction or in.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next is an interview we had with Kirk Diamond. So stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Our guest today is a man whose voice carries the spirit of reggae across borders, from the heart of Jamaica to the multicultural landscape of Canada. Kirk Diamond has stayed true to the roots while pushing the genre into new space. A Juno Award winning artist, Kirk's music isn't just about rhythm, it's about revolution, identity, and unity. Today we'll dive into his journey, his message, and his vision for the future of reggae. Welcome, Kirk Diamond, and thank you for joining. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can. I think I can hear you.
See.
All right. So first, reggae was born out of struggle and hope. When you look at your own journey, how Jamaica to from Jamaica to Canada, how have those themes shaped your purpose as an artist?
Well, what I found was that when I got to Canada, a lot of, the Jamaican diaspora was here, and it was almost like we were trying to find identity again, and reggae music has always been the bridge between not only Jamaica and Jamaicans everywhere, but Africa and Jamaicans everywhere, you know what I mean? So the message needed to be sustained. It needed to carry over for generations and generations. And I just felt like I needed to have that voice here, where the voice wasn't here like that.
All right. So you often speak about unity and empowerment. What personal experience inspired that commitment to cautious music?
Just the way I was brought up, with my parents and all that, and we found that, sometimes when I just got to Canada and even before, like every time you turn on the news, it was always, you know, Jamaicans are involved in this, Jamaicans are involved in that. And then when you go on the streets, you realize that a lot of us are having a hard time. So, the music that I try to deliver is one, yes, of unity, but of inspiration and motivation as well to get people on the right side, on the good foot, as they say.
Interesting. So, as a reggae artist in Canada, do you ever feel pressure to fit in with mainstream sounds, or do you see your uniqueness as your power?
Yeah, that's always a struggle, when you go to a party or you turn on the radio and the music that is being played isn't sounding like yours. It's almost as if you're not accepted in your own space, so to speak. But I also understand, especially when I go perform live or if I go on tour, I realize the importance of the message of my music, the way fans greet me, the way fans say, how my music has changed their lives or how it has helped them to go forward in certain situations. So that is what really keeps me, well, it helps to keep me on the straight and narrow and keep on doing my thing. Yeah.
Great. So, how do you preserve the authenticity of reggae while introducing new sounds that reflect your environment and generation?
How to say that question one more time?
I said, how do you preserve the authenticity of reggae while introducing new sounds that reflect your environment and generation?
I mean, it comes from having to understand, the culture itself, understanding that where it's coming from, just to have a better way of where to go. You know what I mean? Nothing can stay the same forever. So there's always evolution. There's newer technology now than there was in the 60s when reggae was being created. And we just, this is our time. And just like the next generation after us is going to do something completely different, but it still be authentically reggae. So I don't really worry about that. I just make sure that I do my job.
Okay. Now, the global music scene changes fast. Afrobeat, dancehall, fusion sounds dominate. How does reggae stay relevant without losing its roots? In fact, as a matter of fact, Afrobeat is literally looking like it's taking over. So how does reggae stay relevant without losing its roots?
I mean, it's the same people. Like, there's a lot of similarities in both, right? It's just the message at the end of the day. Afrobeats is something like when you go out to hear the Afrobeats and everybody's having a good time, and sometimes the message in the dance like the reggae isn't the same feel good type of music. You know what I mean? So, everything has its purpose, everything has its place. Um, I have done collaborations with Afrobeats artists, which they till this day is my biggest streaming songs, and I just try to keep the reggae side of the song authentic, just like how, my collaborators keep the Afro side of it authentic. And I think it brings everybody together. Again, unity through music.
Hmm. Absolutely. You've mentioned being more than a musician, that you see yourself as a messenger. What message do you want to leave through your art?
I mean, the message is always love. It's always love for one another, never getting too caught up in the stuff that will hurt us. You know what I mean? Nothing unites us more than music. There's no sport, no politics, no religion that unites the people 100% like music does. So when I go to a show and I look out into the audience, there's many different races, many different cultures. all there in the name of music, in the name of love. There's no one cares about where this person is from. No one cares about what political beliefs they have, what religious beliefs they have. They're there for the love of music and the love of humanity. So, that's all that I can try to sustain and keep on pushing forward.
Great, great. Canada is a multicultural space, right? So how
Right.
does the diversity influence your storytelling and your connection with audiences?
I mean, it gives you a different perspective being around people from Asia, whether it's like China, India. Um, there's a lot of, people from Africa here as well. A lot of people from all over the world, so being in what we call a melting pot, we hear the stories and we realize that people aren't as different as it may seem. A lot of us are
Mm-hmm.
having the exact same the exact same experience. So, I speak to that in my music, so yeah. And it makes you appreciate cultures as well and makes you want to travel and see other parts of the world just based on a little small taste that we may get here.
Interesting. I would like to know how important is spirituality in your creative process and daily life as an artist?
It is probably the most important, I don't do anything without the Almighty, and it's one of those things where I'm not motivated to do anything that's not including my spirituality. That is what pushes me to always want to be good. That is the reason why I don't follow trends and start singing songs about stuff that I wouldn't want my children to hear, or my parents wouldn't be proud to hear me say certain things. So that is a big weight that my spirituality has to carry, and I'm grateful for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, many young artists see you as a pioneer of Canadian reggae. What advice would you give them about staying true to their voice in the world chasing trends? I mean, you just talked about trends now that you don't chase trends, right? So
Yeah.
what advice would you give to them about staying true to their voice in the world chasing trends?
Well, my biggest advice to that is always, you know, seek seek success from your own perspective, not from somebody else's. And I think that is the reason why a lot of us get caught up in trends. We always think that because A wants a mansion and a car and they want the Rolls Royce, that is their version of success. Where for me, it may just be my family is good. We don't have to worry about bills. We don't have to worry. You know what I mean? So you have to judge success from your own perspective. And once you're doing it from your integrity, from your point of view, then you don't have to worry about nothing else. And it's not about money. If you're doing your job, money will come. You just have to, you know, stay true to you and stay true to the work, which is music.
Great, great. Now, Kirk, what legacy do you hope to your name, and what legacy do you think will stand for in years to come?
Um, that I did it from a place where we were told that it was impossible to do it. You know what I mean? Like when you think about reggae music, nobody in the world thinks about Canada. Everybody thinks about snow and skiing and Drake, right? And for me to be successful in this place doing reggae music, um, I've toured this country so much times with so much fans that are from Canada. A lot when we were starting out, they told me that it was impossible. I would have to either go back home or move to the UK, and that just isn't the case. So I just, I'm grateful for my experience. I'm grateful for every blessing that I got, and my legacy should be I did it from a place where they said it was impossible, and we were able to speak good music to a people that they said they don't want it.
Impressive. All right. You first won a Juno rather with Greater in 2018.
Mhm.
Looking back, how did winning that award change your mindset and approach to making music?
Um, to be honest with you, when I won the Juno in 2018, um, it was almost like a relief. Like, you wanted something so bad and you finally get it. And then it was like, what is next? What do I do now? Now that I have this trophy, now that I have this award. And it was something that I've seen a lot of people win it. And it almost became like that was their only motivation of doing music, to get this award and keep on getting this award because of the dopamine, because of that high, as they say, from getting it. And I had to take a step back from it and realize that my message, my purpose is the music, not necessarily the award. But I'm grateful for the award just because it has opened a lot of doors. Um, Especially like what I was speaking about earlier, where being from Canada and singing, or being in Canada and singing reggae music, no one wanted to hear it. And I think me winning the Juno Award, that made everybody pay attention to, like, okay, who is this now? Why is Michael Bublé talking about Kurt Diamond? You know what I mean? Why is The Weeknd taking pictures with Kurt Diamond and all these stuff? So it's like that really helped give me a jolt into the industry to be like, okay, this person needs to be taken seriously. And yeah, that's about it.
All right. Now, Reggae Party in 2023 earned you another Juno, this time collaborating with Finn and Cairo McLean. What was it like winning with collaboration, and how does teamwork influence your art?
Um, well, teamwork is always what they say make the dream work, and working with Finn is my producer, and working with Finn is always easy. It's always one of those things where it's like, Kirk, I have this, come to the studio right now. Okay, sir, I'm on my way. Um, and we've always had that working relationship for years, you know. And working with Cairo at the time, I believe he was 14 years old. And, we wanted to see him be the future of reggae music in this country, because he's a born Canadian, but his reggae knowledge is as if he was in the room when reggae was being created. He's a sure a prodigy, as they say. And we just wanted to help him, give him that step forward, and be for him what there was none of that for me, which was a helping hand, a guide, to be like, this is how you do it, this is how you move in the industry, and here is help if you need it. And I'm just glad that it worked out for all of us. It worked out in the best case scenario for all of us.
Interesting. Now, your 2024 win for the album Dread solidified back-to-back recognition. What does that consistency mean to you, especially in a genre that often struggles for mainstream visibility?
It was for my own personal, I'm the second artist in the history of the category to do back-to-back. So that was like a nudge to say, well, then I'm amongst greatness, so to speak, where that is concerned. Um, and it just also it's a nod to the work that we've been putting in, because believe me when I tell you that when it's recording time or when it's creating music time, I hardly sleep. Like most of the time it is in commute, going from home to studio, and all of this being done while writing two other albums at the exact same time for other artists and myself. So, for something like that to pay off, and, we're doing all of this, like I said, while writing other albums, recording albums, doing shows after shows after shows. So a lot of these songs from the Jet album is actually in hotel room or backstage at the concert being recorded. Stuff like that. So for it to pay off, it let me know that the world was operating correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Absolutely.
we put in so much work, you know. Yeah.
So, Kirk, you recently performed at Botswana where you were able to achieve your mission to use reggae
Hmm.
as a bridge between cultures and continents and uniting people through music. Were you able, and how do you feel achieving that particular mission?
Just to just to visit Africa, as you can tell, there's a smile on my face. Just to visit Africa, right? Go return home to Africa. Um, I think just to make the story a story, I didn't sleep the first 3 days that I was there. I was just like overwhelmed, like overstimulated that I was actually on the continent. Like
Yeah.
literally couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. People were asking me if I was okay because I didn't have the words to to speak to anybody. So after this, I have to apologize to people if I made them feel uncomfortable. It was just wow, you know what I mean? I'm the first person from my entire bloodline on both sides to ever return to Africa. And
Hmm.
with all of that on my mind, even now, it is just, overwhelming and emotional for me. And getting there and realizing that again, that even though I know what Jamaica looks like, I know how the people act. And it was almost as if I was home. This was just a different part of Jamaica that was, you know what I mean? It made
Yeah.
me, no one can tell me that Jamaicans aren't Africans after that trip because we
Mm.
act identical, right? And,
Yeah.
I know it's going to be even more when I get to Nigeria because they say that Jamaica is Nigeria in the Caribbean.
Ooh.
So, so it's just one of those things that was a blessing in itself. And as far as performing there to, thousands of people and them singing great and them embracing me and telling me how much they enjoyed my performance and they want me to come back. And, like even now I'm still getting text messages and DMs saying, when are you coming back to Botswana? So, just a blessing, you know what I mean? And it's everything will happen in God's timing, as they say, and it surely did. So I'm grateful for that.
Absolutely. Now you have multiple nominations across different years, like Let It Be Done, Tour of, etc., etc. How do you
Hmm.
handle the pressure of being nominated so many times? Does it push you to evolve, take risks, stay safe, or everything that has to come with it?
I think it's more everything that has to come with it because, like I said, when we're creating music, it's not about the awards nor the nominations, right? Um, it's never about that. In the moment of creating, it's always about the creation. Are we doing justice to what we're setting out to do, right? So songs like Too Rough, where we're literally um flipping a Dennis Brown track. Dennis Brown, for those who don't know, is the crown prince of reggae, right? So it's Bob Marley King, Dennis Brown Prince, right? And he has a song called Easy Take It Easy on that exact same beat. And this was an evolution to the rubber dub era, right? The rubber dub era would have been 80s. And I just made it kind of fun. And I tried to have like the younger generation who may not know about the rubber dub era to embrace it, and they did. They surely liked the flip, and the rhythm made a big comeback in a lot of spaces based on that song. And yeah, like I said, it was about making sure that anybody from that era would listen to it and say, okay, job well done. Meanwhile, bridging the gap with the generation that don't know that music at all.
Great, great. Now, Brampton naming a park after you is a strong community honor. How important are these local recognitions compared to awards? How do they feed into your sense of legacy?
I mean, well, you know, when I found out that that was going to happen, I didn't tell anybody actually till it was done because I just couldn't believe that it was really happening. I thought it was a prank that was being played on me because you never hear about anybody getting monuments, let alone a park named after them until they have passed away for many years. You know what I mean? And for me to be alive and to receive that, it was an honor and a blessing that I still give thanks for even till this day. That the city of Brampton, where I live, would honor me in such a way. And the honor came about not because of the nominations and the awards, but based on the message and the music. You know, it's always uplifting. I could go anywhere and perform. I can go to a church and perform. I can go into the dance hall and perform. Like the message is consistent, upliftment and love. And I think that is the reason why they gave me that as a young youth, as they say, that is not following the trends. I'm not singing about murder. I'm not singing about, anything that you wouldn't want your children to listen to. Right. So I think that is the biggest honor.
So, we're gonna play one of your video right now. We're gonna play a video of you performing on stage. So we'll display that right now.
That goes against anything that is wrong in society. If the nation or society has a problem, reggae music is there to try to fix and correct that problem. Do you agree with me? As a reggae artist, we don't condone no evil, no killing, no murder, none of that in our music. So that's why we say things like this. Joshua. Well, state of emergency. People need justice in an urgency. But the front line with the music looks like currency. Why currency no silent because of currency? Whoa, hey, what if we flow it up? We're gonna go slow it up. These are the come on, we don't get irrigation for one. I gotta go up and walk up. Show we don't get irrigation for one. We're free. So if we burn it down, you know what's bad, man. You're doing a people on the black man. You need to be back and the black big crowd.
What role has winning these Junos played in opening doors for you in collaboration, exposure, or new markets?
It opens doors in places that, especially in Canada, a lot of people, whenever they hear reggae music, they only think about Bob Marley, right? So for me to win and be nominated consistently, it gave those people that only recognize Bob Marley like a nudge to say, hey, who is this person? Maybe you should go listen to their songs. And when they do, they find that the message isn't different. It's a continuation without it being a cover act. I'm not singing Bob Marley's music. You know what I mean? It is Kurt Diamond's music from Kurt Diamond's perspective. As much as Bob Marley's music is it transcends through time, they now can say, well, there's more to reggae music than just Bob Marley, right? And I hope that what that does is it sends them down a rabbit hole, so to speak, where they can discover other reggae acts or other reggae artists that has the same message and see that we too take music very seriously. We fuse reggae with jazz, we fuse reggae with blues, we fuse reggae with rock. Like Bob said, roots, rock, reggae, we do all of that. And the Junos has allowed a lot of doors to be open where I'm able to go and perform on a rock festival. I can go perform at a jazz festival, which I've headlined, as a reggae artist headlining a jazz festival. And I believe that year it was Andre 3000 from the Outcast that was headlining as well on another day. So, just to say that my name is in these lights with these, celebrities are these big stars. The Junos have surely paved the way and opened doors for me in that regard.
Great. Now, I would like to know, were there moments where you felt overlooked or disappointed in nomination cycles? And how did you stay motivated through those periods?
Yeah, there's have been losses that, you know, hurt because I felt like I deserved it, but it's never anything that, it's never anything that I take too personally because I know that just as much as I work hard, everybody else that is nominated is working just as hard, you know, and I love to see when people fulfill and get rewarded for their work. Me being nominated, and I've won so much times already. I like to see when new people come, or even if you've been there consistently nominated and you finally get that one. I love to see the joy, on their faces and the relief of finally winning. But yeah, man, there's surely been some that, trust me, hurt.
All right, all right. So with dread and past wins, yeah, how do you
Hmm.
balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Say that one more time.
I said with dread and past
Hmm.
wins, right? How do you
Hmm.
balance meeting expectations set by your past awards while still pushing your sound forward?
Oh, that is probably the easiest part because I'm always working. I'm always working. So, while Jed was being nominated for the Juno when it won, we were already 90% done the next album. And I was halfway through writing the book that goes with that next album. Right. So I'm just always, focused on the work, on the music. So there's really no pressure when it comes to following Jed or following any other win or anything like that because I'm always working and it's always in the same lane. The only thing that changes now is that now that I've been to Africa, like I have now there's more stuff that I didn't know how to say it. Now I want to say it. So it's just about figuring out how to get it on and collaborating with more artists from the continent and have an African perspective, either album or EP. That's the only thing now that I'm trying to figure out how to execute.
All right. Now, do you think awards help reshape how reggae is perceived in Canada and abroad, particularly conscious reggae? And what would you like your wins to inspire the young reggae artists?
Well, that's the thing, right? There's rumors that, if you're doing conscious reggae, then, you know, we don't get anything. We won't, no one will want to hear it or you won't be awarded for it. And and that is because, the hype is always so loud. The dancehall artists that are touring, their social media is always so loud, is always so enticing, especially to the younger people. Um, but with the awards now for the conscious music and stuff like that, trust me, everything has its space, right? So it's never just as though there's a lot of dancehall fans, there's a lot of reggae fans as well, all over the world. Um, there's places in the world that dancehall isn't played, it's just reggae music, you know. But these are things that, we hardly get to hear about because social media is so loud when it comes to pushing trends or pushing, what's new, what's hot. But, reggae is a slow burn. So you'll be all right.
Okay, so before we let you go, yeah, having
Hmm.
achieved multiple milestones already, what's the next big benchmark or dream award you want to win or project you want to be recognized for?
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, President Bola Tinubu seeks House approval for National Cocoa Management Board bill. Reps vow to block funding for unaccountable development finance institutions. Pakistan Parliament approves more powers for Army Chief, curbs top court. Tanzanian opposition leader to remain in custody after treason trial adjourned. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has transmitted the National Cocoa Management Board Bill 2025 to the House of Representatives for consideration and passage. In a letter addressed to the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, and read on the floor of the House, President Tinubu said the request was made pursuant to Section 58(2) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999. The President explained that the proposed legislation seeks to establish a National Cocoa Management Board to regulate, promote, and harmonize cocoa-related activities across the country, as well as address other connected matters. According to him, the creation of a board would ensure effective coordination of the cocoa value chain, enhance standards, and strengthen Nigeria's competitiveness in a global cocoa economy.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to establish a National Cocoa Management Board to regulate, promote and harmonize cocoa-related activities across the country and for other connected purposes. The establishment of the board will enhance effective coordination of the cocoa value chain, improve standards, and strengthen Nigeria's participation in the global cocoa economy.
At the Committee of Supply, the House approved a report of the Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management and a 1.15 trillion naira domestic borrowing plan to close the unfunded 2025 budget deficit gap. The Nigerian Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to raise 1.15 trillion naira from the domestic debt market to finance the unfunded portion of the 2025 budget deficit. The approval came after the Senate adopted a report from the Committee on Local and Foreign Debt during Wednesday's plenary session. The report highlighted that the 2025 Appropriation Act sets total expenditure at nearly 60 trillion naira, an increase of 5.25 trillion naira over the initial proposed 54.74 trillion naira. The budget expansion resulted in a deficit of 14.10 trillion naira. Of this, 12.95 trillion naira has already been approved for borrowing, leaving an unfunded gap of approximately 1.15 trillion naira, which the Senate has now authorized to be raised domestically.
Recommendation 1, that the Senate do approve Mr. President's request to establish a 1,150 billion naira borrowing program in the domestic debt market to close the unfunded deficit gap created by the increase in the budget size over and above the prior approved revenue and borrowing plans. Those in favor of these recommendations say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. That the federal, that's recommendation 2, that the Federal Ministry of Finance and Debt Management Office should undertake the borrowing strictly within approved fiscal parameters, ensuring that all terms are conditions favorable, transparent, and sustainable. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The recommendation is carried. That the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt be mandated to 1. Oversee the implementation and utilization of proceeds from the approved borrowing. Receive quarterly reports from Ministry of Finance and the Debt Management Office, DMO, on status, utilization, and repayment plans. Monitor compliance with their sustainability thresholds and fiscal responsibility, and report any deviations to the Senate for appropriate legislative action. Those in favor of this recommendation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Now,
the Senate adopted a motion by Abdul Ningi mandating the Committee on Appropriations to intensify oversight over the implementation of borrowed funds.
My recommendation reads as thus, that the Committee of Appropriation should ensure that the borrowing is actually made for the purpose of which is required before the Senate. That the borrowing, the Appropriation Committee should ensure that the borrowing is made for the purposes of which, that the borrowing is actually to fund the 2025 appropriation.
The committee is tasked to ensure that the money is used effectively within the 2025 fiscal year and strictly for the intended purposes. The decisive legislative action underscores the Senate's commitment to fiscal responsibility and transparency as Nigeria navigates its 2025 budgetary challenges. On the second day of its legislative session, the House of Representatives resolved to constitute an ad hoc committee to investigate federal government-owned abandoned landed property and buildings across the country, valued at over 20 trillion naira. The resolution followed a motion by the Minority Leader, Kingsley Chinda, who raised concerns over the failure of the Presidential Implementation Committee on Federal Property established in 2000 to submit its final report.
Landed properties and buildings by the federal government across the nation, and that this has resulted into colossal waste of resources worth over 20 trillion naira. The House further notes that about 63% of the federal government landed properties and buildings and projects since the nation attained independence has been abandoned without completion, and many abandoned for one reason or the other.
The committee would review existing reports, verify the current status of abandoned assets, and recommend recovery measures, including public-private partnerships, within 6 weeks. They also urged the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and the Nigerian Correctional Service to maximize inmate engagement in farming, following a motion moved by Adegbesa Folorunsho. It further adopted motions on the collapse of local rice farming and mills sponsored by Mohammed Jajare, and on the need to investigate the non-remittance of Nigeria LNG equity to NNPC Limited, moved by Nnamdi Ezechi.
The House observed that food sustainability in correctional center can help inmates receive nutritious food, learn about sustainable agricultural practices, and obtain vocational training experience that can help them integrate back into society. The House convinced that engaging inmates in farming will enhance food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture in Nigeria and beyond.
Worried that the 180-day import duty waiver granted by the federal government to import husked brown rice and other food items has severely impacted local producers, thus leading to the reduction in the demand for local rice, leaving farmers also with unsold products and forcing rice mills across the country to shut down or scale back operations.
Gas Limited, on behalf of the group, concerned that the financial transaction statement and operation of NNPC LNG Limited in the Caymans have not been transparently reported to either NNPC Limited or LNG, resulting in potential non-remittance of dividends, taxes, and other statutory payments due to federal government of Nigeria.
A bill to amend the Electricity Act 2023 to provide for the development and regulation of nuclear energy programs in Nigeria, sponsored by Victor Obuzo, passed second reading.
To promote the development of nuclear energy for electricity generation in Nigeria, including the development of small modular reactors. K, to promote the oversight and regulatory role of the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority in line with the Nuclear Safety and Radiation.
Earlier in the session, Daniel Amos, representing Jamara Sanga Federal Constituency of Kaduna State, defected from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, says the House would not approve future budgetary allocations to any development finance institution that fails to demonstrate accountability, transparency, and measurable economic impact. Represented by Deputy House Leader Abdullahi Halims, the Speaker stated this at the inauguration of the HADA committee set up to investigate the operations, funding, and performance of DFIs in Nigeria. He said public funds meant for economic growth must be managed with transparency and discipline, stressing that every disbursement should translate into visible outcomes such as job creation, industrial expansion, agricultural productivity, and SME support.
These institutions were set up to boost the growth of key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, exports, and small and medium enterprises. They are intended to provide financing where ordinary commercial lending cannot meet the needs of industry or national development plans. When they operate efficiently, they help build jobs, expand innovation, and improve living standards for citizens. Where they fall short, the country loses valuable opportunities and scarce public resources are wasted.
The committee, chaired by Chide Mark Obeta, expressed concern over inefficiencies, lack of transparency, and limited innovation in DFI operations, which have hindered their ability to support economic reforms and inclusive growth.
These concerns compel us to ask clear and objective questions. We must understand how funds allocated to DFIs have been managed and applied, the guiding criteria used in selecting beneficiaries and implementing programs, the extent to which these funds have reached the businesses, sectors, communities, and citizens they are intended to support, the measurable outcomes, jobs created, industries strengthened, exports expanded, and livelihood improved. And crucially, the systems in place for loan recovery and recycling of funds. Have the facilities been repaid? Are funds revolving as designed? Or are public resources becoming stranded and unable to re-enter productive use? These questions are not raised as a punitive action or a witch hunt. Rather, it is a fact-finding and reform-driven process aimed at strengthening the institutional capacity, efficiency, and integrity of our DFI so that they can better serve the Nigerian people and contribute meaningfully to national growth.
Director of Development Finance Institution Supervision at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Ibrahim Hassan, pledged the bank's full cooperation and promised to provide all required data to aid the investigation. Managing Director of Nigerian Export-Import Bank, Abba Bello, described the probe as timely, noting that DFIs should serve as engines of growth through export promotion, job creation, and support for productive sectors.
I wish to assure the committee that the Central Bank of Nigeria will provide whatever support may be required to ensure that the committee carries out its assignment diligently and successfully. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Chairman,
It is our hope and belief that the findings of this committee at the end of the day will provide invaluable lessons that will reposition our development finance institutions for greater impact so they act as the catalyst they were meant to be for the acceleration of the growth and development of the Nigerian economy.
The economy of Nigeria is at crossroads now, where the performance and operations of the DFI becomes very critical. Now, sorry about that. For Nexim Bank, Nexim Bank's mandate is to promote export, trade and exports of Nigerian produce into the global markets. Now, this is done from both funding and using risk instruments to facilitate trade in the global markets. This we have done. I think all the things that the chairman of the committee, as well as the representative of the speaker, have mentioned, what this committee is all about. Your impact in the economy, your creation of jobs, and your contribution to the growth of the economy. And for us, how much export proceeds we have generated.
They have said the outcome of the investigation will guide future legislative action to ensure public funds are efficiently utilized to strengthen Nigeria's development finance system. Meanwhile, the Senate leader, Obayemi Bamidele, has dismissed reports of an alleged attempt to remove Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Speaking during plenary on Wednesday, Bamidele stated that no discussions or plans have taken place among senators regarding Akpabio's removal. He emphasized that the Senate remains united and focused on pressing national matters rather than being distracted by false claims. Bamidele reaffirmed that there is no intention within the Senate to consider the removal of any of its leadership. Members underlined the chamber's cohesion and focus on governance. Clarification came in response to remarks by Senator Ojus Okalo of Abia North, who had recently referenced previous unsuccessful attempts to impeach the Senate President. President Bola Tinubu has urged media practitioners in Nigeria to freely criticize government policies, but to do so with fairness and a sense of national responsibility. The President made a call on Wednesday at an all-Nigerian editors conference in Abuja to acknowledge the vital role of the media in shaping public discourse and strengthening democracy. Tinubu noted that criticism should not be used to undermine the nation's progress, as the media must remain partners in building a stronger and more united country. Tinubu stated that while social media is enhancing citizen journalism, it also increases the speed of misinformation. He said that in such an environment, the editorial function becomes more important, pointing out the critical principles of verification and balance as guides for journalists. Still to come, Defense Minister backs officer who confronted Wike. Bandits kill 4, abduct Ekwa pastor, 11 others in Kaduna. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara says his administration will ensure that the people of the state get full value for money spent on public projects. Governor Fubara will give the assurance during an inspection of a 14.5-kilometer road project connecting Emoa, Auda East and Abua Odua local government areas. He expressed disappointment at the slow pace and poor quality work being done by the contracting firm. He hinted at a possible review of the contract to ensure the delivery of quality work to the people.
Into Emowa, Abandele, and immediately they access the East West Road, and less than 10 minutes or 20, they should be heading to Uniport and into the town. And you can see the level of trekking and other maneuver that we did to get to this place. I need to say it clearly. One of the purposes of our government is ensuring that we do everything right, ensure there is value for money. I can say here quite well that the contractor that we gave the job of the road from the bridge to the East-West Road is not doing a good job, and I'm not happy about it. When I get back, I think there will be need for me to review that contract, because I'm not impressed. If I should borrow the words of my Oga, they don't have the capacity. So I need the capacity, because whatever money we're spending, we should have value for money.
I have recommended impressive pace and standard of work on the 240-meter Agba Ndele Abua Bridge, which he described as a vital component of the road project. Explained that the bridge, which his administration inherited, will significantly improve connectivity among communities in Auda East and Emoa local government areas when completed.
But so far, I can tell you that I'm really impressed with what I've seen on the bridge, by the level of work and the expertise of Sotraco. I'm very sure that before the end of January, it might be completely free for us to walk through and even drive across.
Governor Fubara reiterated that his administration will continue to monitor ongoing projects closely to ensure that only contractors with proven capacity handle government jobs to ensure quality delivery and value for money. Some non-governmental organizations are calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission to urgently address alarming voter apathy and vote buying, which they say are undermining the integrity of the country's electoral process. At a post-election press briefing in Okada Public and Private Development Center and Catch Them Young Community Initiative commended INEC and voters for a likely peaceful governorship election, but highlighted persistent challenges. Correspondent Lawrence Wimo completes the story.
Voter apathy and vote buying have continued to cast a shadow over Nigeria's elections, despite ongoing reforms and advocacy by civil society groups. The continuing low voter participation and the monetization of the electoral process, which again manifested in the last Saturday's governorship election in Anambra State, have raised questions about the strength of the nation's democracy and citizens' confidence in the system. At a post-election briefing in Oka, the program officer for the Public and Private Development Center, Abdullahi Adamu, noted that despite the calm environment across the 21 local government area, low turnout and vote buying remain critical threats to credibility and public trust. Adamu urged INEC to act decisively to strengthen transparency and restore faith in the process.
From our observation, we can confidently say that the 2025 Anambra off-cycle governorship election was largely peaceful. The conduct of INEC officials and security personnel contributed significantly to the calm atmosphere, and citizens who came out to vote were able to exercise their rights without major disruption.
Presenting the group's findings, Executive Director of Catch Them Young Community Initiative, Nonso Orakwe, noted that in the pre-election period, online discourse was largely peaceful, with 78% of conversations promoting calm participation. According to him, misinformation was minimal, campaign messages were inclusive, and no major threats were reported, setting a positive tone for polling day.
We call on INEC, civil society organizations, development partners, and community leaders to 1. INEC should strengthen logistical planning and staff deployment to ensure timely arrival of personnel across all polling units. Intensify voter education and civic engagement to rebuild public trust. Strengthen enforcement of laws against vote buying, and electoral malpractices.
Orakwa said on election day, INEC officials arrived mostly on time, but beavers glitches barred some new registrants from voting. He noted that security was professional, though vote buying was observed, while turnout was low, blaming it on dwindling trust in the electoral process.
INEC officials arrived early in many polling units across the local governments. However, it was reported that in Onitsha South local government, INEC staff arrived late at the polling units, which caused accreditation and voting to commence late. Incidents of vote buying were observed across many local governments. Voter turnout was notably low.
To address the issues, Orakwe called on INEC, CSOs, development partners, and community leaders to take urgent steps to strengthen logistical planning, empower grassroots organizations, and intensify voter education efforts to rebuild public confidence. The group praised INEC officials, security agencies, and citizens for peaceful election, noting that voter apathy and money politics now require collective action to strengthen Nigeria's democratic process. Addressing these recurring issues require not only institutional reforms by INEC, but also civic education, enforcement of election laws, and collaboration among stakeholders to ensure that future elections truly reflect the will of the people. From Oka, Lawrence Nwimo, Signature TV.
The Nigerian Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, has thrown his weight behind Lieutenant A.M. Yerima, a naval officer who confronted the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, over a parcel of land allegedly belonging to the former Chief of Naval Staff, retired Vice Admiral Awal Gambo. Addressing journalists at a ministerial press briefing on the 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Celebration held in Abuja on Wednesday, the minister said the federal government will defend and protect every member of the armed forces performing its lawful duties. Prince Yerima's conduct, describing him as a disciplined officer who acted in line with his duties. The incident happened on Tuesday when soldiers stopped the Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike and officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration from gaining access to an estate's land in the FCT. The visibly angry Wike accused the soldier of obstructing government officials from performing their duties, but the soldier insisted he was acting under lawful orders.
Officer, nobody does that.
We did not carry anybody's land.
The man took this land. We will not allow because he was chief of naval staff, and then for you to carry land.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop
and so
that?
You get the
Will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer, have integrity.
Shut up, your man. Put
I
your
will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir, I'm a
I was in
officer.
school. You're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will
me
you keep
up.
quiet?
You
Get
can't
me a
shut me
big
up, sir.
food.
I'm not
You are a big fool.
I'm not a
You
fool,
think you
sir.
can shoot anybody like that?
Sir, I'm not
You are
a
a big
fool.
fool. Who are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
As for the time I graduated, you were in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for
You
which
can't
order?
call me a fool.
I just, you will see whether you will not be here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go
I'm
and
not a
open up your
fool. I'm
mouth.
an officer. I'm not a fool, sir. I'm an officer.
You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting.
Yesterday, my colleague Uchenna Chindim Olua had a chat with an ENUGU-based legal practitioner who gave his perspective on the incident.
When I saw it yesterday, I felt so bad. So bad in the sense that it has shown where or how our country has degenerated. One, this is a serving minister who could not comport himself in a public space. Then two, this is a military officer who was there or standing challenging a minister who is like a governor of a state, because Wike by his position is the mayor of Abuja and is like a governor of a state. And now somebody, because he's wearing uniform, stood there and disobeyed his orders. involved in the sense that Wike was there on official duty as a minister of the Federal Capital Territory, not as a private individual. So, as the military people felt that because the guy was wearing a military uniform, Wike was also wearing the cloak, the ministerial cloak, you know, as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I felt so bad, you know, Wike, you know, couldn't control himself. You know, calling somebody you are a fool, you are this, you are that. He shouldn't have descended or degenerated to that level. You know, he should have just maintained to say, I am here based on my official responsibilities. That this thing, the land in question, that there are no approvals or whatever, he would have ended the thing as there. Then the whole world and Nigerians would have, you know, listened to him and you know, sided him. But you know, Nigeria, Wike has been known for his unguarded outbursts. So most times the problem was the channel and not even the message. So he you know, he couldn't comport himself, and like his normal whatever, he shouted and you know, and spewed out vituperations on the officer. Then on the other side, the young officer, to me, he was doing an illegal duty. Let me ask, was that project an army project or a private project? If it were to be a project of a retired officer, he was not supposed to be there standing in full uniform getting that project. But if the project was to be maybe an estate for serving army officers, yes, he is there working, he's doing an official work. And again, it has gone to show the level of impunity in this country. Let's go by what Wike said, that the project never had approval or whatever was ever allocated to them, you know. Then which means somebody will now go and enter into a public land, public space, occupy it, and start developing it without necessary approvals. Why are we like this? You know, why have we gone so low?
Right,
You know,
so
it's wrong.
Barrister...
Former Abia State Governor Orji Uzor has defended recent comments by United States President Donald Trump on insecurity in Nigeria, saying that what he said is a reflection of a current situation in the country. Speaking to journalists at the National Assembly complex in Abuja, Kalu said Trump's remarks on religiously motivated killings should be taken seriously. He noted that Nigerians are being killed on a daily basis by extremists irrespective of their religious leanings. Kalu, who represents Abia North Senatorial District, and the National Assembly insists that what Trump said was based on verified information from the American intelligence community.
It's not a lie, because Donald Trump said the truth. Nigerians are being killed, whether they are Christians or Muslims. Are they not being killed? If they kill people in Plateau, they go to a church in Plateau, those they will kill are Christians. If they go to Benue, the majority of people they will kill in Benue are Christians. If they go to Zamfara, majority of people they kill in mosque there are Muslims. So these people are jihadists. These people just want to destroy Nigeria. So we should call a black name on them without any pity. They will be smoked out.
Stated that President Bola Tinubu faces no serious challenger in the 2027 presidential election and ruled out any chances of major opposition figures such as Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi in the election. On the spate of defections in the country, the former governor maintained that no governor was forced to defect to the ruling All Progressives Congress, insisting that they were voluntarily joining the APC.
I'm not seeing any coalition opposition against President Tinubu. The president have no opposition. We have our party is fully on ground. Our party is fully with the people. Our party is fully justified with people. So we have people on ground. Nobody can say that we don't have the people on ground. But we will continue. Let me be honest with you. We will continue doing things we can do to help the Nigerian public. Let me be honest with you. You know, I am a businessman. I'm feeling all the pains and I'm taking all the glory also. You will find out that the economy is growing. economy, macroeconomy is doing very well, but the microeconomy is not doing very well. It's the microeconomy is the problem. So, and this is where you see the Chief of Defence Staff, the newly sworn in Chief of Defence Staff, the service chiefs, and all the rest of them are fighting very hard to drive away this bandits. Our economy, if you see the micro type of it, we are doing very well because foreign investors are coming. Everything is to trickle down for the masses to have daily food, go back to farm, and it's only going back to farm that can bring the real growth.
Suspected Fulani armed men invaded 3 communities in Kaduna, Jansano, Maidoki, and Mayama, sub-Saharan urban areas of Yakasua in Kurama Chieftain, Lere local government area yesterday, killing 4 people. Attackers also abducted Equa pastor Reverend Estefanus Dunga and 11 others. National Publicity Secretary of the Federated Kurama Association, Pius Agaji Kiota, who confirmed the incident, explained that the attack occurred around 10 p.m. when the assailants stormed the communities and fired sporadically, resulting in the killing of 4 people and the abduction of several others. Kyoto stated that there is an urgent need for security intervention as communities have been ravaged beyond imagination. A source said his father was kidnapped without clothes along with his younger sister, adding that the attackers numbering their hundreds surrounded every targeted house. Confirmed that the 4 people killed were youths between the ages of 27 and 30, stressing that at the moment no ransom demands have been made by the kidnappers. Explained that the entire community is left in deep mourning, describing the attack as an evil that has befallen the Kurama nation and requires both security and spiritual intervention. Next is business news.
At the end of the trading session on Wednesday, November 12th on the Nigerian exchange, 806 million shares were exchanged in 24,489 deals, corresponding to a market value of 50.74 billion naira. Compared with Tuesday's figures, the data reflects a 23% rise in volume, a 73% jump in turnover, but a 17% decline in the number of deals. The market capitalization of the Nigerian exchange currently stands at 93.4 trillion naira, showing sustained investor interest despite recent market fluctuations. Out of 129 equities traded on the NGX, 64 recorded gains while 12 closed in the red. Guarantee Trust Holding topped the gainers list with a 10% price appreciation, closing at 85 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Nigerian Breweries, also gaining 10%, closing at 66 naira per share, Owando 10%, closing at 39 naira 60 kobo per share, and Zenith Bank 10%, closing at 59 naira 40 kobo per share. On the downside, Transcorp Power led the losers with a 10% decline, ending at 307 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Vitafoam Nigeria, also losing 10%, closing at 84 naira 60 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index surged by 4,076.69 points to close at 145,403.99 points. Despite this positive close, the index still reflects a 1-week loss of 3.48% and a 4-week loss of 1.58%, though it maintains a robust year-to-date gain of 41.27%. Market analysts attribute the rebound to renewed investor confidence and strong performances by leading banking and brewery stocks. The Nigerian Naira recorded mixed movements against the US dollar on Wednesday, November 12th. At the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate, the Naira traded at approximately 1,436 Naira 49 kobo per US dollar. Meanwhile, in the parallel market, the Naira was selling at 1,460 Naira and buying at 1,450 Naira, reflecting a modest 0.34% increase. Analysts say the slight uptick in the parallel market is driven by increased demand and limited dollar supply. Investors and businesses are advised to monitor both official and market rates closely for trading and financial planning. That's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Up ahead, White House calls BBC a leftist propaganda machine. Pakistan Parliament approves more powers for Army Chief, curbs top court. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said on Wednesday that President Donald Trump remains deeply concerned about what she called the purposeful and dishonest editing of his remarks in a BBC documentary last year, describing the broadcaster as a leftist propaganda machine funded by British taxpayers. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he supported a strong and independent BBC, but the public broadcaster must get its house in order after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to sue over its editing of one of his speeches. The British Broadcasting Corporation has plunged into its biggest crisis in decades after its Director General and Head of News quit, following criticisms about its standards and accusations of bias, including over the Trump speech. Trump's action could result in the BBC having to use money paid by TV viewers to compensate the U.S. president, a move that will compound the crisis at the broadcaster and provide more ammunition to its critics. China has agreed on a plan to stop phenylene precursors and to control 7 chemical subsidiaries involved in the production, FBI Director Kash Patel announced at the White House on Wednesday. Patel said the agreement resulted from his trip to Beijing last week, a visit that arose from U.S. President Donald Trump's recent summit with Chinese President
Thank
Xi
you for being here today.
Jinping in South Korea.
Headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug.
Pakistan's parliament approved a constitutional amendment on Wednesday to expand the powers of the army chief and curb the remit of its Supreme Court, a move that critics said had done irreparable harm to the country's democracy. The lower house of parliament approved the legislation with a more than 2/3 majority, with only 4 lawmakers voting against it. The upper house passed the bill 2 days earlier after the opposition boycotted the debate, an unusually swift passage for a constitutional change. Such amendments usually require weeks of months of consideration. Amendment will become law once signed by the president. Army Chief Asim Moni will now be elevated to the new post of Chief of Defense Forces, placing the Navy and Air Force under his command. In addition to the Army, after completion of his term, he will retain his rank and have legal immunity for life. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif hailed the amendment as a step towards institutional harmony and national unity, while critics say the changes concentrate power in the hands of the military and the ruling coalition. Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu will remain in custody after his treason trial was adjourned indefinitely on Wednesday for his objection to an anonymous prosecution witness. This arrived at the High Court, raising his fist in silent solidarity with supporters. The hearing, set to hear the prosecution's fourth witness, stalled when the witness, identified only as P1, appeared inside a concealed booth that even judges could not see. Representing himself, Lissu filed 7 legal arguments challenging the arraignment, citing violations of Tanzania's witness protection regulations. Chadema leader John Heche called the case false and fabricated to hurt people politically. Lead prosecutor Nasoro Katuga requested more time to respond, citing the complexity of domestic and international legal references. A 3-judge panel, led by Justice Dustan Ndunguru, granted an adjournment until the court registrar sets a new date. Lissu faces treason charges linked to an April 3 press statement and was arrested on April 9. His trial began on September 28 and was expected to conclude Wednesday, but now faces delays with key evidence still pending. Leader of Turkey's main opposition Republican People's Party said on Wednesday that an indictment against jailed Istanbul mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu and others was a bill of slander and was completely empty. Speaking at his party's weekly rally in Istanbul since İmamoğlu's arrest in March, Özel said a trial against members of his party should be broadcast live so that people see it as a hoax. A Turkish prosecutor demanded on Tuesday a prison sentence of more than 2,000 years for İmamoğlu for allegedly leading a vast corruption network that cost the state billions of lira. İmamoğlu has previously denied all the accusations against him. Istanbul Chief Prosecutor Akin Gülek announced indictment at a press conference saying it named 402 suspects, including the mayor, and accused them of forming a criminal organization, bribery, fraud, and bid rigging. French lawmakers voted to suspend a contested pension reform on Wednesday as next year's budget bills inch through Parliament under persistent threats to the government's survival. A majority of 255 lawmakers voted in favor of a suspension, against 146 who voted against. Budget debates have taken on added weight since President Emmanuel Macron's snap election last year left him with a hung parliament, where fractious lawmakers toppled former Prime Minister Michel Barnier over last year's pending plans. Investors and France's European partners are watching the turmoil closely as France, which has had 5 prime ministers in 2 years, struggles to rein in a budget deficit which has become the largest in the Eurozone. Even now that lawmakers have approved a specific article suspending the pension reform, they will also need to back the whole social security bill in a final vote at a later stage for that to happen. After a rocky start, Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu's second attempt at the government has made headway, pushing parts of the budget through Parliament thanks to costly concessions. One of the biggest trade-offs was offering the Socialists a pivotal swing bloc, a suspension of Macron's plan to raise the pension age to 64. And now let's turn our attention to entertainment news.
Nigerian singer Simisola Kosoko, popularly known as Simi, has earned her first ever foreign certification with her hit song Duduke. This is as the song was recently certified gold in New Zealand for selling 15,000 units, making it her first international accolade. Released in 2022, Duduke expressed the rhythmic beats of Simi's heart for her unborn child. She flaunted her baby bump in the music video. She also launched the Duduke Challenge, inviting fans to create their own interpretations of the song. Simi revealed in an interview that some people were calling her daughter Adejare Duduke because she inspired the popular song. She explained that referring to her daughter as Duduke is not offensive, but prefer they call her by her name. Nollywood movie Safari emerged as the top winner, receiving the Golden Jury Award overall best film at the 22nd edition of the Abuja International Film Festival. The 2025 AIFF was held from November 6 to 10 with the theme From Script to Nation, the role of film in shaping national identity. Safari was nominated for 5 categories of the awards, but clinched 3, including the award for Outstanding Director, Outstanding Actress, and the highly coveted Golden Jury Award. Ace actress Osasi Godaru clinched the Outstanding Actress for her role in the film, while veteran Nollywood director Obi Emelonye won the Outstanding Director Award. The star-studded movie has a dazzling blend of cast, including Osas Ighodaro, Jide Achufusi, Emmanuel Mugo, Ken Ambani, and Ali Nunu, veteran actor and managing director, Nigerian Film Corporation, among others. In an interview with Nan on the red carpet, Emelonye, who also produced the film, thanked the organizers of AIFF and expressed delight over the feat attained by the film at the fiesta. Nigerian representative at the Miss Universe 2025 pageant, Onyinyechi Basil, has called for public support and votes as she continues to represent the country on the global stage in Thailand. Miss Universe Nigeria made the appeal on its official Facebook handle, urging Nigerians at home and abroad to vote for Basil across all categories in the ongoing competition. A follow-up post from the Miss Universe Nigeria organization celebrated Basil's dedication since arriving in Thailand. Voting according to the organizers, remains open across several categories on the official Miss Universe app, including Most Photogenic, People's Choice, Miss Congeniality, Best Skin, Best Evening Gown, Best National Costume, Beyond the Crown, and Most Beautiful People, all closing on November 19, 2025. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Wokonta for Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Stay with us. Top of the hour, we have Signature Morning.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top-charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
A very fine morning it is today. You're very much welcome to Signature Morning live on Signature TV. Today is Thursday, the 13th day of November 2025. The week is slowly winding down. Quincy, good morning.
Oh, it's the weekend already, and I'm excited. You can already see
to the weekend.
It doesn't matter. The idea is that we are closer to the weekend. Exactly. Good morning and welcome to the morning show on Signature TV. This is a time when you just take some time out to get a break from what is going on in the country, catch up with us on this very morning show. I am Quincy Rowland, and of course, I am with...
Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, and I don't know if you follow the story about the Wike and the naval officer saga that happened, and a lot of conversation has just been coming up, surrounding it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Nigerians are saying, that one person is wrong. Maybe the Navy officer shouldn't have, spoken to Wike in that manner. And
So you, as a Nigerian, what's your take on this?
I would rather stay neutral. I don't want to take sides.
Okay, so this morning I was seeing other people talk about this same issue that happened on Tuesday morning, and I have no words, because I do at this point, apart from the fact that he's obeying orders, this is let's leave politics aside, positions aside. Wike is an elder to you, and at the same time, I'm not surprised, because I see naval officers to always obey the last order. Exactly. So I wasn't surprised when it happened. So I saw it coming, but I didn't know it was going to last that long. I thought at some point it would back down.
Well, like you said, obey the last order. And even we are also seeing that ex-generals and some military officials are also fuming at Wike and telling him that he owes the officer an apology for speaking to him in that manner and all whatnot. I'm wondering who is right, the naval officer or the FCT minister, who is right. But
the ideal thing is, just like I was trying to catch up with other conversations, the ideal thing was show up with a court order to actually assess this land. Because to avoid things like this, you don't just show up because you are a minister or whatever position you hold and you want to assess someone's property. It is wrong. You should always have an authority backing you to do that.
Well, let's just watch how the events unfold, and we'll also be following up with the conversation and keeping you updated on what is going on as well. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning. And coming up next, we have our newspaper headlines and review. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Now let's start with the Punch newspaper. Looking at the headlines on the weekend naval officer clash, ex-generals fume as FG orders probe. FCT Minister Yerima Faisal sparks concerns over civilian-military relations.
Okay, and just above the mass, we have National Assembly approves Tinubu's 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan. That is a huge amount of money.
Yes, a very
And
huge
also
amount.
we have Reps probe 20 trillion naira abandoned federal properties. Interesting. And also we have my critics now praise me, says Obasanjo. Okay, and Bami. Okay, go ahead.
Now on page 7, we see that Bamidele Carlo differ on alleged plot to impeach Akpabio. Wow. And be fair, truthful in government criticism, Tinubu tells editors on page 17.
And we have PDP insists on Ibadan Convention amid court orders. I mean, we saw this coming. And the Mobat family demands fresh probe, bars wife from using surname.
I mean, this Mobat issue is something that has been
over the
trending for
years. At OPEC, last but not least, from the business aspect, OPEC report shows Nigeria underproducing crude again. Again is attached to this statement, and it sounds like a warning.
Now,
a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, let's move over to the Guardian and see what we have there. NGE insists on free press as Tinubu urges fairness and pledges recovery on page 6.
Kanu prays appeal court to stop terrorism charge ruling, and this is on the news page 7.
Now, Minister San differ on Wike's confrontation with military. I mean, this is making headlines almost on all the papers this morning.
Okay, and this is a big one. Federal government outlaws mother tongue policy, reinstates English as a language of instruction. Don't worry, we'll go to that.
All right, we have presidency denies Trump effect on NGX sell-offs as Khan seeks end to genocide.
Obaibena challenges global content dominance via leke. And also Obasanjo louds Makinde's bold leadership and Ibadan Central Bus Terminal inauguration. And that is all from the Guardian newspaper.
Looking at the Vanguard, we see that inadequate gas throws geometric power into first blackout in 60 days. And PDP court extends order permitting national convention till Friday.
Okay, so still on the weekend issue, no officer or soldier on lawful duty will be punished, says the defense minister. Interesting.
Okay.
As well as presidency clarifies Trump's threat not behind NGX sell-offs.
Now, UN names Nigeria, Mali among 16 hunger crisis hotspots. Right-of-way crisis, telcos operating costs soar to 5.8 trillion naira. This is from the NCC.
And right-of-way crisis, telcos operation costs soar to 5.8 trillion naira, says NCC. Okay, so over to, let's take one more. Anniversary. Okpebolo hails Edo's rebirth, reels out achievements. That's interesting. Congratulations to Edo State or whichever. So moving on to our next paper.
Yes, on the Nation newspaper, Makinde has made Ibadan livable, says Obasanjo on page 5. And just under that, President sends executive bill to create Cocoa Board on page 7.
Okay, and we have Kanu asks appeal court to quash dismissal of his no-case submission.
All right, Tinubu to editors, champion national unity, reports boldly. Okpebolo has performed, says Yowada and Oshomole.
And we have Damago's Anyanwu's faction gives conflicting directives. Judgment today in Lamido's suit. Ibadan court extends to go ahead order. I think that's all we can take on the Nation newspaper, and probably that's all we can take on the papers today. Over to our newspaper review with the Oracle. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Chris.
Leslie. Good morning, Neluche.
Okay.
Good morning, people of the world.
Should we just dive right in? We've been seeing this same issue that happened with Wike on Tuesday. It's still making the headlines, and ex-generals have filmed as they are saying that they have no right to question the authority given to the naval officer, and that he is in no wrong. What do you think about that?
Well, you know, yesterday it's been trending, and I believe if all the issues of Nigeria trend like a Wike clash or altercation with the young military officer, that probably would have gotten more attention by the world. But then things that trend in Nigeria are negative things, and we give all energy to it. What can we do? Let's keep talking about Wike altercation with a young military officer. There are two ways to it, and that's coming from me. Everybody is talking. We have had the senior advocates of Nigeria, ministers, everybody, retired generals, serving generals talking. One thing is very clear. No man in leadership authority at any level has the power to lose his head on others. So that's moral. We're talking now. And then because respect is reciprocal, like they say, is a common word. So if you respect me, or if you command respect, respect will come to you. Respect is not talking down on people, using unprintable words on people who are human beings. And those, you know, when you do such things and such people are able to hold themselves, you look like you are the mad person. And that's what happened in this situation. So that's the moral of it. Wike, in his position as Minister of Federal Capital Territory, has no right in any constitutional way, in any moral standing, to talk to a young serving Nigerian officer in uniform the way he did in the visual video.
Would you say that?
But then we come to the legality of it. Is the young officer on legal duty? If he's not on legal duty, who posted him there? Because most Nigerians are now not looking at what he's doing there. If the man who is the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, he has to go around and say Federal Capital Territory and all the lands there are under his care. And there are issues that in the past, the Abuja master plan has been, you know, destroyed by people in power. Because Abuja is a conglomeration of people in power. And they keep disposing and you know, appropriating things to themselves. If any man like the crackhead like Wike comes and want to review, we should be given power to review. When there is high-handedness in the review, then everybody will see if you have obtained your land in a proper way, not because you are a retired general or retired officer, so nobody should question how the land you are occupying in Abuja is acquired. You prove it. But when everybody who can afford to put a military officer in his property will not allow people to come and check what is happening in those properties, and that's what happened in Nigeria. And people are clapping and saluting the courage of the military officer for standing against the Minister of FCT, for going around his duty, whether he's right or wrong. Event will prove later. But once you stop him, what you are saying is that you are stopping all the authority given to that man by the federal government of Nigeria, because you have another order given to you, which is still federal government of Nigeria. So you say, is Nigeria working against itself? Do we have confusion in how authorities are given? And we are not in military era. This is a civilian government. And the Minister of Federal Capital Territory has right to go about his duty. Whether he's doing about it wrong or rightly, it will depend. The people will judge him. But anybody could have been the Minister of FCT. It could not be, because after many people have been hold that position. Wike is holding it now. Who knows who will hold the future? If for instance, I'm not judging, but I said, assuming I get the property in Abuja and I didn't get it the right way, and I can afford to put military there, then that means nobody will come there and say, what is happening? Show me, let me know how this property is occupied. Because Wike didn't go there he cannot carry the land. He only came there to ask questions. And they used military to block him And then when he gets out of his head and people are not looking at it, it could be anybody tomorrow. So let us afford militaries, carry them, put them in all the properties. We cannot go there as FCT minister to ask questions. If we don't look at it that way, we are throwing the baby away with the bathwater. Whatever the morals and how we can conduct himself is a personal thing which is applying to the job. And history will tell. Because a lot of people have held that position and they have handled it differently. Every man given a position, you handle it the way you like. If you do well, history will judge you. If you do bad, all these other stories does not matter. He remains until there is a change. Wike remains the Minister of Federal Capital Territory. And nobody will take it for him unless the presidency decide otherwise, because they are the one who appointed. So we're expecting the federal government to make statement on that. Otherwise, it will happen, it will repeat itself. And all those people clapping, maybe the people who will face it next.
Okay, we're seeing that the National Assembly has approved Tinubu's 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan. You know, previously it was being considered by the National Assembly.
So he dreamt about it. It was approved when he was in the dream, thinking about what do I do? I need more money, and even the National Assembly approved it in the dream. We only manifest it. Well, there's not us in Christianity that what happened in the spirit is manifested in the physical. So it has been confirmed in the spirit. Now all this one they're talking now is manifestation of borrowing in the physical. And I tell you, this is just the beginning. With the body language of National Assembly and the executive in this borrowing split, it is not stopping soon unless the same miracle Nigerians cry every day happen. They will go now to church or mosque and pray, God, stop our president from borrowing, change his mind, you kabash and labash and plaster, and so that otherwise the man sits down there and he needs money to put Nigeria in order, and he thinks like this, and borrowers are always ready. But my concern is borrowing for what? What's the evidence of all this borrowing will have happened in 2 and some months, 2 and few months, 2 years and few months of this administration? What are we doing with it? Where are the evidences? Let the people who are the statisticians, the NBS, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, tell us in concrete terms what is borrowing. And just yesterday when we were talking, I said, this is already done. And today, as if I am a prophet. But now look at it. If our borrowing is clocking almost 190, what the other yesterday, you said about 190, is it trillion? Or who will pay? What is the thing on the ground? Because borrowing is good, but you must clearly define how to pay. Because only one child, for which let us fight, do everything, speak Oyibo, even if not now, in the future. That's why we are worried, because we are borrowing away the future of our children and our children's children. And they will not, even if we are dead by then, they will not be speaking well of us. And so if you wonder, you want to be an ancestor tomorrow, and your children, great-grandchildren are saying, because you borrowed us into debt, you will never rest wherever you are. Let them think about it.
If we are going to be talking about borrowing, the reps are also probing the abandoned federal properties that is worth about 20 trillion naira as well.
You borrow and put it halfway, probably the administration finishes, and who are the people who have the money misappropriate it, put it in their pocket, and another administration comes, and that one's going to abandon property. And because abandoned property doesn't yield anything to politicians, they will abandon and start their own. So that kickback, kick front, 10% official or emerging will be holding hands, so that they will start all the shenanigans, all the people that are around who help you get to position need to be compensated with contracts. That's why in the level we are going, 23, is that trillion or billion? Trillion abandoned contract. Now, if you look deep, that contract we borrowed to get into it and abandoned and went there. Now new ones are being borrowed, and they will point at one contract as why they are borrowing. But then they borrow. Some of the things they are telling us they borrow to do, you can't finish it in 20 years. But this government, worst that will happen is that they get more 4 years, second term. And then another person might come in. And that person might have a different, with different people backing and different people who are pushing him, and they will bring fresh proposals. They say Nigeria is elephant meat. But the elephant is getting lean and lean every day. They don't even call it the annueni. I say annueni, that's elephant meat. They don't use national cake because the national cake got bad a long time and soured, and they couldn't even hold. I couldn't rise again, and the thing is depleted. So they're eating national puff-puff.
Now, Chris, we see that FG outlaws mother tongue policy and reinstates English as language of instruction. So are they trying to officially, I don't know, say that our local languages cannot be used anymore?
Officially as a national language. So anywhere you write, they say, what's the official language of your country? You say English, which we have been doing.
English has always been the official language.
That's what they are now repeating. So nobody says you should not speak your mother tongue when you are alone, or when you are feeling. Your mother tongue remains one of the languages. United Nations, whenever you are filling their form, they will tell you what's the official language of your nation you write. Then they will ask you the native, and you write all the languages you know. And if you are applying for a job with United Nations, those things raise your mark because they are scored. So, I don't know, I don't understand this mother tongue thing, but I'm saying it on the periphery of my understanding. When we look at it deeply, we now understand what. Because in Nigeria, some personal or some tribal issues, some marginalization, some subjugation are always buried deep down in policies. You will swallow it and think you are, when it gets to your stomach and start digesting, that's when you start smelling like ethnicism, nepotism, marginalization, all those negative things start smelling in your mouth. You say, what did I eat? Probably you have eaten mother tongue, you swallow mother tongue policy because federal government has given that. But when you start digesting, at the end of it all, you start seeing all manner of things. And then look at the educational policy of Nigeria. When people are not looking deep, some things are buried there that don't show anything that is one Nigeria. Even in the language and the religious teaching. This one now will confuse people. Why are we coming to announce mother tongue?
Exactly.
Are you banning it? And I scored and see my fellow Igbo man and say, Kedu. He said, probably no. He said, why am I? I said, I should ask him how. Is there a law? And I don't know. These are things. Because we know what our official language of Nigeria is. Why coming out with this? If there is nothing smelly about it, then we go with it.
So, Nnamdi Kanu has been going to court consistently over the past week or weeks. And currently he has prayed to the appeal court to actually stop the terrorism charge rule. The terrorism charge rule. What do you think? Do you think it's something that they'll pull through?
This appeal court now, other lower courts have set Nnamdi Kanu free on all charges that have been laid on him by Nigerians. Our concern is that somebody, the court said discharge him, you came and held him and went back to write fresh charges and come and you are charging him. And the man said he doesn't have he's submitting no case submission. Federal government is insisting on trying him on what charge they put on him. So that's why we have, and the man is still insists, appeal court should just quash that because he has no case to answer. He has been saying consistently, and people have followed even the world. I'm not speaking for Nnamdi Kanu. I've never met him, but we read what the papers release about Nnamdi Kanu, what he is going to court, what he played in court. Even some viral video of what he said and the altercation in court. He said, from the manner of charge and what is happening now, that he was kidnapped from Kenya, brought here, and you cannot kidnap somebody which illegality cannot lead to legality. If the federal government has had process of getting Nnamdi Kanu to this level, and he will know how to plead his case. But for now, he has found a lacuna in what federal government has done, and the world are watching. And there's some information, whether confirmed or not, from Kenya and other people of the world, telling people that you can't try Nnamdi Kanu because you kidnapped him officially, brought him here, and you are pleading charge. How can so? Every other thing that happened in the past, we were supposed to. The only thing I don't know is a complex case. Whatever federal government want to do, this let it go ahead and do, but then they know the world is watching. And people have spoken and pleaded and urged, advocated, and spoke about it and said, federal government, get to Nnamdi Kanu's case with political solutions. Since the judicial solutions and legal solutions are becoming dicey and complex, why not use? And I think the federal government of Nigeria, led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Jagaban, has all the power. As he has disposed some powers he had when he released 175 people on what the clemency. That shows that where he tested his power, and then it worked. He has tested his power in those areas of life, so he can as well apply it to Nnamdi Kanu's case. Otherwise, whatever the government is doing over time over Nnamdi Kanu has shown it's smelling like something is quite different about Nnamdi Kanu, but people cannot see. If the federal government they know what we don't know as ordinary people, they should have told us. Otherwise, people are now looking at it as Nnamdi Kanu as an underdog who is marginalized because he comes from Southeast Nigeria, and
that's a really bad image out there.
Now, just very quickly before we go, REC is making an allegation saying that Nigerian presidents since 1999 breached the constitution.
The Nigerian?
REC is alleging that Nigerian presidents since 1999 have all breached the constitution.
If since 1999, Nigerian constitution has been breached and will continue, that means we'll be running on a rickety vehicle of constitution. And even a lot of people have said, why don't we review the constitution of Nigeria? Look at where we have lacunas at the top, because no constitution is fully complete. And over time, by adding and removing, we'll get to a more acceptable constitution. Some people say that constitution is totally faulted, and we have a fresh one. And when you're calling for fresh one, suspending Nigerian constitution even for 1 second might be called for anarchy. So the amendment to the point where it can stand, so that you are working on alternative one that they found very close, you can swap with without lacuna, and that's it. But I think the National Assembly, who are the lawmaking body of Nigerian arm of government, know what to do, because 90 million flies cannot be wrong. If majority of Nigerians, when they've gone around Nigeria on ceremony of constitutional review, and they ask them and show evidences of special areas that should be amended in the Nigerian constitution, and they have up till now not doing. If you come back in 2026, they will still go around, spend money, go around Nigeria, ceremonies. After Senate has come, they go, Federal House of Reps will come, the same thing on constitutional review, and we have done it over time, and no review of the constitution has taken place. Meaning that we are running around the circle, telling ourselves the same lie, hoping to achieve success, and look at what's appearing.
For 26 years now. Okay, so just in a note, I just want to answer this. OPEC has shown reports that Nigeria is underproducing crude again.
Nigeria is underproducing. We have not even met our OPEC quota. The little we produce, we steal it by ourselves, throw it across, refine, bring it back, if one go and import it again, and sell to us. That is the sleaze, and the grease, and the corruption that is happening to us. We have not. How much we are spending to guard pipeline can build. How much contract given to people to guard pipeline can build 20 refineries like Dangote in all the 6 regional to replace the moribund NNPCL refineries that are in Port Harcourt, Warri, and Kaduna. They would have even gone back to the same location and build a modern refinery like Dangote side by side in these 3 locations.
Okay.
But we bring crude oil that God has given us here, badges of criminal come in, load crude oil, take it across our
Chris,
border.
I think that's the most we can take on this conversation. I said in a nutshell. Thank you so much for joining.
Nigerian issue can handle in a nutshell. So even one Nigerian issue handle in a nutshell is yes or no. So let's say how the eyes have it, I, nay have it, no. And so those are the only way that they make Nigerian issue short. Otherwise, this issue we need to talk about. But God bless you for having me with us this morning. God bless my angels here. God bless you that are joining us from any part of the world. Remember, God blessing are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. God bless you.
God bless you too, Chris. Thank you so much. After this time out, we will have our first conversation or second conversation this morning. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Nigerian singer Simisola Kosoko, popularly known as Simi, has earned her first ever foreign certification with her hit song Duduke. This is as the song was recently certified gold in New Zealand for selling 15,000 units, making it her first international accolade. Released in 2022, Duduke expressed the rhythmic beats of Simi's heart for her unborn child. She flaunted her baby bump in the music video. She also launched the Duduke Challenge, inviting fans to create their own interpretations of the song. Simi revealed in an interview that some people were calling her daughter Adejare Duduke because she inspired the popular song. She explained that referring to her daughter as Duduke is not offensive, but prefer they call her by her name. Nollywood movie Safari emerged as the top winner, receiving the Golden Jury Award overall best film at the 22nd edition of the Abuja International Film Festival. The 2025 AIFF was held from November 6 to 10 with the theme From Script to Nation, the role of film in shaping national identity. Safari was nominated for 5 categories of the awards, but clinched 3, including the award for Outstanding Director, Outstanding Actress, and the highly coveted Golden Jury Award. Ace actress Osasi Godaru clinched the Outstanding Actress for her role in the film, while veteran Nollywood director Obi Emelonye won the Outstanding Director Award. The star-studded movie has a dazzling blend of cast, including Osas Igodaru, Jide Achufusi, Emmanuel Mugo, Ken Ambani, and Ali Nunu, veteran actor and managing director, Nigerian Film Corporation, among others. In an interview with Nan on the red carpet, Emelonye, who also produced the film, thanked the organizers of AIFF and expressed delight over the feat attained by the film at the fiesta. Nigerian representative at the Miss Universe 2025 pageant, Onyinyechi Basil, has called for public support and votes as she continues to represent the country on the global stage in Thailand. Miss Universe Nigeria made the appeal on its official Facebook handle, urging Nigerians at home and abroad to vote for Basil across all categories in the ongoing competition. A follow-up post from the Miss Universe Nigeria organization celebrated Basil's dedication since arriving in Thailand. Voting according to the organizers, remains open across several categories on the official Miss Universe app, including Most Photogenic, People's Choice, Miss Congeniality, Best Skin, Best Evening Gown, Best National Costume, Beyond the Crown, and Most Beautiful People, all closing on November 19, 2025. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Wokonta for Signature TV News.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now, the heated conversation between the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, and the naval officer in Abuja has sparked a lot of nationwide debate, particularly, over the limits of authority between the civilian leaders and the military. And so that brings us to talk about, this clash of authority, looking at Nyesom Wike's altercation with military personnel. And we'll be having this conversation with Vivian Douglas. She's a media practitioner. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Actually, I am a media consultant. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, how would you interpret this encounter, looking at Nyesom Wiki and the naval officer in terms of, balance of authority and, just everything about it. How do you see it and how would you interpret it?
Okay, maybe in a short sentence, totally uncalled for. It was not necessary. It's avoidable. It was uncalled for. There was absolutely no need for it. The reason is simple. There are several processes to manage such issues. The minister was in a position to address that if he felt that, he wasn't being heard, there are avenues to do that, not in the public, not bringing media to that property. Everything about it was absolutely uncalled for.
Okay, so let's look at what does this incident actually reveal about the balance of power between the civilian authorities and the military in Nigeria.
Okay, so when we talk about the balance of power, every system is designed to function in a certain way. Every government system, democracy, autocracy, statistical, whatever kind of tracy you can think about, as a matter of fact, they all have their processes, their procedures through which things can be done. But you see, what is really going on here is the fact that Nigeria over time we have had politicians, use the same templates. The FCT, with all due respect to our dear FCT minister, for instance, with all due respect to him, he has always used these templates, bullying, screaming, raising his voice, using the media when he wants to. So all of this, one way or the other, played out in what we saw. So he used the same template, hoping that he would get the same result. Now, the point is that he failed to read the room. He failed to observe the times. He failed to understand what time we are in Nigeria and what is going on. Of course, he had come to be here to take it for granted, nothing is going on, the US inflation and all of that. We'll talk about that later. But the point is, when we talk about balance of power, the average Nigerian politician do not understand the concept of balance of power. For the average Nigerian politician, or even military officers, with all due respect to them as well, they primarily understand what to use power for, not how to balance power. So I don't think that is a conversation that the average public office holder in Nigeria is familiar with. And that is why it's a conversation we need to go back to the drawing table and begin to have. What exactly should we say? I give you a typical example. Someone, let me quickly put this, maybe it's as an example, if you may. Someone in Barrister Ezebo Wike, a life venture in the Nigeria with the Nigerian Bar Association, a man who studied the law, who I think masters in political science, who has been in public office for as long as we can remember. Barrister Ezebo Wike is very much in position to know how these things should work. He has worked with the military. We have had him in no throw tantrums when he was in Port Harcourt as the governor. He saw the military, talked to them anyhow. But that could be because the military also, we talked on that, but no, that's because the military have also disrespected and disregarded themselves. That is why politicians can actually do whatever they want with them today. So let's bring this back to the reality on ground. But says the 1 year so we is in position to know the hierarchy of military office holders. And okay, look at the scenario. He was told that the land has been taken over by the former admiral. Now you know this man. You have access to him, and then you sent your people. They got there. They made a mess of everything, and then you now came down with the media to show them who you are, because you're used to doing that. So, okay, let's assume he didn't even understand what was going on. As soon as he got there and saw the young, you can still call him young because biologically he's young, but professionally he is not young. He has put in more than 10 years in the military. That is a senior military officer. When by the way he got there, the first thing he should have done is to introduce himself and ask the young man, the officer to introduce, let me also use the young man. Ask him to introduce himself. That would have actually, mitigated the whole charade that played out on Tuesday. So what he would have done immediately, if he had given himself opportunity to know who he was speaking to, was to say, okay, that's when he would have called the defense minister, this chief of defense staff, to say, okay, this is what is going on. That was when he would have actually withdrawn from them. But no, because they are used to taking things for granted, taking laws into their hand, they don't understand the concept of power, hierarchy, and administration. What should be is only when it interests them. And unfortunately, this particular incident didn't pan out well for him and is really sad. So the average Nigerian politician or public office holders do not understand the concept of power balance or respect or understanding that this power or these people, just like he is, he's occupying that position in trust on behalf of the FCT people, so to say, Nigerians. So he is supposed to be serving the people. He was given that position in trust. So when you see someone who's in position, you're not actually respecting them as an individual. Of course, everyone deserves the respect, but you're actually respecting them, respecting the office and the position that they occupy. So when you speak to them, when you address them, you are addressing the position. And for instance, that's a military office, a senior military of naval officer, lieutenant. So what you should have done is with the Nigerian Navy, what you should have done is respect the over 200 million Nigerians who put that uniform on that officer. But of course, he failed to do that because power balance means nothing to the average Nigerian politician.
Now, speaking of, I mean, you've mentioned the lack of understanding of hierarchy and power balance. And we see that some of the military officials, even the ex-generals and the likes, are saying that this incident threatens national security because it undermines the chain of command. And they are also requesting that the FCT minister apologize to the naval officer for, the words that he said and the way his behavior towards him. There are a lot of responses from the military, the defense headquarters saying no officer or soldier will be unlawfully punished and all the like. So I would like to get your thoughts on this angle. Do you think that the naval officer deserves an apology from Wike? And, do you think that this is actually a threat on national security, just like they claim?
Okay, let's start on it being a threat to national security. So anyone who knows their own, who understands, any adult in Nigeria who uses the system, who reads the news or follows latest happening locally and internationally, one thing that should have been apparent to that person is that the times now, Nigeria today is being watched by the whole world. All eyes are on Nigeria. Not because it wasn't there, but primarily because the most powerful government on earth, the United States government, is looking into Nigeria, the Nigerian genocide issue concerning Christians. And of course, they have even, the US president has even used a word like disgrace country to address it. And we're not even able to defend that. And let me tell you the most dangerous aspect of Wike's action and its impact right now, why it is a national security threat is this. If you cannot respect a uniformed military officer, if you can use the Nigerian police to threaten, to harass and embarrass a military officer, it means that everything that has been said about the lack in our security apparatus is nothing but the truth. The Nigerian military right now is at the verge of being subdued and being made a laughing stock before the whole world. And the reason is simple. Under their watch, thousands of Nigerians have been killed over the years. And this is not even about just 2025. The Dogonahowo case was unjust, like it was about 500,000 Nigerians. There are several of these cases. I don't know if I'm getting the figures there, but the figures are out there. Now, anyone who is watching the news should know that this time is not when you play games with the military, because their career, these people who are sitting as the Nigerian military right now, their career, their history is about to be smeared forever if nothing is done, if they don't do anything to ensure that they situate Nigeria security-wise. So yes, Wike's attitude towards the Nigerian military shows what the world already knows or suspects, that our military do not have what it takes to secure Nigeria. So going back to you asking, because if you can harass the Nigerian military, do what you did with the police. I'm sure you saw the mobile police officer who was pushing the military guys around. Now, if he can do what he did before the whole world and using the media, he's basically saying, Nigeria, you don't have a military, you don't exist. If there's anything like military, it doesn't even exist. So anybody can do that to Nigerian military and get away with it. He has just basically told the United States of America, you are free to come in and invade Nigeria and take charge of our security because we can no longer protect ourselves. Because if an officer cannot be respected by a senior serving minister in Nigeria today, so who respects the military? So whether Ewusu owes us an apology, owes the young military officer, pardon me, I mean, he's a young man, but a senior military officer. Whether Pastor Yesowike owes him an apology is not even supposed to be something he should be coerced into doing. If he has come to understand the predicament that the Nigerian military is facing world over today. Because if they can sit here, the greatest military in Africa, they have gone to every war, they've fought battles, they've won. But if today, under a democratic dispensation, this fourth republic, this military is being ridiculed before the whole world. And while they are trying their best to see how they can put things together and restore their name, a serving officer under the commander-in-chief of the armed forces walks up to a senior military officer, uses another security institution to harass them. So yes, by that action, he has told the whole world that Nigeria is not secured within its border and inside the country itself. And guess what? So Vice Yesowike, the ICT minister, owes the naval officer A.M. Yarima, Lieutenant A.M. Yarima, an apology, owes the military a public apology, owes Nigerians a public apology. But again, this is Niger. If we had a government that knew its onion, by now, the president of this country, he understands the situation that we are in, to be sitting like a dog and have another country come to take over our security to protect us, says that our sovereignty does not exist. So if President Tinubu understands that, by now, he ought to have called Barrister Yesowike and made people do that apology even before Nigerians begin to ask for it. So yes, it owes 3 apologies. 1 to Lieutenant A.M. Yarima, 2 to Nigerian military as a whole and the security force, number 3 to the whole of Nigerians. And we are demanding that this apology should be made public. Otherwise, we have no choice but to say that, yeah, go on, please.
All right, Vivian, what way would you have thought that Wike would have handled this issue differently? How would you think, or which way do you think would have been best handling this issue? And also looking at other personnel, public officials and the security agencies, what do they have to learn from these particular incidents that happened?
All right, thank you very much. Once again, I did hint on that, but let me quickly state further on that. So Barrister Yesowike, the FCT minister, got information that a land that supposedly, according to his side of the story, belongs to the government has been taken away by a former Vice Admiral of Nigerian Navy. Now, Barrister Wike has access to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Barrister Wike has access to the Chief of Defense Staff, which he called in that video. Barrister Wike has access to his colleague, the Minister of Defense. All of these people, and even the President, he has access to Vice Admiral Gambo, who is said to own this land. Now, if the information your people gave you, you don't trust it, then it's not what you expect to get from them, or maybe it's not at par with what you need to do. There are procedures in government, for crying out loud. Now, speaking of respecting institutions, it's simple. You write. You speak with your colleagues. If they are not fixing the situation, you write. And if you have written, or first of all, you investigate. If indeed this land does not belong to Vice Admiral Gambo, our Gambo, then all you need to do is raise the alarm officially. There are several ways to do that. He has been in government for years, for crying out. That's the best thing he's done. So he failed to use the institutions of government. He failed to respect the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He failed to use these institutions. He failed to do what he should do. He chose instead to embarrass the whole of Nigeria, considering where we are right now. So there are several things he could have done, and not to do that in public eye.
Now, one more thing. There is this controversy about the officer being deployed as a guard to a private land interest
an officer, and it has been a form of argument as to who is supposed to be where and who should have done what. So I'd like to know, what do you think about that idea of a Nigerian naval officer being deployed to stand guard at a private land interest or private land matters that concerns civilian, or it's more of a civilian interest as opposed to the military?
I think there's a misconstrued element in this whole conversation of why Yerima is standing guard. No, he wasn't standing guard. Now, there's been an altercation, Albert's briefly mild altercation between the federal Abuja, the federal ministry, federal capital territory administration, and Vice Admiral Awal Gambo over that land. Now, if you follow the conversation, now, going there to see Lieutenant Yerima simply says that he is there under authority, not that he's keeping guard. Every military officer, whether serving or retired, senior military personnel basically, serving or retired, are assigned military personnel to work with them, whether as their PA or their personal assistant or special assistant. It depends what they are doing for them. The same thing with the Nigerian police, because I believe basically these things happen in government and in military offices. Now, this Lieutenant Yerima is serving as a military officer under Vice Admiral Awal Gambo. He is not there to protect the land. So if, for instance, I'm serving under the governor of Abia State, and then there's something he needs me to go take care of for him somewhere, to go there to ensure that there are no invaders in his land, that doesn't mean that that is my responsibility. So he is attached to work with Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, and that's why he's there. He is not there to protect the land. So if his boss, the person he's serving directly under, asks him to go and stay there at that moment to maybe over the altercation that they were having with the FCTA, then that's what it is. And remember that the FCT minister put a call across to the chief of defense staff. After he spoke with him, he gave the phone to Lieutenant Yerima, who also explained to the chief of defense staff what's going on. And the chief of defense staff addressed that if he wasn't supposed to be there, the defense minister wouldn't have come out yesterday after the Federal Executive Council to addressing the media to say that Lieutenant AM Yerima did nothing wrong and they will protect their officers so long as they are doing what they are supposed to be doing. But he did nothing wrong. He was basically doing what he's supposed to. So military officers, senior military officers are assigned personnel who work with them. That's just basically why his boss asked him to go there. That could be one of the assignments. He needed someone in his position to take care of. And of course, he took care of that. So there's really nothing controversial about that.
Okay, so in the long term, how can Nigeria strengthen mechanisms in order to prevent the civil-military clashes over issues like this, to avoid further future altercations like this?
Okay, in the long term, we need to begin to readdress our national or civic environment. What should be and what should not be. I also like the fact, I don't know how authentic that video is, where I saw the IGP coming out because the kind of information came out on the SP Benjamin's Hyundai X handle yesterday, trying to make him look as if the IGP is in support of what the mobile police officers attacked the ex-city minister did. So I saw a video this morning. I don't know how authentic that is, how recent it is, where he was basically saying that police officers are not meant to be used for land disputes and what have you. But I mean, I don't know if it's an AI thing. Anything can happen these days. But here is the thing. Government institutions and the democratic institutions and the military institutions, every institution, as a matter of fact, need to come on board. I think we are also due for another critical national conference. These are some of the issues we need to begin to address. Who is a military officer? When you see a military officer, without being told, you should realize that that person in that uniform represents the whole of Nigerians. When you see a police officer, that's the first thing that should come to your mind. You are not just respecting them, you respect the uniform they are putting on. You also respect the fact that these are people who lay their life on the line to protect us. I am not saying that they are all perfect, that they are all without fault. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm rather saying that, first of all, we need to understand that we need to respect these individuals. Secondly, the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I hope, can get back to the drawing board. People have been calling for national conference, on dialogue on some of these issues. I think we're overripe for that. How do we need to do this and come up with an authentic communique, a communique that sends a message across board. And they should make sure that they get the media involved to also push this narrative right. The government needs to, anyone who is getting
our time is up, Vivian. Thank you so much for
Okay.
joining us. We'll have this conversation another time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, then. Our guest is Vivian Douglas, who is a media practitioner, and she joined us to have the conversation around these particular subject matter that happened on Tuesday, the clash of authority, and this is between Nyesom Wike's altercation with the military personnel. Of course, that conversation is going to be uploaded on our YouTube page, and you can always visit and also drop your comments and what you think about it in the comment section. We'll go on a short break and we will be back.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years, because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the 7 Justices of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that you have the right to, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position. That this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports. Let's say security reports. If there is a very, not just flimsy, if there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is given that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Sure, you will not stand in the center. Welcome back. Now, talking about communication for development. Now, it's more than just spreading information, but using communication to drive social change and empower communities, particularly ensuring that men and women have equal access to information and decision-making and participation. Well, we'll expand more on that this morning with Ndidi Duru. She's the founder, Talk to Solve Awareness Group, talking about communication for development from the gender perspectives. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so just let's dive right into this conversation. What does communication for development mean to you? And why is it also important when applying it to the gender perspective?
Okay, so just like the name applies, communication for development, whatever brings a change to the society, whatever brings transformation, whatever brings, just alters an anomaly in the system, okay? That is what communication for development is all about. So sometimes in the society, there are things that just don't go the way we expect them to, especially as civilized people, as global citizens. Ways we used to do things that were okay at this point in time needs to be changed. Do you understand? And there has to be a channel to effect this change. And that channel is the communication. That is exactly what you and I are doing, creating awareness. And then when you look at use of technology, you go through social media, where we correct things that we used to think was okay, and now our eyes are open to it. And then looking at it from the gender perspective, now we're talking about gender parity. Okay, now we're talking about seeing what is good for both male and female, seeing how we can accommodate each other for a better future and a better society, seeing how we can avoid discrimination and seeing how we can avoid leaving some people behind. And that's why we talk about inclusion. So communication for development is whatever information that takes us to the next level, that causes transformation, that engenders real development. So that's exactly what we mean by that. Advancement, actually.
Yeah, now, since we're talking on communication, this also borders on information and access to this information and inclusion as well. So how would you say that the gender gap in media affects communication when it comes to development, and what can be done to ensure that both men and women have equal access to the relevant information that they need, particularly in rural and low-income communities?
So you said something about gender gap in media. nobody understands you like you. Do you understand? If the affairs of the media is controlled by men, it's a problem. Okay? Women have to be represented as well. There are certain decisions that men cannot take for women. That's the truth about it. Okay? The way we work with men should not tell us alone how we should work with them. When women are in the decision-making body, we can say, okay, this works for everybody. I give you an instance. Some people say employing women in certain spaces, that it can be problematic. You know, at some point, she could get pregnant and she'll be away for some time. The moment she starts having children, she gives excuses. I can't travel to this place. I can't be here by this time and all that. Why all those are true? You see, it can also be accommodated. Assuming you have a woman in the midst of decision makers, those men, the woman could say, this shouldn't be a disadvantage. We can actually work something out. Okay? Must this meeting be done in the night? It mustn't be done. What if we do it virtually? Okay? What if, because women are involved, there are certain areas we cannot do this meeting just to protect them? Are you seeing the difference right now? There are certain decisions you can take for women. When you're talking about women's rights, when you're talking about our body, our choices, these decisions cannot be made by men. You understand how it works. A man could say, oh, because a woman gets pregnant and sometimes her menstrual cycle, we can put her in some decision-making bodies or some executive positions or some position that requires strength and all that. You as a woman will say, no, my menstrual cycle is not a problem. My pregnancy does not make me, like, it's not a challenge to me. I can do everything you do. So don't look at me from the pity party. No. It doesn't stop me. The only thing is that I might be slower and we can accommodate that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I say this because there are certain decisions men cannot take for women. So in the media, it's important that women are everywhere. For instance, if there are women in politics, okay? And when I say politics, I mean people who do political analysis, okay? I tell you, there are ways women see things. And that is not to say that women are better than men. There's an appeal a woman brings, an appeal a man brings. I tell you, things will be balanced. Even in the political space, if a woman finds herself in such a place of influence, there are platforms, there are ways you can create platforms for women. Do you understand? If you understand that in Nigeria we run money politics, you could talk to people in that political space, and most women don't have this amount of money. How can we create an avenue or a chance for a woman to be able to contest, whether she has money or not? Should there be a special package for this woman, knowing fully well that the amount you expect of a person like this is crazy? I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying. So this can only happen when women are on that table making that decision. So yes, that gender gap is still a challenge, but I thank God, like I said, it is evolving. These days I see a lot of women representation in the media, and I pray it will continue. I pray it's not just, you know, before the TV and behind the TV. I also pray that in the decision-making bodies, I keep referring to that you have a lot of women there. It would actually affect the way things go.
Okay, so what barriers exactly prevent women from accessing and benefiting equally from the communication technologies?
Okay, so let me start with illiteracy. You see, when we talk about women, we are actually looking at us, the privileged ones. Okay. But I like to start from the downtrodden, the rural women. How much of information do they have? And these are people who are going to effect a change. The real voters, they are the ones. The real, what do I call them? The real victims of the society, they are the ones. How much information is available to them? How intentional are we about educating them and bringing them up to speed? Up until now, some of them can't even read or write. Okay? And apart from reading, the ones who can read, do they even have access to internet? And do we even reach out to them? Those of us that are in privileged areas, do we reach out to them? Do we even organize awareness campaign
for them?
For them. Our advocacy stops in town, most likely to people who don't even need it. I attended one of I'm not going to call the institute that did it, and they said they were having a youth development program. And in the youth development program, I was seeing heads of civil servants, heads of civil service. I was seeing some politicians. I saw every other person but the youth themselves. I didn't see students from universities. I didn't even see those of them from secondary school. I didn't see buses bringing in rural students, because these are the people we're speaking about. So that's what I'm talking about, education. What is how intentional are we, about getting them to be aware? What programs are you doing? What vehicle are you using? Churches, media, NGOs, civil society, those are the gaps. And then the other one is health. Okay? I mean, for you to be talking to somebody, the person has to be well. The person has to be well. Again, we're talking about people in the rural area. What information is available to them about managing themselves as basic as sanitation? What information? The healthcare systems you find in rural areas, how is it? You can imagine how horrible the ones in town are. Just compare it with what you now see in the village, where no ice goes. And even if the ice go, what can they do? Do you understand? And how about networks? What networks have you created for them? Are there groups you have created so that if they have problem, the groups can speak for them? Because sometimes as an individual, there's nothing you can achieve. You have to belong to a body that speaks for you. And let's even look at governance, rural governance. How included are they in the rural governance? Who speaks for them? Who are these voices that speak for them? Not to mention all of us, even the people in town. How aware are we? What quality of women, because I'm now focusing on women, do we have now? What's even our value? The Z-word kind of women, or the makeup kind of, and I'm not against it, because if you look at me, girl, I painted my face, okay? But there has to be quality to this content. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So all of this makes it difficult for the development we're looking for.
Yes, and I took particular interest in the education part that you mentioned, because I mean it's an integral part of empowering people. How can we create a gender sensitive communication when it comes to education to bridge this learning and awareness gaps between men and women? And also we see that women are usually targets of these educational campaigns rather than participants, active participants of these things. So how can we shift that narrative?
Okay, so I even have a problem with, I think that most of the focus on education, I would even say it's on women. Okay? Because whether you go to churches, I don't know about you, I am an Anglican. You have Girls Guild, you have Women's Guild, you have Mothers Union, you have everything the woman. And guess what? Oh, as a woman, you are the soul of the family. You are to endure. Christ has told us to be patient. Keep praying for the man. And I'm wondering, when are we going to have Boys Guild? When are we going to have real, you know how you have Girls Guild, from Girls Guild to Women's Guild, from Women's Guild, and when are we going to have that for men? So if you ask me, I would say a balanced gender education for both men and women. I think this time around, let us focus on the boy child. Imagine telling boys from a young stage to learn to respect women, to treat girls as gold. Do you understand? To accommodate girls, to be intentional in making sure a girl is on any table and platform you find yourself. To treat a woman with love, with respect, That's how it starts. Boys should be taught that. Imagine growing up and your mom is, Chinwe, go and wash the plate. You go and do this one. And then you're telling the boy, you know you're on Oche. Take care of yourself. Take care of your sisters. Why talking to them? Talk to them with respect and all that. Tell them what to do. Do you understand what I'm saying? So from day one, you have told the guy you are king. You tell them what to do. They run around for you. They fetch you water. They cook. Do you understand that entitlement mentality? You have implanted it on the child from childhood. Guess what? He grows with this. All through his primary education, there is no gender education. Nobody teaches you that. Nobody teaches you to be gender sensitive. In fact, the other time, my daughter was telling me, Mommy, that every games period, though, that guys chance us. They play basketball and they play football, and then we're asked to sit down and watch. But if you started teaching these children gender parity or gender education from day one, they would know that, listen, as much as I want to play basketball, these people also want to play. So we'll have to alternate it. Okay, everyone must be included on this sports table. So ladies, now that you want to play basketball, can we do it? You play on Monday, I play on Tuesday. Okay? So it's just the gender education that I'm talking about. We must be intentional about this. We must entrench it in our church communication, in the social media, whatever platform of dissemination of information. We must be intentional about gender education. Whatever you want to talk about, make sure you balance it. Say everyone, be sensitive to such topics. So when we talk about gender education, what does the curriculum even contain? What does it contain? Have we started talking about violence against women? How it even starts? How the family supports it, the society?
The church.
The church? Have we started teaching ourselves that? What are we even doing? The gender education we're talking about, the educated ones in the church, what do we discuss with our pastors? Because some of these pastors that interpret the Bible and turn it upside down are abusers themselves. I'm telling you the truth. You hide under evangelism and all that. You deny your family your presence. You deny your family your role as a father because you claim you're raising life. So no, there's something called work-life balance. And this kind of damaged person goes to the church to preach to them. And I'm not just singling out the church. Even in offices, how do our bosses treat women? When you talk to a woman, I don't know whether you've seen bosses that are nice when they are talking with men and very rude when they talk to women. They have no respect, no regard for women. You see it in the choices of topics they give to you as a woman. I've mentioned it here before. You want to talk about something sensitive, something that requires high IQ, you assemble the men. And then something that requires caregiving, you call the women. You haven't insulted a woman, but you have told her that there's a place she belongs to. And that's the way the wider society see women. People of caregiving, caregivers. You relegate them to the background. You don't even stimulate them to give you what they can. It is because someone gave Akunyele a chance that we even knew somebody like her.
Okay, so let's look at the role that men can also play in situations like this. What role can men play in gender-sensitive communication for development?
Cooperating with women, joining us in this fight to giving women a voice. That's what they can do. Just imagine as a man that in an office where you are a head or a boss, and you see some people, acting in a, how do I put it now? Manifesting discriminatory manners or rules. What you should do at that moment is to tell them that our company does not approve of this. In fact, if you study the cause of our company or the vision it is contained there. So make sure that wherever you head, that you're intentional about talking about gender equality and gender balancing. That is how men can do it. They can lend a voice on their different platforms. Wherever they find themselves, they can talk about that. help to educate others. Another thing is to help the boy child realize the relevance of the girl child and what we can achieve if we decide to work together. I think this is the most important thing they can do. And then to support platforms that promote women. Those are the things we can do. When we talk about women empowerment, people need to sponsor such things. Capacity building, skill acquisition. When you hear about financial information or leeway, let the women know about it. Whatever you can do to help them become somebody, have a voice, and have a place on the table of societal development, do it. That's how men can help women develop.
Now, what about journalists, women who are in communication of all sorts, whether it's traditional media, social media, or any other kind? What can they also do to promote this gender inclusion in their work?
That's exactly what you're doing. Okay, be intentional about propagating ideas on gender balancing. Whatever space you get, do it. Whether you're on the social media, you know, talk about accommodation, not just inclusion. Accommodation is an unfair statement. Inclusion, why it is necessary to have women on that table. Because you can't speak for them. You need to allow these people to speak to you, and they will tell you their problems. They will tell you where it hurts. I remember one of the awareness campaigns we went for, we were talking to women and all that, and one of them raised her hand. And she said, "My dear, I enjoyed all that you have told me, but the truth about it is that there is no money. You can't be telling me to learn this skill and learn the other one." She said, "The last time you came here, remember the skill you taught us?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Well, you also taught us apprenticeship." I said, "Yes." She said, "I have gone there. We have learnt the tailoring and everything. There's no machine to do it." So someone has to help us. If you can help us reach out to our chief and tell them to call the wealthy people in our society to see how they can raise funds for people like us. She said, "All you just need to do for me is to give me one sewing machine. I don't even need a shop. I can do it under the tree." Do you understand? I'm able to know this because I actually got to the grassroots, gave her a platform to speak. If I didn't do that, I would have just said, the problem is the knowledge. They don't have the knowledge. Once they have the knowledge, that's all that matters. Now they have the knowledge, but they don't have the resources. And I do know that there are centers that their duties could be to empower people like this, but they don't have that information. So the work of a journalist is to help them find out how they can access this help, if it is available. Find out how they can, the society can mitigate their problems. It is doable.
Okay, just like now, you know, like the ethical considerations to put in place when addressing issues like this. What are those considerations that people can also put in place when we have sensitive conversations like this?
Okay, I think lawyers should be in the best position to answer this. As far as I'm concerned, as long as you're not taking a person's personal, this is my understanding, a personal life to the public, anything that would damage the person or the institution involved in that. That's my understanding. I really don't want to go so much into this so that I don't say what I'm not very sure of.
All right.
Yes.
So now looking at Nigeria, how would you assess our progress so far when it comes to integrating this gender inclusion that we're talking about into communication for development?
Well, I must say there's an improvement. It is evolving. It was not always like this. Okay, I think there's, in fact, let's not even underestimate the power of social media. Social media has done a lot for women. I mean, I don't want to call name. In the recent time, there is a case of a powerful man being married to some lady, underprivileged lady, in my opinion, you know, and for whatever reason, you know, everybody has been pushing for the lady, you know, and pushing for the lady is not necessarily because the people love the lady, But I think it is because people are speaking for other ladies who don't have a voice, a platform, who don't have opportunity to be seen. Do you understand? Many years back, you wouldn't have been able to do this. Where will you see the woman? I mean, if you look at the laws we have, whether it is rape, whether it is violence against women, you will see that it is still vague. Okay? The means of attaining justice is still almost impossible. Very rigorous. You know why? Because the people behind that are mostly men. The day you have majority of the women taking this decision, oh my God, you will see how rape will end in Nigeria.
Okay.
Because it will be stringent. We are the recipients of this, so we know how it hurts. We're not going to make it as rigorous as they have made it.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
You're welcome.
I mean, we'd love to continue this conversation, and hopefully we'll have more conversations like this in the future. It's a pleasure to have you.
You too. I'm glad to be here always.
Thank you so much once again. Our guest is Ndidi Nduru, who is the founder Talk to Solve Awareness Group. And of course, we had a conversation around the communication for development from the gender perspective. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we will have another conversation on today's show. Do stay with us.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV. Now, Nigeria's democracy continues to grapple with deep-seated challenges, particularly in our electoral process. And now we see that even among the youth who make up the largest voting bloc. And so we will look at the electoral fraud, apathy, and vote buying in Nigeria and the involvement of the youth in all of this. In the studio, we have with us Ikenna Onaga. He's the convener, Transformational Leaders Movement. You're welcome. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you.
Just before we dive into this conversation, did you monitor the Anambra State election?
To an extent, yes.
To an extent. Do you agree or do you believe there was an extent of vote buying in the whole electoral process?
Sure.
Of course. And that exactly leads us to this conversation. Why do we still have, even with the awareness that the youth have in Nigeria, knowing the things that go on in the country, why do we still have people participate in this vote buying culture?
Well, the two things I will anchor it on. Number one is hunger. Number two,
hunger
values.
For a penny?
Yes. Some people can sell their birthrights for a porridge of yam. As you can see, it has happened before, so they're not making history, they're repeating history, right? It's not the first time it's happening. So I think that's the two basic things. Number one is that people are hungry, so they can collect anything just to survive. Number two, but the major reason is value, because there are people that are still hungry, but they won't still collect because they have values and the value system, what they believe in. So I think that's the two things that played out in the just concluded election at Anambra.
Okay. So from what you've said and looking at the Anambra election and other elections that have taken place in the country, how would you then describe the current state of electoral integrity in Nigeria today?
I think our democracy is still evolving, and because for now, people so much believe in stomach infrastructure, meaning they think about themselves. I don't think Nigerian election system has I won't give it 100% integrity, talking about the question you just asked me right now, because people don't still believe in. I feel now people should say, this is what I want, and stand by it. Permit me to make reference to 2023 election. There was a movement that came on board, and people were like, even if you offer them money,
they won't.
They will not collect money. Not because they don't need the money, but because of their values. They wanted something different. So that's why I said one is hunger, but majorly is the value system. So I think our politics, our democracy is still evolving, and that's why we are seeing what we are seeing now.
Okay, do you think we'll ever come out of this situation of vote buying?
Yes, yes.
How is that supposed to happen when we keep proving to ourselves year after year, elections after elections, that we are not changing our old ways?
We'll keep trying until we get it right. Number one is through voters' education. That's one of the means we are going to get that thing wrong. And, you know, like you introduced, that's part of what our system is into. When you educate people and tell them the reason, you can eat your cake today and stay hungry for the next 8 years. When you make them see reason why that peanut, because it's actually a peanut they're giving to them. When you talk about vote buying, it's actually peanut they're giving to them. When you tell them that, see, you can actually stay hungry today to feed for the next 8 years, or eat today and stay hungry for the next 8 years. If they see reasons why they should abide by that, I believe that thing can stop. Personally, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. By God's grace, I've been opportune to contest election in this country. And nobody can say I have ever met you and offered you anything. I believe that governance is service. It's like somebody is coming to serve you. The person is doing you a favor, not the other way around. You don't come and collect money from them just for them to. And most times, those people that pay money, actually, permit me to say, might not be the right candidate. That's why they're paying money to buy those things. Because if you believe in yourself, there is no reason why I should give you money to serve you.
Of course.
You get the point?
Yes, of course. So now, where do the youth come in all of this? How would you say that youth's participation in election and possibly election malpractices, how would you say it has either made or marred the electoral outcomes in elections?
Yeah, the youths are key players in this election, because if you check, like you rightly said when you are doing your opening speech, youth does 95% of the job. They have the highest population. They are the one that can stand, vote, protect their vote, and also they are the one to collect money when there is need. So I feel youths have a very pivotal role to play in all of this, and it has to do with value reorientation. We need to pay attention to our youths. The governments have agencies that need to rise up to their responsibility to tell people, see, don't vote for money, vote for credibility. If you know someone that can deliver this thing, go after the person. If you collect that money, how much are they even giving to them? Maybe 10,000, maybe 20,000.
Most times it's not even up to.
It's even 5,000. In some cases, 2,000 naira. So 2,000, what can it do for you in today's Nigeria system? You just collect it and vote for the wrong person, and you stay hungry, or you keep complaining for the next 8 years or 4 years.
Can we be a little more practical? We've seen. Do you think the youth of Nigeria would actually succumb to electoral malpractices because they feel there's no need, stressing myself to vote for who I want to take this position when I know clearly that is not going to happen, because whoever that has the most money or the most influence is always going to earn it, rather take the position. Do you think that is one of the things contributing, because we see no need or we don't see room for change either?
Okay, part of the thing we are discussing today is actually vote apathy, right?
Yes, electoral fraud, vote apathy.
Yes, so I want to talk a bit about vote. I have an experience that I had as a young guy many years ago. We were at the election line still casting our votes, and one of the contestants already has DJ in his house, cow slaughtered, rice going on, celebrating why election is still ongoing. So imagine a young person that has stood under the sun for hours voting for Mr. B. Mr. B actually from the polling booth can see that he's the one taking the lead. At the end of the day, is the other person that is declared the winner. How will you convince such a person next time to come out and stay under the sun and do pass through the process all over again? But I always tell people, we won't use because cars have accidents and stop traveling. right?
True.
Every day you go on the road, you see cars having accidents and all that. But guess what? The next morning, come to parks, you will still see travelers inside the parks. We use because the system is not yet ripe to get it right, but we keep pushing until we get what we need. So practical example is some of those things. We reach out to people. What do we need our social media for? It's not just to post our fine faces and our businesses and all that. We can also use it to educate Nigerians. Election is by the corner again in this country. General election, I'm not talking about general election, is just from a few months away. And we'll go through this process all over again. And people will still bring our money. So Nigerian youths supposed
to orientation, and just like she said, youth no longer see the need to even participate in this thing because of the outcomes already known. Apparently, Nigerian youth have lost confidence and trust in Nigeria and Nigerian system as a whole. How can we rebuild that trust in Nigerian youth? Because unless that trust is rebuilt, I mean, we still see the same thing happening all over again, even in the general elections that you mentioned earlier.
So how we can do that is very simple. Allow the vote to count. Allow the masses to choose their leader. Let it not be your pocket that chooses your leader for you. Allow the masses to choose. If your candidate fails, it's more honorable that somebody voted for Mr. A, but you don't have enough votes, the other person won. You will go home, you even go and congratulate the other person. But it's so bad that when you see that the people's choice is this person, and at the end of the day, it's the other person that is declared, there is no way. It will keep happening. So I think it has to do with our system. Let's get our system right. Let's allow the people's choice to matter. Actually, politics, the much I know, the people are the one that hires. These are our leaders, our servants. Okay. We are their employer. They are our employee. We are the one. No, it's true.
Does it always work like that? Or
that's the way it's supposed to be. That's what I'm trying to say.
Terms?
No. That's the way it's supposed to be. You are working here. Somebody employed you here, right? So at the end of the day, you can't come and start claiming that you are the one doing the other person a favor. Nigerian leaders can't come and do as if they are doing us a favor. We are the one that hired them to put them in that. Because without our vote, if in 2027, the next coming election, every Nigerian say, we are not coming out to vote, nobody can be declared winner in the election. Are you aware?
INEC would surprise you. Let's just just still on this voter apathy. Do you think that the turnout we had in 2023 is going to happen in 2027 with the way things went in 2023 elections?
What do you want me to say?
I think you've answered the question.
What do you want me to say?
I think you've answered the question.
I believe, I'm not sure. I thought we would have gotten it right in 2023. That's actually, let me be frank with you, right? I know that so many people, because at least I had 15 of my friends that came in from outside the country.
To vote?
Just to vote physically in their country.
Okay.
And imagine spending that heavy. One actually came from Canada. And you know how much it will cost the guy. And after everything, he thought this is the way it's supposed to go. And you go the other way around. How can you convince such a person to come back again and pass through the process and waste his money, take risk and all that? So let's see how it goes.
Okay, just to add to the statement you just made, a bill has been passed on the diaspora voting. I can't really place it exactly.
Yeah.
Do you think it's feasible it come 2027? Is this something that can happen? And do you see this as a platform to also rig elections? I mean, it's something that is happening online. People can have access to this thing and they could actually have their way with it. Do you see it as a safe ground for elections?
Well, I don't think they're just setting it up. Now, it has always been there. Maybe they just wanted to implement it. But the question is, who are the people to manage this system? Let me assume that I'm a leader and I'm contesting for election and I hired you to come and manage the system. You that is managing the system can also manipulate the system.
Of course. So
the question is, who are the people? Unless they are going to bring independent people to manage it, that's the only way I can tell you it will work. Meaning, you are not from Mr. A, you are not from Mr. B, a neutral person. Like election, there are things they call international observers.
Okay.
Those people, they can't even vote. In some cases, they don't even know who is contesting. All they need to do is just to be fair in their judgment and say this is the president. So the only way that system, the only way I see it working is to bring a neutral person to come and manage it. Yeah, that's my own opinion. Thank you.
Now, you, of course, you're the convener of a youth movement, transformational leaders movement. Yeah. How do you see youth inclusion in politics? where do you say that the youth currently stand? Just look at our political system now. Where do you say that the youth stand? And do you see any improvement or any change in the future with youth inclusion in politics?
Yes. If I don't believe in that, I won't be doing what we are doing. We've been on this thing for 2018 till now. That's almost 7 years now, right? Harnessing youth, young talent. We've even gone across some universities and all that. So I believe the youth will get it right.
But now, first of all, now, where do we stand now? And then before we talk about getting it right in the future.
Now, we've not gotten it right. That's the truth of the matter. I don't want to paint words about it. We are still in the process of getting it right. Because like I say, whatever that happened in the system, it didn't happen one day. And it will not be corrected one day. Right? Some of these are our leaders that are top there. Some of them started as youths. There was nobody that is born an adult. Am I right?
Of course.
Everybody started as a youth. But the question is, what system do we have that train these people? What system do we have? Do we have school of governance? Before you become local government chairman, before you become state governor, they will say you will pass through so and so school. In some other advanced nations, they have a particular school where you go there and you get trained before. But here, it's IM.
So let's look at the situation in Nigeria. Let's talk about youth involvement in politics as well. I understand that it's still under the same umbrella. We have, whenever we talk about youth involvement in politics, we keep seeing where they say, oh, you have to serve before you are served as a youth. If you want to hold high positions in politics, you have to follow, have someone that is mentoring you. And does this not inculcate certain habits in the youth, whereby you're in a system where elections are being rigged, we buy votes and all that? You see this as a normal thing to happen, even when it's an abnormal thing to happen. Is this even a right path to follow to start with? Because the same youths that are the underdogs or working for the political bigwigs, they end up in these same positions and the culture keeps continuing. Is this something that we can ever overcome in the years to come?
Yes, we can. You cannot, I believe in political mentorship. That's what you're trying to explain.
Exactly.
You have to serve before you can be served, right? I believe in political mentorship. It's like driving. Politics is like a vehicle. It can be illustrated like a vehicle. A rough driver, for instance, I drive. The person that taught me how to drive is a very rough driver. But most importantly, all I needed is how to engage the gear, how to accelerate the car, how to stop it and all that. That's his own personal life. I don't drive like him.
That is your own awareness. So people that don't have that awareness, that feel like I have to be rough when driving, what happens?
That's actually, it goes back to the first statement.
And they still teach others to be rough when driving too. So it's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, but the system, we need to, that's actually why I say that voters education. We need to educate the people the right way, because the voices, negative voices seems to be speaking more. For instance, let me tell you what is going on. I said that politics can be likened to a vehicle. What we do in this country is that we are like travelers. Let's assume you want to travel from ENUGU to Abuja. I am the driver. I don't know how to drive, but because my father is the one that owns the transport company, he carries the bus key and gives to me. You know how to drive. And before I start, I say, if you know how to drive a car, come and drive this car. You check the stress, man, driving from here to Abuja. I prefer sleeping. You allow me, that is an amateur, to carry the car. And we'll go on the way and we'll start having accidents, start doing all kinds of things. You're at the back complaining. No. What is expected of you is to do what? Oga, park well. Let me take over the driving. Okay. There are few of us that know the right thing, but are we speaking? We are busy pursuing our personal agenda. And that's why people like us have gone out of our way and said, no, we won't be at the back complaining. Let's come and share the driver's seat with you. Let's tell the youth the truth. And that's what we're doing, yeah.
So now let me ask you, then, what kind of leadership culture do you think must emerge among the youth to challenge the current political order and the norm? Now, what are those things, those leadership cultures that we need to start seeing now, not later,
not tomorrow?
Now?
Servant leadership, that's what we need to start seeing. When you enter there, the leader knows that I'm there to serve, not to enrich my pocket, to enrich my family and all that. And I always tell people that whenever you serve the people, that's actually when you have opportunity to amass the wealth as much as you can, because they will willingly give you the opportunity to do that thing. But what goes on in this country is that people are not ready to work. They will just sit down there and they want to keep amassing, and that's why the people are reacting. Once you work, you are permitted to get money in return. Thank you.
Okay, so this is really tricky. This is really tricky. Would you say the only reason why people would kill themselves during election is because of the big win that is ahead of it, the money that is included, the connections that you could have, the contacts, the so many prizes that comes attached to winning an election? Do you think that's the only reason why people would go out of their way, even to the point of harming others, just to win elections?
Yes, that's what it looks like presently, but that's not what it's supposed to be. Actually, if you get our system right, people should approach you and be like, please, I want you to serve. You'll be the one telling them no. I've seen some Nigerians here doing similar thing. People will approach them and be like, please come down to our state. I want you to be so and so. And they'll be like, I'm busy working something out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm busy. So I think that's what you are seeing. That's the example we are seeing, and that's what is trending now. But it's not supposed to be so.
Okay.
It should be a thing of service, not a thing of enriching yourself. Right? But that's what it is currently. So I think.
So it's cutting down the money that are being paid to office holders, I think, to consider at all.
Cutting down their money,
Yes.
like their salaries.
Like salaries that they receive, the allowances, whatever.
For public
cars,
office holders,
even
yes, all the incentives.
The convoy that you have could just reduce to like 1 or 2 cars, things like that. So that way, you don't see a prize, rather you see yourself as a leader coming to serve the people.
The truth is that if you do it in Nigeria now, all these our leaders will leave that they work for
not
you.
Better?
They will leave the work for you. That's the truth. That's the truth. If you do it in today's Nigeria and be like, okay, a governor earns 150,000 naira every month. A local government chairman earns 75,000, maybe whatever.
Everybody should just earn the minimum wage.
Okay, which is
7,000.
So basically, from all that we're saying, we're already highlighting the electoral decays in our system.
Yeah.
So in your view, what is the solution to this? But not just from the politicians or from the youths, but also from the bodies in charge of these electoral processes, like INEC and civil society groups. What would you say is the solution to these electoral decays in our country?
Do you know the truth? There are some countries that have gotten their own rights, and the way they did it is have some serious penalty for any leader. I don't remember the country exactly, but I think there's a particular country that when a leader defrauds the system,
You'll be going to courts?
they kill you.
Oh, wow.
Kill you. So if such systems start working in Nigeria here, you will see our leaders knows what to do. Let me give you a practical example. Some years ago, I traveled and I was with one of our sitting governors outside the country, and I saw the guy. He was queuing up in a place that looked like a ShopRite, and I told the guy I was with, he's not a Nigerian. I said, that man, in front of me, that's the sitting governor in my country, that if you want to see him, it will take you 3 days. But see how he queued up. That same person, you know why? He's in a place where the system is working.
True.
The main thing we need to do is to get our system working. Once you get our INEC working, whereby nobody, you can offer them any amount you want, they say, please let the vote count. That's when we'll start seeing the right things start happening in this country. So the first assignment we have as a country is to get our system working, where both the leaders and those that are led, we insist on let the system work the way it ought to work. If we have 10 votes and it is for Mr. A, let Mr. A be declared the owner of the vote. Not at the, I don't want to go into details because I say I'm in the system. I've contested the election. I know how the system works. And that's actually what prompted me to do what we are doing, because we can't keep complaining. Complaint doesn't solve problem. Do you know what solves problem? Positive actions towards tackling the thing. So I believe that's the right thing to do. Okay?
Okay, I think, is this where we draw the curtains for
Yes,
this conversation?
this is where we draw the curtain on this conversation because our time is up. But it's a pleasure speaking with you.
Of course it is. Thank you so much for joining us on Ikenna Onaga, the convener transformational leaders movement. Thank you so much for joining. Our conversation was on the electoral fraud, apathy, and vote buying in Nigeria. And this is from the involvement of the youth. Of course, if you're a youth there, you should also always, practice, whatever it is that is supposed to put you off, you don't add to it. You just exempt yourself from things like this because it's what actually disrupts the future of our country. And of course, the future is in our hands, and so help us God. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have to join our Abuja studio for the continuation of the Signature Morning. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're always live on SLTV, channel 265, and on YouTube, we are always live there as well. And every other social media platform, you can always find us at Signature TV. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us. I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha.
And I am Queensley Roland. Do have a great day and stay with us to join the Abuja studio.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Voter apathy and vote buying have continued to cast a shadow over Nigeria's elections. Despite ongoing reforms and advocacy by civil society groups, the continued low voter participation and the monetization of the electoral process, which again manifested in the last Saturday's governorship election in Anambra State, have raised questions about the strength of the nation's democracy and citizens' confidence in the system. At a post-election briefing in Oka, the program officer for the Public and Private Development Center, Abdullahi Adamu, noted that despite the calm environment across the 21 local government area, low turnout and vote buying remain critical threats to credibility and public trust. Adamu urged INEC to act decisively to strengthen transparency and restore faith in the process.
From our observation, we can confidently say that the 2025 Anambra off-cycle governorship election was largely peaceful. The conduct of INEC officials and security personnel contributed significantly to the calm atmosphere, and citizens who came out to vote were able to exercise their rights without major disruption.
Presenting the group's findings, Executive Director of Catch Them Young Community Initiative, Nonso Orakwe, noted that in the pre-election period, online discourse was largely peaceful, with 78% of conversations promoting calm participation. According to him, misinformation was minimal, campaign messages were inclusive, and no major threats were reported, setting a positive tone for polling day.
We call on INEC, civil society organizations, development partners, and community leaders to 1. INEC should strengthen logistical planning and staff deployment to ensure timely arrival of personnel across all polling units. Intensify voter education and civic engagement to rebuild public trust. Strengthen enforcement of laws against vote buying, and electoral malpractices.
Orakwe said on election day, INEC officials arrived mostly on time, but beavers glitches barred some new registrants from voting. He noted that security was professional, though vote buying was observed, while turnout was low, blaming it on dwindling trust in the electoral process.
INEC officials arrived early in many polling units across the local governments. However, it was reported that in Onitsha South local government, INEC staff arrived late at the polling units, which caused accreditation and voting to commence late. Incidents of vote buying were observed across many local governments. Voter turnout was notably low.
To address the issues, Orakwe called on INEC, CSOs, development partners, and community leaders to take urgent steps to strengthen logistical planning, empower grassroots organizations, and intensify voter education efforts to rebuild public confidence. The group praised INEC officials, security agencies, and citizens for peaceful election, noting that voter apathy and money politics now require collective action to strengthen Nigeria's democratic process. Addressing these recurring issues require not only institutional reforms by INEC, but also civic education, enforcement of election laws, and collaboration among stakeholders to ensure that future elections truly reflect the will of the people. From Oka, Lawrence Nwimo, Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
At the end of the trading session on Wednesday, November 12th on the Nigerian exchange, 806 million shares were exchanged in 24,489 deals, corresponding to a market value of 50.74 billion naira. Compared with Tuesday's figures, the data reflects a 23% rise in volume, a 73% jump in turnover, but a 17% decline in the number of deals. The market capitalization of the Nigerian exchange currently stands at 93.4 trillion naira, showing sustained investor interest despite recent market fluctuations. Out of 129 equities traded on the NGX, 64 recorded gains while 12 closed in the red. Guarantee Trust Holding topped the gainers list with a 10% price appreciation, closing at 85 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Nigerian Breweries, also gaining 10%, closing at 66 naira per share, Owando 10%, closing at 39 naira 60 kobo per share, and Zenith Bank 10%, closing at 59 naira 40 kobo per share. On the downside, Transcorp Power led the losers with a 10% decline, ending at 307 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Vitafoam Nigeria, also losing 10%, closing at 84 naira 60 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index surged by 4,076.69 points to close at 145,403.99 points. Despite this positive close, the index still reflects a one-week loss of 3.48% and a four-week loss of 1.58%, though it maintains a robust year-to-date gain of 41.27%. Market analysts attribute the rebound to renewed investor confidence and strong performances by leading banking and brewery stocks. The Nigerian Naira recorded mixed movements against the US dollar on Wednesday, November 12th. At the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate, the Naira traded at approximately 1,436 Naira 49 kobo per US dollar. Meanwhile, in the parallel market, the Naira was selling at 1,460 Naira and buying at 1,450 Naira, reflecting a modest 0.34% increase. Analysts say the slight uptick in the parallel market is driven by increased demand and limited dollar supply. Investors and businesses are advised to monitor both official and market rates closely for trading and financial planning. That's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigeria players and staff have boycotted training over a paid dispute ahead of a Crunch World Cup qualifying playoff against Gabon. The Super Eagles are currently in camp in Rabat, Morocco, but the team have reportedly gone on a strike over unpaid allowance and wages, with some players still owed bonus payments dating back to 2029. The players said bonuses due after they qualified for AFCON are also yet to be paid. Players have met with representatives from the Nigerian Football Federation (NFF), but no resolution has yet been reached. Nigerians under-20 women's national team, the Falconets, beat Ghana's Black Princesses 3-0 on Tuesday in the reverse fixture in the ongoing under-20 Wafu B Girls Cup Omnisport Dijon in Benin. The win gives Nigeria the double over Ghana after winning 3-1 in the opening game. The 2025 Wafu Zone B Under-20 Girls Cup started on November 7th and will end on November 12th. It's just 3 participating nations, Nigeria, Ghana, and host Benin Republic. The tournament serves as a crucial developmental platform for identifying new talent and preparing national squads for up and coming CAF and FIFA youth competitions. Lionel Messi has shared fresh insight into his decision-making process regarding whether he will feature for Argentina at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Speaking about the possibility, the 2022 World Cup winner said, "Turning out for the national team at such a major tournament remains special, especially after lifting the trophy in Qatar." Mercy, who turns 39 during the 2026 World Cup, has not ruled out taking part but insists the final decision will depend on how his body responds as the tournament approaches. In golf, Kia Trump has revealed she received advice from her grandfather, US President Donald Trump, and golf legend Tiger Woods ahead of her LPGA debut. Trump is set to make her LPGA Tour debut in the Anika driven by Gamebridge at Spelcam. Trump is a high school senior in Florida who has committed to playing college golf at the University of Miami in 2026. She has more than 6 million combined followers across social media and recently started an apparel and lifestyle brand aimed at empowering young women in sports. That's sports news. I'm Ugonne Owalo for Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, let me welcome you to Signature Morning, this beautiful morning from Abuja, the Nigerian capital. My name is Mwambe Zenjoko. Now, on the 27th of this month, it will be the World Tourism Day. Peace. Peace is the central word. But in that peace, the world expects a mixture. People moving across, relating, intermarrying, experiencing cultures, creating developments. By the way, in 2024, the world tourism revenue stood at $9 trillion. But this morning, we're not going to be talking about the money, about the movements. We're going to be looking at culture, development, and identity. Who are we really? So when we mix, who are mixing with the rest of the world, what do we have? What do we bring to the world tourism basket, the cultural basket? And have this morning a guest who fits the bill. I have Ambassador Adetulaju Olusunde. Now Adetulaju Olusunde is a high chief from Ekiti State. He is the Obaru Ademula of Orori in Ilawe, Ekiti. Don't mind my inflections. If I were broadcasting from Ibadan for many more years, my inflections will be right. Ambassador, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Now, I said, you are a member of the Afro-Caribbean Cultural Association.
Yes, sir. That is why I'm getting the award of the name Ambassador.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Now, when you are a member of a cultural association, it means you will encourage mixing of one culture and another, and sharing understanding and experiences. Yes. But before you do that, you must understand who you are.
Yes, exactly.
You must understand who you are.
My identity.
You have to have an identity.
Yeah.
Now, I've seen you in your attire. So you are a Yoruba Nigerian African.
Yes.
But what is inside you? The value, the culture. Do you think that the average Nigerian, look at the colonial experience, the coming of the white man, your religion from the beginning, your food from the beginning. Are we still, am I still, is the African still a real pure black man, or has he been changed by culture and religion?
Thank you very much. Our identity has been polluted, extremely polluted. In the sense, our identity does not stay any longer because of interactions.
They come there, we go there, they govern us.
Yes, but it is not barely our fault. It is the fault of our forefathers. And what has happened to our forefathers is what is still lingering all till today. Merely seeing a white man, you will see as a different being. You yourself, you think they are superior more than you are. But God created us almost the same. And unfortunately, the intellect that was given to us stylishly was tapped away from us. And this is what made the white what they are today. I think our traditional religion, indigenous religion, was the root of our problem. Why was it? Why is it? Because it was emanated in the land of Egypt. Because the reasoning then was that who created this sky that is hanging, no pillar, nothing you can see that hold it. Then you could see the water. Nobody knows who created it. Nobody can create water. Even in a scientific lab, if you want to distill water, it is from the air, blowing air, that all those something will be gathered. Then the sand, nobody has ever existed that can create a grain of sand up to now. You cannot manufacture air. All this was a surprise to our forefathers. They now suggested that they now find out who is the creator of all this. Who even created human being? Nobody can create a human being. But the China has been doing some practices now. Not that they create human being. Because you cannot create that semen. The man's spermatozoa and the female egg. You can't create that. Unless you fuse them together. This is what they have been doing. Even if they do. If God doesn't want. We learned that, according to the Bible, we learned that God made the mud and something and breathed into it and it started breathing. It's more than that. The secret of creating human being, nobody can get it. It is that Almighty. So when they now saw that, who is responsible for all this? They now thought that there should be a supreme being. That supreme being is known in the land of Yoruba or Africa as Olodumare. You called God different names. Some people call him God. Some people call him Olodumare. Some people call him Shineke. So all those kind of names.
But it is the same.
It is the same God. It is the same God. And you see, they now, where is this man living? Because they believe that anybody that can do anything extraordinary must be a man. So where is he living? Where can we find him? But it's very difficult to find.
Impossible.
It is impossible. Now, they now thought that he should be living inside that sun where no living can reach. Even if a plane, the iron, is going there, it will turn to ashes. This was a lecture delivered in 1970 by late Vela Adekulapo in the then University of Ife. When I read that book made by Mampinori, I refused to call the name of Jesus for 3 months. Not thought I got to my town, there is a living deity there, talking deity, that was querying some pastors who came there, and they were said, this is one devil they put here that is talking here, that is they use the deceitful people to eat. And they were so far away from it. He now threw cola into their midst. They were afraid. He asked them to come up. They were there. They knelt down. He now said that he asked the priest before me that how much have you received from these people? The man couldn't talk. He said, how much did you receive from these people? He couldn't talk. He now asked them, how much have I taken from you? You are pastors. You come here. Why have you ever come here as well? He now told them what each of them came for. They were surprised. He asked them one question. I did 2 questions. He said, when Moses separated the sea, you should give me the date of that day. That day in the week in the month, and the month in the year, and that particular year. He wants to know. They couldn't find the answer to this. He said, yet you still call yourself a faithful person. He said that as he has been into the world, there was no a day before, and there was no one after. It is only one day that a day turned to night. When they killed the truth son of Almighty, Otito Omo Orisha. This is the way Yoruba will call it, Otito Omo Orisha. So he said that the garment of the temple was broken. Then that is when I knew that he was talking about Jesus Christ. This is what may change my mind towards calling the name of Jesus again. Now, if not so, because I discovered that those whites, they really cheated us. Because that religion, why I said that religion started the whole thing, that we lost our identity. The religion was practiced for 5,000 years without allowing any Europe to participate or white to participate. And their miracles were being done. The first person to cure another man on the surface of earth was an African man. He prepared concoction with this what we call cannabis nowadays, and drank to cure that disease of the heart. Now, anything you find as an African person, your name will not be written. Anything I find, my name will not be written. Anything other person, even if you are female, it will not be written. What they will do is they will just say one Africa.
Yeah, but that's what they call patent, so they know who owns it.
So, but then that was the infection of the words as time was going on. So automatically, they now mistakenly allowed the whites to come and participate. So when they came, they now saw the wonders that Africa were performing. They now decided that if we leave these people, one day they start ruling the world. This was how Africa was started being invaded.
Now you are a Yoruba chief.
Yeah.
So you are deep into the knowledge of the Yoruba traditional religion and culture.
Yeah.
Is there a conflict? Because we are coming to our culture, our identity, and our development.
Yes.
Is there a conflict in what the Yoruba religion wants to achieve in human conduct, the way we behave, and what the Christian religion set out to achieve when it came to Africa? Is there a conflict?
And a serious one. Serious one. Even the most havoc was done by the Muhammad when he rose. You could see the Christian religion. There was nothing like the Christian religion before. Even Jesus Christ was not a Christian. Wasn't a Christian. It was after his demise that his disciples started preaching what he has taught them all about.
Or what they understood from what he was teaching.
Exactly. He was teaching peace. It's for peace. And what the people of Israelite was expecting of him then was to be like a Samson, fighting the Philistines. The Philippines, I mean.
The Philistines.
The Philistines. So now, fighting them, destroy them or something, but he started doing peaceful, having peaceful approach. So if you are sick, you go there and heal you. He will even raise the dead. Now it started becoming popular. They killed him because of popularity. Jesus was killed because of popularity. That his behavior, it will not make the king be recognized. There was a time they even asked him, "Are you the king of Jews?" He said no. So he gave them the appropriate answer. But they are not satisfied. What they can just do is to eliminate him. But you see, now I said that he was not a Christian. Even the people will say, if you ask them how many disciples does Jesus Christ have, they will tell you it's 12. They are not 12. They are 72 in numbers. 72 in numbers. But the executive ones are 12. There you have the chairman, the president, the PRO, the secretary, and the treasurers. And so this is what these are the people, the caucus. They do everything in secret as well. So what existed that time was synagogue. And the synagogue was practiced in the way Africans practice their religion. That is a temple where no other person can enter. It's only the priest. And if you want to enter the place, they put sand
for you to clean the sole of your feet.
So to your leg, and they will tie a rope at the bottom,
waist.
At the waist. So if the offense of this were much that time, he will never return. So when they don't hear the sound again, now they draw him out with this something. Do you want to tell me is this Holy Ghost whatever that we are doing then? So, and the people, the children of Eli was the one that destroyed that something, and this is what even brought another leadership. When he died, they went to Samuel, give us a leader. God was annoyed. But that is their history.
That is their history.
That is their history. That's what they told us here. They came here to bamboozle us with all these kind of stories in order to lose our identity. To lose our identity. Now they made us believe that what we are doing is primitive. Now when they started invading us or something, in Egypt, during the time of Alexander the Great, the Greek Pharaoh was on the throne then. One of his princes ran to Ethiopia and married to King Solomon, one of the numerous wives. That is why the place is regarded as a monarchical region today. That one is
Yes, because I want you to come back to the Yoruba religion.
So not Yoruba religion,
yes.
Not even only Yoruba religion.
African religion. Is it in conflict?
So then when they came, they introduced the Bible to us, but they were carrying our people away. So they were telling us we should behave well, as if we are not behaving well before. Even before the Moses got something, we've gotten the order that you know that you should not steal, you should not
oppress the poor.
You
should not lie.
Anything you give, anything you have should be shared. You should be honest. The father of all God is the truth. The father of all gods is the truth. But unfortunately, we've lost that God. And that is why we are in disarray. Nobody is ready to say the truth. If you are saying the truth to you, they will deal with you. It is happening to me as I'm talking. It is really happening to me in my community as I'm talking to you. But truth is the father of all God. Is the father of everything. Is the father of all behavior. Is the guidance of all life. But something that should guide our life isn't with us any longer. And it was from this their foreign religion that we got all these things mixed. Because our antiquities, which was created, which we believe we will be carrying our message to the Almighty, they started telling us it's not good, and they were cutting it away to their side. The small one, they will now put fire on it. They pepper explosive on it, and they will burn. They are telling us lie. Most of the antiquities in my place has been in Germany and maybe London, anywhere.
If they were valueless, why did they take them away?
They will tap the power there. These people are so wise.
They are cunning.
It's okay.
They are trickish.
So they will tell. They will get somebody who will tell them the what you're supposed to give to that something that will be gained, whatever the something, and when they know all those things, then they will be satisfying them. Up to now, they are still carrying the mommy water. And why are they carrying them? Because they are in another different world. Their technology is more superior than our own. If you could remember the year 1987 or 88, there was a baby fish caught by the Russian. They called them Soviet Union then.
Yeah.
When there was a ship, there was a plane that has dropped into the water for centuries, and they couldn't find it. They now went down deep the sea, and they saw this baby fish, and they carried it offshore. By the time he told them that they should return him. The captain of the ship fainted, became unconscious for almost 5 days. They were surprised. He said they should return me. If you don't return me, the government, the power of the Soviet Union will be in disarray. There will be secessions. And when it gave them 3 years, and when they refused to return, it came to pass. That baby fish said there were parts of Africa that submerged into the sea several centuries ago. And they are coming to the surface of earth to see primitive technology that we are doing here. I was surprised then. Primitive technology, computer is there, aeroplane is flying on the something, there are big house on the water moving, and still call it primitive. Immediately I was feeling that if these people can just go and train me for 6 months and return me back, I would have been performing wonders. But that one cannot really happen, because they will not return someone. So automatically, our religion, they said, is devilish. Anything we do, the blacks is demon. They will describe them. When I was discussing this one with some of my people then, the so-called religion, Christianity, because I was one SU, whatever, that, and they said it's a demon. How are you sure you are not the demon? Somebody who is telling you that your technology is primitive, and you are dying just because you don't know God. That is where I was afraid. Because if they should know God, that somebody is God, and they said we don't know it, that is why we are dying. People will live after 300 years there. And you are still calling us a person in them.
Okay, let us leave the world that we don't know. The world in the sea.
So automatically now, during the colonial eras, this is where we are missing our goals. When they come and introduce all those, they told us that Jesus Christ died 2,000
years ago,
25 years ago. In the history, Muhammad rose up in Mecca 652 years. Subtract that from 2025. It's still just a 1,000 plus. Are you getting my point? Are we not in existence before then? Are we not in existence before? Even unfortunately, even our history is lost because we want to graphite ourselves. I am this, I am that. They will be twisting everything. This is what is happening, even among our superior monarchs nowadays.
Ambassador, let us. Can we try to? Is it possible, really?
Yep.
For us to find out who we are again. Before we came on set where we were conversing, I told you a conversation that took place in Otta Farm in Abeokuta. And when former head of state,
Olusegun
Obasanjo, asked a very interesting question.
Yeah.
Why is it that culture is always moving from London to Lagos? Fashion, language, food, even politics is always moving from London to Lagos.
Yeah.
Why does it not move from Ibadan, from Ilewe Ekiti to Scotland and Ireland and to Washington?
Thank you very much.
Can we get back at least to some measure who we were?
Thank you.
Because you told this story how we are messed up. Yes. Is it possible for us to go back? And if we go back, can our original selves, who we are, help us in our development?
Thank you very much. It's possible. It's possible, but it's not just a day work. It should be gradual. Are you with me? And thanks to social media, it's now exposing everybody. You'll be drinking tea with God. You'll be eating eba with the Almighty. It's exposing all these gimmicks. Because we want to live in affluence, then you will deceive others. They are using Africa to bamboozle Africa. It's not the white that comes to nowadays telling us that it's only one person, unless you follow Jesus. Even in Netanyahu in Israel now, if you even call the name of Jesus, it's a taboo for you to say that. It's offensive. Christian there, they still maintain their Judaism. They still maintain it. It's their traditional religion. If we go back to our traditional religion, we can find it, because there, anyway, it has been polluted also, because there's something we call LGBT. dubiosity. So it has entered into every looks and cranny of all the African.
Ambassador, calm down. Let me tell you something.
So, bet, sir.
No, I want you to calm down. I know. I paused because those in charge. I'm going to start from the Yoruba Igbo religion. Every action against the rule, against Eledumare,
yes,
against the innocent,
yes,
has its punishment,
yes,
repercussion,
which
is known and visible to those living. It's not waiting for you to die,
yes,
and get your punishment where nobody sees you.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
If you cheat a widow,
yeah,
in the religion, if you go planting in an orphan's land, which are taken because you are mighty and you're strong, Amadora will strike you dead.
Yes.
It doesn't wait for you to die.
Yes, certainly.
But there were processes in that faith. Who can bring them back? You cannot, can you?
Thank you very much. That's why that person, that's President Olusegun Obasanjo, I pity that man so much. He meant well for us. I could remember he organized First Act 77 to bring African culture and something together. What did he get at last? He was blamed that he wasted their economy. People started preaching against him. He wants us to be worshiping idol. He wants us to something of that nature or something. And this idea of this is what this man wanted to return. Even present day, another stage has come, which is Nerisha or Jaja in Ilefe. He's embracing all these traditional religions, festivals. They started attacking him sometimes. They made a press conference or something. He just called them that, please come. I will tell you, those people that are using the obvious way of dealing with you, we expose every one of them. In fact, they kept quiet. So if we can have our traditional monarchs embracing the style of this man, we will come back to that stage. We'll come back to, but everything is now, your children will be querying you. How can I believe this? They will be believing what they do not even, where they have not even gone. So I was discussing with, there are some 3 pastors. There was a pastor who came to he always come to my rant. I know they said they should go and be troubling me. You'll be cursing those people that are doing traditional something. You'll be saying the Bible says that their children will be devoured by a lion, by some. They will be feeling something. I just woke up. I had my prayer and I went to him. Please, sir, what has those one traditional people done against you? Have they ever campaigned against you? He said, why are you cursing them? Look at the den of those people that are smoking Indian hemp, those young guys. You do not go there to change their mind. That is a mosque there saying Allahu Akbar. You didn't go there that they should change to Jesus Christ. They will cut your head now. Then why is it you are now abusing those people that doesn't even tamper with you because they are doing what they believe? And now please open the book of in your Bible. You see, I say yes. He went to the car. Mommy, please give me that Holy Bible, Holy book. He open to the book of Luke, chapter 2, verse 21 down. He read it in Yoruba that once he grew up, they brought the child for sacrifice. Láti yà sí mímọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí májẹ̀mú the covenant between Abraham and God, that a male child should be circumcised 8 days after the birth. They have 2 doves, 2 pigeons to make sacrifice. I said that one. He said that was when Jesus Christ was not known anything. So he has not been wise then. Has it been abolished in Israel? He couldn't answer that. Okay, I said go to the book of Job, chapter 32, verse 7 to 9. He also read it in Yoruba. Àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ Job sì ṣòdì sí Olúwa, that the Job friends did what annoyed God. Olúwa sì bínú gidigidi that God is annoyed. He now told Job that they should go and have 7 cows, 7 goats, 7 rams, and 777 to go and make sanctification from Job. He said that is Old Testament. I said thank you. It is Old Testament. Please open to the book of Malach. Chapter 3, verse 10 to 12. Ẹ mú ìdámẹ́wàá fún àwọn ọmọ Léfì nítorí pé wọn kò ní ìpín sí ilẹ̀. Ẹ fi eléyìí dán mi wò, that you should test me, give tithe, if I will not open the windows of blessing. I said, is that New Testament? Why are you embracing that one? Maybe you said it's Old Testament. Is that the New Testament? He couldn't talk. I said, open the book of Matthew 23, chapter 23, verse 23. He said, woe to those who are taking tithe unjustly. He said, you are too knowledgeable. You are too knowledgeable. I want to know you. I said, why do you need to know me? I said, you are just because you want to eat. That's why you are making all this blah blah all about. He said it's from the house of traditional people where they do masquerade or something, and you are now saying you are a pastor because you have taken a book called Odumosun to perform wonders. So you are now saying you will now be saying you now write a shop and a bell with the Bible and saying you will be saying then you will be doing miracle underneath, and you will say Jesus is the one doing it for you. You are just a lazy person. The man went away frustratedly. Since that time, he didn't come again. You see? You look at our people, our children nowadays. That culture, tradition, our belief has been eroded away. You will see them plating their heads, doing something because of the American boys and the European boys doing their something in their own way.
That's the way I'm getting to, Ambassador.
So automatically,
it is all these stories I've told now. It is us doing us.
Yes, exactly.
There's no white man, there's no European, there's no American coming to do miracles here, whether they're true or not.
Exactly.
There's none of them picking and choosing parts of the book they brought here
exactly
to do miracle. So what do we do to bring ourselves back to some sanity?
Thank you, sir. The congregation of Christianity and Islamic religion, they have the wealthiest people. Until those people refuse to be deceived, telling in fact, if your children doesn't read Bible, you will say it's not good. If it doesn't go to Magaranta and be reading Bata, you will say it's not something. That is not. Well, what of our own? But thank God.
Yeah, but who will teach our own?
Thank God.
Please,
of recent,
Ambassador, who will teach our own?
Thank you. Of recent, our Ifa Oracle has started moving to the
Western world.
That's the only one.
So meet them there.
Meet them there. So in fact, the time is coming, they will take it over from us, and they say they are the originated, the founder of this. Yes. Even Elivatia, all these Ifa, whatever, something. In this where they stone
Satan.
Satan. They said 360 deities were there, gather from different places and put it there, and then now is what our government is spending money on. If you go there, you become Alaji. Alaji is just the meaning of Alaji is just a traveler. So I will have that title, a big man. But until we come to our senses,
Okay.
So Ambassador, telling our small children,
yes, let us
our way of life, our father's way of life.
Let us relate with the world. You know that I said that the 27th of May is World Tourism Day.
Yeah.
Tourism means cultures, we mean people will travel.
Yeah.
Experience other. If we go to China now, this conversation may not be necessary because there's no conflict between Christianity and the Chinese religion.
Exactly.
So either Buddhism or Shintoism,
they don't even embrace any other religion.
They don't have
their
this.
indigenous religion is their religion.
So they cannot say that somebody brought the Bible here and came to deceive them, and that people are
Look at
as we travel, as we go to other societies, and we see their own religions. How does the experience we get there begin to help us to say, look, this is exactly who we are moving the wrong way.
Yes.
If you go to London now, you're going to church.
Yes.
If you go to America, it's likely you're going to church.
Yes.
If you go to Germany, you're likely to go to church. If you go to France, you're going to go to a Catholic church. Spain, Italy, you're going to church.
Thank you.
But don't go to church when you get to the
Singapore
of Ife's palace.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, that church you are talking about, I think it's an African industries nowadays. If you go to Germany, you will find out it's these African people that are establishing it there. If you go to America, they are not the white. We are the ones that are now bringing something that come down to them, and they are not even taking it from them. It's only we Africa that are there that we even go to that place as well. Because we are the only one that want to enter into the heaven that we don't know. We are entering to the heaven here on the surface of the earth when you maintain truth. When you maintain truth until our people knows this. These people are using this thing to amass wealth to themselves for God's sake. How many member of redeemed people or winner or something is boarding the jet or the aeroplane that the overseer are using? How many of them? But they are using it for the gospel work of God. How many people are they using it to carry? They will create school in the name of that. How many war member of that congregations, their children attended the place? You see, until we come back to our senses, and I was talking of that Kabesi Oni.
Yes,
Risha, that is a blessing to us now for what is performing on traditional issues. If we can have our monarchs join this race and embrace African way of life, we will not be misbehaving. Because our rule is stand with them. If you do it with your heart, something, or don't just do balabala or something, do it in the way. Because some people they do the final oracle for you or something. They will say, go and look for a very big cow. Go and look for a ram. Because it's a lie.
If if you were the traditional ruler,
yeah,
in a let me name names. If you are the Olubadan of Ibadan,
yeah,
Rashid Ladoja is the Olubadan in waiting.
Yes.
If his coronation had taken place and he sat on the throne of his fathers,
yes,
and the British ambassador, the American ambassador, the French, no, the British High Commissioner, American High Commissioner or ambassador, the French ambassador, some of those embassy officials came to visit him.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
That Africa played in its founding, which was small and relatively insignificant. Of the 51 member states involved in the founding of the United Nations in 1945, only 4 were African: Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa. It is important to point out that the United Nations came into being in the aftermath of World War II because of the inability of its predecessor, the League of Nations, to avert a large-scale global conflict, which had been its guiding purpose when it was founded in 1920 at the end of the First World War. Out of the 42 founding member states of the League of Nations, only 3 were African: Liberia, the Union of South Africa, and Ethiopia. Egypt was to join later in 1937. Africa's overall participation in the organization's founding was minimal and relatively unimportant. That's because before all the other talks and meetings, representatives from a group of 14 nations gathered in Berlin for a series of discussions that began in 1884 and which led to the partitioning and formal colonization of the African continent, which is also called the Scramble for Africa. It has famously been written that past is prologue. Well, in the past, the majority of the 54 nations that now comprise Africa were never offered a seat at the table where plans for a new world order were being drawn. But, Madam President, as fate would have it, the tables are turning, and Africa's role in the authorship of whatever is yet to come for this world is going to be huge, and it will be consequential. According to this organization's own projections, by the year 2050, more than 25% of the world's population is expected to come from the African continent. Additionally, by 2050, 1/3 of all young people aged between 15 to 24 will be residing on the African continent. So you see, the future of this world is African. Allow me to say this once again a little louder for those of you in the back. The future is African. Already today, Africa is a catalyst for human potential and development, as well as for economic reform and ecological stability. Africa is a catalyst for systemic change. If this reality, which is fact-based and straightforward, seems provocative or unsettling, perhaps it's because you are viewing it through the lens of centuries of filters, colonialism and imperialism, and the resulting implicit bias. Maybe you are unaware of the resilience of African nations or their remarkable ability to make a strong comeback just when you think it's safe to count them out. That is what is happening right now in my own country, Ghana. Our constitution limits leaders to 2 4-year terms. In January, I was sworn in for a second term, which, let me point out, was non-consecutive with my first term. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, was rapidly depreciating, faced with rising inflation, a huge debt burden, and low morale amongst our citizens. My new administration settled down quickly and embarked on an ambitious program of comprehensive transformation designed to restructure Ghana's economic foundation and enhance our competitive standing globally. We refer to this process of recalibration as our reset agenda. In just 8 months, we have achieved significant reduction in inflation from 23.8% in December 2024 to 11.5% in August 2025, restoring price stability for our citizens. Additionally, our currency, the Ghana cedi, has appreciated considerably against other currencies, with Bloomberg reporting it as the best performing currency in the world at one point. Our improved sovereign credit rating reflects increasing investor confidence in our economy. And our 24-hour economy initiative promises to transform our economy. And there's a renewed willingness amongst our people to trust that their elected officials have Ghana's interests at heart and that we're progressing together. Madam President, I believe that in honor of this milestone celebration, the United Nations should also embark on a process of serious recalibration and establish its own reset agenda. Since the organization's founding, the number of UN member nations has nearly quadrupled. And quite frankly, it is not the same world that it was back then when the UN was formed. I mentioned earlier that I began my second non-consecutive term as president this past January. My first term ended in January 2017. In that span of time, 8 years, the world has changed with such ferocity. My first days in office after my return felt as though I had just awakened from a Rip Van Winkle-style sleep. Now, no, that was only after 8 years. Imagine then what it will be like after 80 years since the founding of the United Nations. In 1945, the sun had not yet set on the largest empire in history. The most common mode of international travel was by sea. The personal computer had not been invented, let alone made portable. And television, a new convenience, was still in its infancy, albeit in black and white color. Relations between the US and the Soviet Union were turning frosty, with Winston Churchill declaring that an iron curtain has descended across the European continent. Fast track 80 years on, in today's world, hundreds of thousands of commercial flights take off and land every day. Libraries have been digitized so that volumes of literature can exist on a small device, small enough to fit inside your pocket. We live in a world of cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, social media, the internet and its dark hidden dungeon of the dark web, all of which carry a potential threat to global peace and security. Climate change is real, and we're fighting a losing battle against the loss of Maldives and other island nations to the rising sea level, against the loss of Timbuktu to desertification, and the Amazon forest to global warming and deforestation. Madam President, the UN Founding Charter is outdated when it comes to representation in this August Assembly. The most powerful post-World War II nations are still being rewarded with an almost totalitarian guardianship over the rest of the world. And yet, the first sentence in Chapter 2, Article 1 of the UN Charter declares that the organization is based on the principle of sovereign equality of all its members. If this were true, and was the case, a continent as large as Africa, with its numerous UN member states, would have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. Furthermore, we believe that veto power should not be restricted to only 5 nations, nor should it be absolute. There must be a mechanism in this House for the General Assembly to challenge a veto. No single nation should be able to exercise an absolute veto to serve its own interests in a dispute. In 1995, during the 50th anniversary of the United Nations, Nelson Mandela stood in this very spot, and he said, The United Nations has to reassess its role, redefine its profile, and reshape its structures. It should truly reflect the diversity of our universe and ensure equity among the nations in the exercise of power within the system of international relations in general and the Security Council in particular. I close quotations. 30 years later, we African leaders are still making the same simple request for a permanent seat on the Security Council with the power of a veto. So today, Madam President, I stand here in this exact spot and ask the world, if not now, then when? We demand not only a reform of the Security Council, but also a reset of the global financial architecture, which is currently rigged against Africa. Africa must have a greater say in the world's multilateral financial institutions. And while I'm making requests, I'd like to call for the removal of the blockade on Cuba. As Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our nation's founder, famously said, we seek to be friends with all and enemies to none. The Cuban people shed their blood on African soil in the fight against apartheid. And indeed, Cuba has been and continues to be a faithful friend of Africa. You see, the very fact that I can stand here and ask these things and say these things, and the fact that all nations can ostensibly gather here to address critical global issues, air our grievances, and express our concerns, that is what makes the survival of this organization so important. In every old city or village, you'll find a town square, or a courtyard, or a plaza that once served as a gathering space for the citizens of the community and their leaders. Meetings and celebrations were held there, as were trials and elections. And these were spaces that brought people together and held them together as a community. Sadly, time and technology have eroded these spaces. Madam President, in many ways, the United Nations is the proverbial town square of our modern global village. And it has never been more critical for us to protect this one space that brings and holds the world nations together as a community. The internet, social media platforms, and artificial intelligence offer us the illusion of connectivity, when in fact what they do is reinforce isolation by using algorithms that ensure that we do not receive new ideas and perspectives, but rather more of the same content. We are served alternative facts and manipulated images, making it easy to disseminate disinformation and sow seeds of division amongst communities. Madam President, these are dangerous times. Our world is currently experiencing a rise in nationalism and economic instability. There's a general breakdown of multilateralism. Various acts of aggression have been committed against the sovereignty of others, and nations are attempting to circumvent the very safeguards that were put in place to prevent large-scale global conflict. These conditions are all too similar to the ones that led to the League of Nations' failure in fulfilling its mandate. The denial of visas to President Abbas and the Palestinian delegation sets a bad precedent and should be deeply worrying to all member nations of the United Nations. Ghana recognized the state of Palestine in 1988 and supported a two-state solution to the conflict since then. And I say, contrary to the claims of some, a two-state solution would not be a reward for Hamas. It would rather be a reprieve for the hundreds of thousands of innocent women and children and people who are facing collective punishment and forced starvation for no reason other than the fact that they are Palestinian. For nearly 2 years and for the fear of reprisals, we here in this General Assembly have been playing hide and seek with language to find the right words to help us avoid or excuse what we all know is taking place in Gaza. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter what you call it. If it looks like a duck, it swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, well, then it must be a duck. The crimes in Gaza must stop. The crimes in Gaza must stop. Madam President, I also want to draw particular attention to the conflict in Sudan, which this body has described as the world's largest humanitarian crisis. 12 million people have had to flee their homes. And when we speak of migration, we refer to the 12 million new Sudanese refugees, whom we as a global community should be willing to assist in much the same way that many member nations readily assisted new refugees coming out of Ukraine. Let's dispense with the euphemisms and dog whistles and speak frankly. It is not a mystery that when leaders of Western nations complain of their migration problems, they are often referring to immigrants from the global south. But many of those immigrants are climate refugees. And interestingly, the global north emits 75% more greenhouse gases than the global south. However, the effects of climate change are more severe in the global south because we lack the resources to address them effectively. And so when the desert encroaches on our villages and towns and they become unlivable, we are forced to flee. Warsan Shire, a Somali-born prophet, a Somali-British poet born in Kenya to Somalian refugee parents, was London's first youth poet laureate. She writes in her poem titled Home. And it says, you have to understand that no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one bends their palms under trains beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the stomach of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled mean something more than just a journey. Madam President, we cannot normalize cruelty. We cannot normalize hatred. We cannot normalize xenophobia and racism. If we're going to tell a story, let's not tell it slant. Let's tell all the truth. When we speak of migrants, we speak of Mami Ewusi Mensah Frimpong, a judge on the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California. She's the first black female judge on any of California's 4 federal district courts. She was born here in America to immigrant parents from Ghana. We speak of Peter Bosman, a medical doctor in Ghana who moved to the town of Piran in Slovenia in the 1980s and later became the first black mayor of Piran, the first black mayor in Slovenia and in the whole of Eastern Europe. We speak of T. Michael, the iconic Ghanaian Norwegian artist and designer. And of course, we speak of the late Kofi Annan, former United Nations Secretary General. Former United Nations Secretary General and Nobel Peace Prize recipient, who was born in Ghana but spent his adulthood in various places in America and Europe. These are people who have brought great distinction to the countries that they decided to call home. Just as the migrants and the children of migrants before them did, I dare say these are not invaders. These are not criminals. Madam President, the slave trade must be recognized as the greatest crime against humanity. As the African champion on reparations, Ghana intends to introduce a motion in this August body to that effect. More than 12.5 million Africans were forcibly taken against their will and transported to create wealth for the powerful Western nations. We must demand reparations for the enslavement of our people and the colonization of our land that resulted in the theft of our natural resources, as well as the looting of artifacts and other items of cultural heritage that have yet to be returned in total. We recognize the value of our land and the value of our lives, as did our colonizers, as well as the governments that happily paid reparations to former slave owners as compensation for the loss of their property, in quotes, and that property for which they received compensation was paid referred to enslaved people who had been freed. Madam President, an increasingly insecure world is witnessing upward spending on defense budgets of bilateral partners and steep cuts in official development assistance. Since July 2024, it is estimated that there's been a 40% drop in humanitarian aid globally. In this era of global uncertainty, Africa must exercise sovereignty over its natural resources to raise the necessary funds to ensure the well-being of its citizens. The days of parceling out vast concession areas to foreign interests for exploitation must come to an end. We'll continue to welcome foreign investment, but we must negotiate better for a bigger share of the natural resources that belong to us. And we must insist on value addition to these resources. We're tired of the continued image of poverty-stricken, disease-ridden rural communities living at the periphery of huge foreign-controlled natural resource concession areas. We're tired of having people extract the most they can from us and in return offer us the very least by way of respect, consideration, and dignity. We're tired of not being represented in ways that reveal the richness and complexity of our history or acknowledge all that we have overcome to arrive here in this liminal space of untold possibilities. Allow me to echo the Indian-American writer Arundhati Roy, who wrote, "Another world is not only possible, she is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her briefing." I want to add that for the sake of Africa, and quite selfishly for the sake of my 18-year-old daughter, I hope that this new world that is arriving is a place of safety and equality for women and girls. To succeed, we must empower everyone, including women and girls, to reach their full potential. In closing, Madam President, I'd like to congratulate you on your election to preside over this historic 80th General Assembly and on being the 5th woman to hold this distinction. I'd also like to congratulate Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on being the first woman Vice President of Ghana. Now every Ghanaian girl knows the heights to which she can ascend. Words matter, but issues of representation matter even more, which is why Ghana looks forward to the appointment of a woman as Secretary General of this organization in the near future. Madam President, Your Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, the President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, Madam Annalena Baerbock, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Madam President, you can count on Kenya's full support throughout your tenure as you steer the Assembly into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in the aftermath of the unprecedented global destruction and devastating war, the international community came together in hope. They created this organization, the United Nations, as a shield against the horrors of war, as a platform for dialogue, and as a bridge to a better, fairer, more secure global community. What is often forgotten or not mentioned today is that the United Nations grew out of the failure of the League of Nations that existed between 1919 and 1945. The League of Nations did not collapse for lack of good intentions or noble objectives. Formed at the end of the First World War and as part of the Treaty of Versailles, it was humanity's first attempt to build a permanent international organization to stop aggression and war and bring nations together. Its ambitions were to achieve collective global security, disarmament, peaceful dispute resolution, and cooperation on humanitarian and social issues. Despite these ideals, the League of Nations failed. The United States never joined, other great powers came and went, and without enforcement authority, its condemnation carried little weight. When Japan invaded Manchuria, when Italy marched into Ethiopia, and when Hitler openly defied its rules, the League stood by, helpless and powerless. By the late 1930s, its credibility had collapsed, and with the outbreak of the World War II, it was rendered irrelevant. Madam President, this history is both a lesson and a warning. Institutions rarely fail because they lack vision or ideals. More often, they drift into irrelevance when they do not adapt, when they hesitate to act, and when they lose legitimacy. To remain relevant, institutions must be reimagined, must be reformed, renewed, and aligned with emerging realities. 8 decades ago, the founders of the UN sought to correct the failures of the League of Nations by creating a stronger, more inclusive organization anchored in the principles of, and I quote, "We the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war," end of quote. Today, we are gathered for the UN at 80. The question is unavoidable. Is the United Nations relevant to the demands of our time? Can it continue to serve humanity in the face of current realities? Or has it become a relic of a bygone era? Madam President, Excellencies, we meet against a grim global backdrop. Conflict rages in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and beyond. Climate disasters grow fiercer by the day. Inequality deepens, pandemics loom, and technological disruptions outpaces governance. Instead of trust, mistrust is spreading. Instead of solidarity, fragmentation is taking root. In place of hope, anxiety fills our global community. We are living, to borrow from the words of the founders of this institution, not in larger freedom, but in growing uncertainty. At this moment of turbulence, when we most need a strong United Nations, the organization faces its deepest crisis in credibility and capacity. Funding cuts have paralyzed its operations. Bureaucracy has slowed its response. The Security Council remains frozen in the post-war structures of 1945, unable to act inclusively, with fairness, and with speed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can, however, state with absolute conviction that the United Nations has been one of humanity's greatest achievements. For 8 decades, it has held back the specter of global war, calmed conflicts from Cambodia to Liberia, and stood guard in some of the world's most dangerous places through the courage of its peacemakers and peacekeepers. Few institutions in humanity's history can claim such a legacy. The United Nations has stood at the front lines of humanitarian crisis, from famine relief in the Horn of Africa to emergency shelter for millions of Syrian and Ukrainian refugees. It was at the forefront in the eradication of smallpox, coordinated global responses to HIV and AIDS, Ebola, and COVID-19, and continues to champion universal vaccination. Its agencies have advanced women's rights, protected children, safeguarded refugees, and set global norms on everything from disarmament to climate action. The UN Sustainable Development Goals remain a shared blueprint for human progress. These are achievements no nation could have achieved alone, however rich, however great, or however powerful. And yet, every institution, no matter how noble its origins or impactful its legacy, must adapt to changing times or slide into irrelevance. Today, the United Nations stands at a crossroads of renewal on one hand or decay on another. Put differently, after 80 years, the rhymes of time are calling on us to reimagine the original promise that inspired the founding of the United Nations, and that is the quest for global peace, development, and human rights. But this call must now be answered in a global context that is profoundly different from the post-war era in which the UN was conceived then. We would be denying the cold, hard truth if we say that the United Nations is delivering as it should. On peace and security, its voice is too often drowned by the rivalries of great powers, while some nations simply ignore its resolutions and do as they please. Too often, the UN's blue helmet, once a symbol of moral authority, no longer commands the same respect. From the conflicts in Gaza to Ukraine, to the crisis in Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, and the Sahel, we see actors proceed undeterred by the United Nations calls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya speaks from the experience of a nation deeply invested in multilateralism. For decades, we have placed our troops and police in harm's way for peacekeeping missions across Africa and beyond, from Somalia to Democratic Republic of Congo, from South Sudan to most recently in our neighborhood here in Haiti. Over the past 15 months, we are proud to have led the multinational security support mission in Haiti, not because it has been easy, but because solidarity is the essence of the United Nations. Madam President, the mandate of the MSS mission is coming to an end in a few days. As the lead nation, allow me to briefly share our experiences, the successes and the challenges, as both a cautionary tale and a living lesson about the strengths and weaknesses of the current global security governance architecture. For far too long, the people of Haiti called out to the world. Too often, their pleas were met with silence, hesitation, or half measures. Haiti became a tragic reminder of what happens when the international community looks away, prevaricates, or offers half-hearted support. When Kenya responded to the quest for the Haitian authorities, it was in the belief that we were joining a genuinely multinational effort. We welcomed and fully embraced Resolution 2699, by which the United Nations Security Council authorized the MSS with Kenya as the lead nation. Drawing on our decades of peace support operations, we stepped forward, stepped up, and deployed our officers to confront the rampant menace of gang violence in Port-au-Prince and its environs. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the mission has operated in a volatile environment under enormous constraints. It has been underfunded, under-equipped, and operated below 40% of its authorized personnel strength. Our police officers have valiantly shouldered responsibilities without the full logistical support that would accompany any mission sanctioned by the United Nations. Despite these challenges, and against all odds, the MSS has delivered results many thought were impossible. The presidential palace, once under siege from gangs, is today restored as the seat of government. The police headquarters and the police training center, once overrun by gangs, are now secure, with the academy resuming the training of new police officers, over 700 of whom graduated a few months ago. Schools that have been shattered by violence have reopened, with children back in class, learning and progressing. Roads once manned or blocked by gangs have now free-flowing traffic. Cases of kidnapping and extortion have reduced sharply. The airport and the seaport, once surrounded by gangs, are now abuzz with normal operations. Which begs the question, if so much could be achieved with limited resources and stretched personnel within just 15 months, what more could have been accomplished if the United Nations fraternity had truly acted together in solidarity with the people of Haiti? From this podium, I wish to assure all partners and actors that with the right personnel, adequate resources, appropriate equipment, and necessary logistics, Haiti's security can be restored. Gangs can be neutralized and the safety of streets, schools, hospitals, and homes secured. The continued harassment, abductions, and criminal acts undermining the lives of Haitians are unacceptable, unjustifiable, and must be stopped by this organization, the United Nations. Madam President, as the UN Security Council deliberates on the next steps, we must not lose sight of the fact that the situation in Haiti demands sustained, coordinated, and undivided international attention. A careful and orderly transition from MSS is essential to consolidate the hard-won gains so far achieved. I urge the Security Council and all partners to remain steadfast in ensuring that Haiti moves forward on a path of peace, stability, and renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, on human rights, our principle is clear and unwavering. The protection of civilians and respect for humanitarian law cannot be applied selectively. We cannot condemn suffering in one place and turn a blind eye in another. Kenya is gravely concerned by the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and by the immense suffering of civilians caught in the devastation of disproportionate military operations. At the same time, we call for the unconditional release of Israeli hostages. In line with the African Union and United Nations resolutions, we also call for a permanent ceasefire, for strict adherence to international humanitarian law, and for the launch of a credible political process. Only through such a process can the vision of a two-state solution be realized, where Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace, security, and stability. Kenya is equally deeply troubled by the worsening humanitarian situation in Sudan, where innocent citizens are caught in the crossfire of a needless war. We fully endorse the Quad, comprising Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States, in affirming that there cannot be a military solution and that only political dialogue offers a viable path forward. We join the Guard in urging all parties, including SAF, RSF, and the external actors, to respect Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and firmly reject any attempts to divide the country, reaffirming our unwavering support for a unified Sudan for the benefit of all its people. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, those who look to the future with a clear vision know that climate change is not only the single greatest threat of our age, but also one of the greatest transformation opportunities of our time. The global stocktake has made it plain that the world is off track. Current national determined contributions are steering us towards temperature rises far beyond any safe threshold. This is the difference between survival on one hand and devastation for millions across the world on the other. Kenya and Africa are not passive victims of this crisis. We are taking bold steps showing that climate action is not only possible, but can also be the foundation for inclusive growth. We are building a climate-resilient society by embedding adaptation into every sector, from agriculture and energy to infrastructure and livelihoods, to sustainable mining and artificial intelligence. This ambition is visible on the ground. Today, 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable sources: geothermal, wind, solar, and hydro. We are expanding investments in e-mobility, climate-smart agriculture, clean cooking solutions, and green manufacturing. We are also pioneering nature-compatible solutions such as sustainable waste management and circular economy interventions. Africa, too, is uniting its voice. In 2023, in Nairobi, we hosted the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where the continent adopted the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Action and Call to Action. Just 2 weeks ago, in Addis Ababa, Africa came together once more at the second Africa Climate Summit to reaffirm our commitment and strengthen our ambition for climate-positive growth. We declared Africa not just as a victim of the crisis, but as a source of solutions, with climate action driving economic growth, transformation, and job creation for our communities. Ambition, ladies and gentlemen, cannot stand on willpower alone. Implementing our new NDCs will require $56 billion. That is why we call on the global community to unlock the $300 billion agreed at Baku, and to accelerate negotiations towards the new $1.3 trillion goal under the Baku-Belém roadmap. Without affordable finance and without reform of the international financial architecture, the promise of climate action in Africa will remain constrained. Madam President, in the aftermath of World War II, the Bretton Woods institutions were created to stabilize the global economy and rebuild war-torn Europe. At that time, their design reflected the power and interest of the victorious nations, who were also their primary shareholders and beneficiaries. The IMF was tasked with upholding the gold standard exchange rate system, while the World Bank was established to finance Europe's reconstruction. Both have since evolved into development finance institutions, but their structures, decision-making, and governance remains dominated by wealthy nations. Today, the global context is vastly different. The global standard collapsed 5 decades ago, and Europe has long since been rebuilt. Yet, the governance of these institutions has not kept pace with needs of a multipolar world, especially the needs of poor and developing nations. The mismatch between shareholders and stakeholders has become starkly visible. For instance, during the IMF's recent allocation of special drawing rights, 64% went to wealthy nations. Just imagine, 64%. With little need for liquidity support. They didn't need the money anyway, but they got 64%. While the poorer countries received just 2.4%. What a disconnect. The imbalance highlights how the very institutions meant to safeguard global finance stability often perpetuate inequality and instability. I have argued, and I say it again, that the current global financial architecture punishes poor countries with high interest rates and enormous conditionalities while rewarding rich nations with lower interest rates and softer lending rates. Its rules, priorities, and allocation mechanisms consistently favor those already prosperous, while trapping vulnerable economies in cycles of debt, high borrowing costs, and inadequate access to emergency support and concessional funding. It is imperative to transform these institutions into genuinely independent, apolitical global bodies that their operations are aligned with their global mandate. Such a shift would democratize decision-making, restore credibility, and allow the IMF and the World Bank to serve all countries fairly rather than reinforcing old hierarchies. But Africa is not merely waiting for external prescriptions. We are taking bold and deliberate steps to strengthen our financial independence, safeguard our stability, and accelerate our development. Kenya, for instance, fully endorses the establishment of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, launched with the Africa Union in February 2024. This alliance brings together our homegrown banks, Afrexim Bank, the Africa Finance Corporation, the Trade and Development Bank, Shelter Africa Re, Africa Development Bank, Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance, and ZEPRI, institutions that embody Africa's determination to mobilize resources, finance trade, and build resilience on our own terms. At the same time, the Africa Union is championing 3 transformative institutions: the Africa Central Bank, which will issue a single currency and free our trade from dependence on foreign money; the Africa Monetary Fund, positioned to stabilize our economies and give us true financial sovereignty; and the Africa Investment Bank, designed to mobilize resources for infrastructure, industrialization, and integration that Africa needs to rise. And to complete this vision, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, one that understands our realities, values our uniqueness, and tells our story with fairness and truth, has already been established. Excellencies, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Africa also marks 20 years since the Ezulwini Consensus and the Sirte Declaration, the 2 historic milestones that establishes the common African position on UN Security Council reforms. For 2 decades, Africa has spoken in one voice, demanding justice, equity, and representation in the highest organ of global governance. This demand, however, continues to be ignored, deferred, or endlessly debated to the detriment of both Africa and the legitimacy of the United Nations itself. You cannot claim to be the United Nations while disregarding the voice of 54 nations. It is not possible. Africa is no longer willing to wait on the margins of global governance while decisions about peace, security, and development are made without our understanding, without our perspectives, and without our voice. Africa's exclusion is not only unacceptable, unfair, and grossly unjust, it also undermines the very credibility of the United Nations, this organization. Africa dominates most of the Security Council agenda, provides some of the largest contingents of UN peacekeeping forces, and bears the heaviest costs of instability. Yet we remain the only continent without a permanent seat at the main table where decisions about our destiny are made. Africa deserves, ladies and gentlemen, at the very least, 2 permanent seats with full rights, including the right to veto, and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the United Nations Security Council. The world must understand that reforming the Security Council is not a favor to Africa or to anybody. It is a necessity for the United Nations' own survival. If the United Nations is to remain relevant in this century, it must reflect today's realities, not the post-war power arrangements of 1945. Madam President, despite the stated and evident weaknesses of the United Nations, it still remains humanity's best chance at global solidarity. No other institution has the universal legitimacy or convening power of the UN. From coordinating humanitarian relief in times of war and disaster, to mobilizing the global response to COVID-19, to driving consensus on climate change, through the Paris Agreement, the UN has consistently shown that the world can achieve together what no nation can accomplish on its own, however mighty or great or powerful. As Doug Hammarskjöld, the UN's Second Secretary General, once observed, and I quote, "The United Nations was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save it from hell." End of quote. That mission is as urgent today as it was 8 decades ago. At a time when conflicts are multiplying, when climate change threatens every economy, and when inequality is widening, the need for a functioning, credible, effective, and a multilateral system has never been greater. It is through the UN that nations have pooled resources to vaccinate billions of children, to protect refugees from through the work of the UNHCR, and to keep the peace in more than 70 missions across the world. Without the UN, these achievements, modest though they may sometimes seem, would not have been possible. That is why we must resist the temptation to give up on the UN or abandon it. We must make it fit for purpose, reform its structures, strengthen its mandate, and ensure its decisions reflect today's realities rather than the geopolitical map of a bygone era. As one of the hosts of the UN headquarters and the only one in the Global South, Kenya stands ready to do its part to enable the organization to go through this phase of renewal successfully as envisaged by the Secretary General under UN 80 reforms. In conclusion, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations must be more than a commemoration. It must be a turning point for the organization. Let us seize this moment to reimagine and rebuild the UN into a body that commands legitimacy, responds with speed, and delivers justice for all. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Tinubu urges editors to criticize government policies with fairness. Federal government suspends planned 15% import duty on PMS and diesel. Tanzania president appoints Mwigulu Nchemba as prime minister. And Euro 2028 to kick off in Cardiff and final set for Wembley. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has urged media practitioners in Nigeria to freely criticize government policies, but to do so with fairness and a sense of national responsibility. Tinubu, who gave the admonition to the All-Nigerian Editors Conference in Abuja, noted the vital role of the media in shaping public discourse and strengthening democracy. The president stated that criticism should not be used to undermine the nation's progress, insisting that the media must remain partners in building a stronger and more united country. Tinubu stated that while social media is enhancing citizen journalism, it also increases the speed of misinformation, making editorial function even more important and critical principles for the verification and balance.
Your presence here reflects the enduring importance of the media in shaping national direction and strengthening democratic life. I commend the leadership of the Guild for sustaining the tradition of reflection and professional engagement. The theme you have chosen, democratic governance and national cohesion, role of editors, invite us to reflect on the state of our democracy and the way in which public discourse can either strengthen or weaken the bonds that hold our nation together. Falsehood can take root before truth has time to speak. In such an environment, the editorial function is more important than ever. Verification must be your anchor. Balance must be your principle. And professional judgment must be your guide. I urge you, therefore, to continue upholding the highest standard of journalism. Report boldly, but do so truthfully.
The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, commended President Tinubu for his historic attendance at the annual meeting of the Guild of Editors, noting that it was the first time a sitting president had been physically present. The minister added that the administration of President Bola Tinubu had created an enabling environment for unfettered media practice, noting that more than 1,000 broadcasting stations were operating freely across the country.
To media literate dynamics from across the world. All participants, all media practitioners from around the world will, as a result of this hosting of this Media and Information Literacy Institute, come to Nigeria and help us to rid the whole world of the menace of fake news, misinformation, and disinformation.
The president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, Eze Anaba, appealed to President Tinubu to support the media industry by providing fiscal incentives, legal protection, and policy support. He commended President Tinubu for attending the conference, describing his presence as a demonstration of his administration's recognition of the media as a strategic partner in nation building. President Bola Tinubu has transmitted the National Cocoa Management Board Bill 2025 to the House of Representatives for consideration and passage. In a letter addressed to the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, and read on the floor of the House, President Tinubu said the request was made pursuant to Section 58, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. The President explained that the proposed legislation seeks to establish a National Cocoa Management Board to regulate, promote, and harmonize cocoa-related activities across the country, as well as address other connected matters. According to him, the creation of the board will ensure effective coordination of the cocoa value chain, enhance standards, and strengthen Nigeria's competitiveness in the global cocoa economy.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to establish a National Cocoa Management Board to regulate, promote, and harmonize cocoa-related activities across the country and for other connected purposes. The establishment of the board will enhance effective coordination of the cocoa value chain, improve standards, and strengthen Nigeria's participation in the global cocoa economy.
The House approved the report of the Committee on AIDS, Loans, and Debt Management on the 1.15 trillion naira domestic borrowing plan to close the unfunded 2025 budget deficit gap. The Nigerian Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to raise 1.15 trillion naira from the domestic debt market to finance the unfunded portion of the 2025 budget deficit. The approval came after the Senate adopted a report from the Committee on Local and Foreign Debt during Wednesday's plenary session. The report highlighted that the 2025 Appropriation Act sets total expenditure at nearly 60 trillion naira, an increase of 5.25 trillion naira over the initially proposed 54.74 trillion naira. This budget expansion resulted in a deficit of 14.10 trillion naira. Of this, 12.95 trillion naira has already been approved for borrowing, leaving an unfunded gap of approximately 1.15 trillion naira, which the Senate has now authorized to be raised domestically.
Recommendation 1, that the Senate do approve Mr. President's request to establish a 1,150 billion naira borrowing program in the domestic debt market to close the unfunded deficit gap created by the increase in the budget size over and above the prior approved revenue and borrowing plans. Those in favor of these recommendations say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. That the federal, that's recommendation 2, that the Federal Ministry of Finance and Debt Management Office should undertake the borrowing strictly within approved fiscal parameters, ensuring that all terms are conditions favorable, transparent, and sustainable. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The recommendation is carried. That the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt be mandated to 1, oversee the implementation and utilization of proceeds from the approved borrowing, receive quarterly reports from Ministry of Finance and the Debt Management Office, DMO, on status, utilization, and repayment plans, monitor compliance with their sustainability thresholds and fiscal responsibility, and report any deviations to the Senate for appropriate legislative action. Those in favor of this recommendation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Now,
adopted a motion by Abdul Ningi mandating the Committee on Appropriations to intensify oversight over the implementation of borrowed funds. The committee is tasked to ensure that the money is used effectively within the 2025 fiscal year and strictly for intended purposes. The decisive legislative action underscores the Senate's commitment to fiscal responsibility and transparency as Nigeria navigates its 2025 budgetary challenges. On the second day of its legislative session, the House of Representatives resolved to constitute an ad hoc committee to investigate federal government-owned abandoned landed properties and buildings across the country, valued at over 20 trillion naira. The resolution followed a motion by the Minority Leader, Kingsley Chinda, who raised concerns over the failure of the Presidential Implementation Committee on Federal Properties, established in 2000 to submit its final report.
Landed properties and buildings by the federal government across the nation, and that this has resulted into colossal waste of resources worth over 20 trillion naira. The House further notes that about 63% of the federal government landed properties and buildings and projects since the nation attained independence has been abandoned without completion, and many abandoned for one reason or the other.
The committee will review existing reports, verify the current status of abandoned assets, and recommend recovery measures, including public-private partnerships, within 6 weeks. The House also urged the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and the Nigerian Correctional Service to maximize inmates' engagement in farming, following a motion moved by Adebesho Folorunsho. It further adopted motions on the collapse of local rice farming and mills, sponsored by Mohammed Jajare, and on the need to investigate the non-remittance of Nigeria LNG to NNPC Limited, moved by Nnamdi Ezeji.
Professionals training experience that can help them integrate back into society. The House convinced that engaging inmates in farming will enhance food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture in Nigeria and beyond.
Worried that the 180-day import duty waiver granted by the federal government to import husked brown rice and other food items has severely impacted local producers.
A bill to amend the Electricity Act 2023 to provide for the development and regulation of nuclear energy programs in Nigeria, sponsored by Honorable Victor Obuzo, passed second reading.
To promote the development of nuclear energy for electricity generation in Nigeria, including the development of small modular reactors. K, to promote the oversight and regulatory role of the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority in line with the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, says the House will not approve future budgetary allocations to any development finance institution that fails to demonstrate accountability, transparency, and measurable economic impact. Represented by Deputy House Leader Abdullahi Halims, the Speaker stated this at the inauguration of the ad hoc committee set up to investigate the operations, funding, and performance of DFIs in Nigeria. He said public funds meant for economic growth must be managed with transparency and discipline, stressing that every disbursement should translate into visible outcomes such as job creation, industrial expansion, agricultural productivity, and SME support.
These institutions were set up to boost the growth of key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, exports, and small and medium enterprises. They are intended to provide financing where ordinary commercial lending cannot meet the needs of industry or national development plans. When they operate efficiently, they help build jobs, expand innovation, and improve living standards for citizens. Where they fall short, the country loses valuable opportunities and scarce public resources are wasted.
The committee, chaired by Chidi Mark Obeta, expressed concern over inefficiencies, lack of transparency, and limited innovation in DFI operations, which have hindered their ability to support economic reforms and inclusive growth.
These concerns compel us to ask clear and objective questions. We must understand how funds allocated to DFIs have been managed and applied, the guiding criteria used in selecting beneficiaries and implementing programs, the extent to which these funds have reached the businesses, sectors, communities, and citizens they are intended to support, the measurable outcomes, jobs created, industries strengthened, exports expanded, and livelihood improved. And crucially, the systems in place for loan recovery and recycling of funds. Have the facilities been repaid? Are funds revolving as designed? Or are public resources becoming stranded and unable to re-enter productive use? These questions are not raised as a punitive action or a witch hunt. Rather, it is a fact-finding and reform-driven process aimed at strengthening the institutional capacity, efficiency, and integrity of our DFI so that they can better serve the Nigerian people and contribute meaningfully to national growth.
Director of Development Finance Institution Supervision at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Ibrahim Hassan, pledged the bank's full cooperation and promised to provide all required data to aid the investigation. Managing Director of the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, Abba Bello, described the probe as timely, noting that DFIs should serve as engines of growth through export promotion, job creation, and support for productive sectors.
I wish to assure the committee that the Central Bank of Nigeria will provide whatever support may be required to ensure that the committee carries out its assignment diligently and successfully. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, it is our hope and belief that the findings of this committee at the end of the day will provide invaluable lessons that will reposition our development finance institutions for greater impact so they act as the catalyst they were meant to be for the acceleration of the growth and development of the Nigerian economy.
the economy of Nigeria is at crossroads now, where the performance and operations of the DFI becomes very critical. Now, sorry about that. For Nexim Bank, Nexim Bank's mandate is to promote export, trade and exports of Nigerian produce into the global markets. Now, this is done from both funding and using risk instruments to facilitate trade in the global markets. This we have done. I think all the things that the chairman of the committee, as well as the representative of the speaker, have mentioned, what this committee is all about. Your impact in the economy, your creation of jobs, and your contribution to the growth of the economy. And for us, how much export proceeds we have generated.
The House said the outcome of the investigation will guide future legislative action to ensure public funds are efficiently utilized to strengthen Nigeria's development finance system. In a bid to amplify the voices of women and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence, a non-governmental organization, Adoji River Optimal Communications, has brought together key stakeholders for a dialogue and documentary screening in ENUGU. The event, held in commemoration of the 65th anniversary of Ford Foundation West Africa, focused on advancing nation building through social justice and gender equality. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who was at the event, completes the story.
A significant portion of Nigerian women and girls have experienced physical or sexual violence, with about 31% of women aged 15 to 49 suffering one form of abuse or the other. Adoji River Optimal Communications, a women-led media advocacy organization, convened a one-day stakeholders dialogue and documentary screening to amplify the voices of sexual and gender-based violence survivors and rural women in ENUGU, aligning with Ford Foundation's 65 years of promoting social justice in West Africa. Speaker of the ENUGU State House of Assembly, Uche Ugu, who gave the keynote address, emphasized the need for people who experienced or witnessed abuse to speak out. Ugu explained that silence in the face of abuse is complicit, noting that courage begins when people begin to speak, act, and stand with the abused.
It's not just a personal tragedy, and I agree with that. It is a violation of human rights. It is a public health crisis and a threat to nation building, development, and social justice. It affects men, it affects women, it affects boys, affects girls, but in different proportions.
The Chief Executive Officer for the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, Jude Ilo, said the issues of women's rights must be on the front burner of all times. He described the event as timely, stating that given proper treatment and attention to women issues, they find good leadership.
That if anything is going to change in this country, in these states, in our communities, women will have to be the ones driving it. We're in an interesting time in this country. Across communities, people are going through difficult times. Unhealthful tradition and practices are keeping women chained to a shameful past of toxic patriarchy. There's trouble in the land. Therefore, this event is timely and fundamentally important. We must learn to listen to our women, rely on their agency, and lived experience to make needed changes in our cultures, in our laws, in our hearts.
A gender activist and Catholic priest, Reverend Father Mario Ikechukwu, stated that treatment given to women has a lot to do with mindset. He stressed the need for proper sensitization of people on decent behavior, saying the church has a lot of role to play in the campaign against sexual and gender-based violence.
I wish to emphasize today that the church is not left out in combating this monster in the society. Enlightenment is very important. Exposure is not how many countries you have traveled to. If you are making a mistake, I need to call your attention to this. Exposure is not about how many countries you have traveled to. Exposure is about openness of mind.
The executive director of Adoji River, Onyinye Ude, explained that the platform was designed to give voice and attention to women experiencing sexual and gender-based violence. She stressed the need for greater collaboration in addressing some harmful cultural practices and stereotypes that seek to dehumanize the female folk.
We are really addressing SGBV, especially the one that is enhanced by socio-cultural practices. Third, you have made us to start looking at shifting the norms. Thank you for changing the narrative. Thank you for bettering the lives of the people in the West Africa. And thank you for identifying with Adoji River Optimal Communication. And so we say congratulations as you mark this milestone of 65 years in West Africa.
It is expected that the one-day stakeholder dialogue, which brought together policymakers, traditional leaders, gender advocates, and civil society organizations, will give greater visibility to the efforts of Adoji River and further strengthen advocacy for gender justice and cultural reforms. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The Enugu state government says the era of land grabbing, fraudulent transactions, and illegal allocations is over in Enugu State. This follows the launch of the Digital Survey Management System, a major reform by Governor Peter Mba's administration aimed at promoting transparency and strengthening land ownership rights in the state. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam has the report.
It was a gathering of surveyors, landowners, developers, and estate agents at the Surveyor's House in Enugu as the Office of the State Surveyor General hosted a one-day sensitization workshop on the state's transition from analog to a fully digital survey and cadastral management system. The new initiative, which aligns with Governor Peter Mba's reform agenda, is designed to bring an end to fraudulent land transactions, illegal allocations, and overlapping layouts that have long plagued the land sector in Enugu State. In his keynote address, the Enugu State Surveyor General, Surveyor Justice Chima, described the digital survey management system as a historic reform that places the surveying profession at the heart of the land administration. He said the platform will not only protect professional integrity, but also speed up approval processes and ensure that every survey work is traceable to its rightful owner.
Through this system, your survey data, coordinates, and professional signatures remains in the record forever. Even after you are gone, your work continues to speak for you. Let's also note that once survey is entered into the system, no one, not even government, can take it over or make changes without records for accountability. With this system, your survey becomes protected and traceable.
The chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Enugu State Chapter, Emmanuel Nnamani, hailed the initiative as a game changer in sanitizing land administration in the state. He said the system would eliminate fake cadastral plans and multiple claims on the same plot of land, a challenge that has hindered development for years.
Now, this administration from inception left no one in doubt of its desire to reform the land management system in Enugu State and to make the state investor friendly. We saw this through the bill it submitted to the House of Assembly on the establishment of new Enugu City Management Agency and also the bill setting up NGs at the early stages of this administration. NIS, in order to complement the efforts of government, decided to go on and establish the continuously operating reference stations, CORS, to facilitate accurate position fixing. The 6 stations we have designed covers the entire state. The government has also purchased various survey equipment like drones, dual frequency DPI survey equipment, total stations, etc., for the office of the Surveyor General of the state.
Commissioner for Land and Urban Development, Chimaobi Okorie, said the digital reform was developed in line with Governor Mba's vision to make ENUGU a leading destination for investors. He noted that the system would completely eliminate boundary conflicts and overlapping layouts through strong collaboration between the Ministry of Lands, the Office of the Surveyor General, and the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors.
We intend to take this conversation down to the streets. For now, it's a key stakeholder engagement with the surveyors, of course, who are very critical to what we're doing. All the other players, in the sector, the town planners, the valuers, are also being carried along, and we will also have similar engagements. Then for the average citizen, the potential investor, the potential buyer of land, if I may call that, we intend to also go out with jingles, with narratives that really explain what this is all about. That it's about certainty on your land.
Participants at the workshop described the initiative as a turning point in land governance in Enugu State that would help secure property ownership, boost investors' trust, and strengthen the rule of law in land management.
The workshop is required to put everybody on the same page so that people will appreciate what is happening, what the government is doing.
We have the issue of multiple local origins to reference solar plants in the state. We also have difficulty in harmonizing these local origins to a common reference framework. We also have the issue of identifying fake cadastral and layout surveys. We also have the issues of overlapping boundaries of cadastral and layout surveys. Identification of survey and layouts that are inconsistent with the state master plan. We also have the issue of identification of unauthorized and illegal land transactions. We have issues of fake and multiple unauthorized land allocation.
With the introduction of digital survey management system, Enugu State is taking bold steps towards building a transparent, technology-driven land administration system, one that promises to protect property rights, attract investors, and end decades of land-related disputes. In Enugu, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signature TV News.
The federal government has reversed its 2022 National Language Policy, which stipulated that the language of instruction from early childhood to primary 6 should be the mother tongue or the language of the immediate community. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, announced the policy change at the opening of the Language in Education International Conference 2025, organized by the British Council in Abuja. Alausa said English will now be the language of instruction in Nigerian schools, from primary through tertiary levels, noting that Nigerian children have been performing poorly in public examinations because they were taught in the mother tongue. He said the policy had destroyed the education system as pupils and students often advanced to higher classes without learning essential skills, revealing that the mother tongue is being overused from primary 1 to primary 6, and even from JSS 1 to JSS 3. The former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, has advised the People's Democratic Party to suspend its planned national convention slated for November 15th to 16th in Ibadan, Oyo State, citing legal and political controversies surrounding the exercise. Saraki made the call in a statement via his official X handle on Wednesday night, following a meeting with members of the Board of Trustees Reconciliation Committee of the party, led by Ambassador Hassan Adamu, who visited him to seek his views on restoring peace within the PDP. He expressed regret that despite the selfless and arduous efforts of some party leaders to resolve internal disputes, the forthcoming convention had been engulfed in political and legal wrangling, which, according to him, does not augur well for Nigeria's democracy. Saraki warned that the existence of conflicting court orders regarding the validity of the convention poses serious risks to the legitimacy of any outcomes from the exercise. To this end, Saraki urged the Board of Trustees to recommend the immediate establishment of a caretaker committee to manage the affairs of the PDP and restore confidence among members and prospective candidates. Still to come, bandits kill 4, abduct Ekwa pastor, 11 others in Kaduna. And Libya deports 80 Nigerians held in detention camps. Details of these and more after the break.
We are local.
International communities observing just finished the game. Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this by before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Suspected Fulani armed men invaded 3 communities in Kaduna, Jansauni, Maidoki, and Mayama, suburban areas of Yakasuwa in Kurama Chiefdom, Lere local government area yesterday, killing 4 people. The attackers also abducted Ekwa pastor, Reverend Estefanus Dunga, and 11 others. The National Publicity Secretary of the Federated Kurama Association, Pius Agaji Kiauta, who confirmed the incident, explained that the attack occurred around 10 p.m. when the assailants stormed the communities and fired sporadically, resulting in the killing of 4 people and the abduction of several others. Kiauta stated that there is an urgent need for security intervention, as the communities have been ravaged beyond imagination. A source said his father was kidnapped without clothes, along with his younger sister, adding that the attackers, numbering in their hundreds, surrounded every targeted house. He confirmed that the 4 people killed were youths between the ages of 27 and 30, stressing that at the moment, no ransom demands have been made by the kidnappers. He explained that the entire community is left in deep mourning, describing the attack as an evil that has befallen the Kurama nation and requires both security and spiritual intervention. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has commenced investigation into 2 suspected oil thieves, Moses Mufans and Abba Sunday, for allegedly dealing in petroleum products without a valid license. The suspects were arrested on November 4, 2025, at Ikote Bene by a joint task force comprising officers of the 2 Brigade Nigerian Army, Mbiokboro and City Bomb Local Government Area, Akwa Ibom State, and later handed over to the EFCC. They were reportedly loading products suspected to be illegally refined automotive gas oil from an underground dump at Olive Field Filling Station, Ikote Bene, into a white Iveco truck at the time of their arrest. The items handed over to the EFCC included the Iveco truck containing approximately 3,287 liters of unsuspected illegally refined fuel, the underground dump, 2 Yamaha pumping machines, 4 suction hoses, a Mercedes-Benz ML350, and a DAF 75 CF truck. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority on Thursday said it is no longer considering implementing the planned 15% duty on imported petroleum products. In a statement posted on its X handle on Thursday, the Director, Public Affairs Department of the regulatory agency, George Eneita, said that the implementation of the 15% ad valorem import duty on imported premium motor spirits and diesel is no longer in view. The authority confirmed that there is a strong domestic supply of petroleum products such as AGO, PMS, and LPG, sourced from both local refineries and imports to maintain steady replenishment of stocks at storage depots and retail outlets during this period, and advised against hoarding, panic buying, and unjustified price increases. The authority also stated that it will continue to monitor the supply situation closely and implement necessary regulatory actions to prevent any disruptions in the distribution of petroleum products nationwide, particularly during this peak demand season. The development comes after President Bola Tinubu approved the introduction of a 15% ad valorem import duty on petrol and diesel imports into Nigeria. The Libyan authorities have deported 80 Nigerian migrants who were being held in various detention facilities across the country, in what officials described as part of ongoing efforts to curb irregular migration and ease overcrowding in holding centers. The Department for Combating Illegal Migration, in partnership with the Nigerian Consulate in Tripoli, facilitated the repatriation through Mitiga International Airport on Wednesday. According to Migrant Rescue Watch, the deportation followed judicial orders issued by the Libyan Judicial Police. The group said the operation was carried out in collaboration with Nigerian consular officials to ensure that the returnees were properly documented and giving the necessary consular assistance before departure. The 80 deported Nigerians are among the hundreds of African migrants currently being held in Libya for attempting to cross the Mediterranean Sea into Europe through irregular routes. And up next is business news.
At the end of the trading session on Wednesday, November 12th on the Nigerian exchange, 806 million shares were exchanged in 24,489 deals, corresponding to a market value of 50.74 billion naira. Compared with Tuesday's figures, the data reflects a 23% rise in volume, a 73% jump in turnover, but a 17% decline in the number of deals. The market capitalization of the Nigerian exchange currently stands at 93.4 trillion naira, showing sustained investor interest despite recent market fluctuations. Out of 129 equities traded on the NGX, 64 recorded gains while 12 closed in the red. Guarantee Trust Holding topped the gainers list with a 10% price appreciation, closing at 85 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Nigerian Breweries, also gaining 10%, closing at 66 naira per share, Owando 10%, closing at 39 naira 60 kobo per share, and Zenith Bank 10%, closing at 59 naira 40 kobo per share. On the downside, Transcorp Power led the losers with a 10% decline, ending at 307 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Vitafoam Nigeria, also losing 10%, closing at 84 naira 60 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index surged by 4,076.69 points to close at 145,403.99 points. Despite this positive close, the index still reflects a one-week loss of 3.48% and a four-week loss of 1.58%, though it maintains a robust year-to-date gain of 41.27%. Market analysts attribute the rebound to renewed investor confidence and strong performances by leading banking and brewery stocks. The Nigerian Naira recorded mixed movements against the US dollar on Wednesday, November 12th. At the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate, the Naira traded at approximately 1,436 Naira 49 kobo per US dollar. Meanwhile, in the parallel market, the naira was selling at 1,460 naira and buying at 1,450 naira, reflecting a modest 0.34% increase. Analysts say the slight uptick in the parallel market is driven by increased demand and limited dollar supply. Investors and businesses are advised to monitor both official and market rates closely for trading and financial planning. That's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Samia Suluhu Hassan nominated Mwigulu Nchemba, a former finance minister, as the new prime minister on Thursday, following her landslide victory in the October 29th election that sparked violent protests. Parliament confirmed his appointment later on Thursday, a move widely expected given Hassan's overwhelming win. Opposition groups say the government rigged the vote and excluded key challenges, triggering unrest. The UN Human Rights Office said it believes hundreds were killed in the protests, while opposition leaders and activists claim security forces killed more than 1,000 people. Some rights groups allege the toll could even be higher. The government has dismissed these figures as exaggerated and has not released its own count. Mali's foreign and communication ministers said on the country is recovering from recent supply disruptions and called on the African Union to take a firmer stance against terrorism and threats to Mali's territorial integrity. Speaking at the BAMEX 25, Mali's inaugural international defense exhibition held in Bamako, Foreign Minister Abdoulaye Diop said hundreds of trucks are now arriving daily to restore supplies to the capital and other regions, following weeks of disruption. Communication Minister Alhamdou Ag Ilyeni urged the African Union to respond more decisively to what he described as regular attacks on Mali's unity and the complicity of certain member states in promoting terrorism for geopolitical purposes.
Those who describe must come out of their dream to reality. The reality is different. Mali is here, Mali is standing. There are difficulties, there have been disruptions to the supply system. The state has organized itself, put in place a strategic plan to resume supply, to ensure convoy security and more generally intensify military operations for the country's security. And gradually, you see hundreds of trucks arriving daily to resume supplying Bamako and other localities. And we will maintain these efforts.
As you know, we also expect from the African Union much more firmness regarding the regular attacks on Mali's integrity and national unity according to the virtues and intangibility of borders. We also expect from the African Union much more firmness regarding the major terrorist offensives imposed on our people and also the pernicious complicity of certain African Union member states that maintain and promote terrorism for geopolitical purposes.
Naturally, we respect the choice of certain countries that have asked their nationals to leave. But in any case, we can only say that Mali remains a hospitable country. They continue to be welcome among us. I know that we wish well for Malians. We wish the same for these foreigners. I know that many of these foreigners are attached to Mali. Many of these foreigners have contributed to the development of our country. I would like, on behalf of the other authorities of the country, to express all our gratitude to those who have gone through these difficult times with us.
President Donald Trump signed legislation on Wednesday, ending a 43-day shutdown of the U.S. government. But a political analyst warned that Democrats and Republicans now face a battle over who can claim victory from the prolonged budget standoff. The Republican-controlled chamber passed the package by a vote of 222 to 209, with Trump's support largely keeping his party together in the face of vehement opposition from House Democrats, who are angry that a long standoff launched by their Senate colleagues, failed to secure a deal to extend federal health insurance subsidies.
And so you could argue that while the Democrats didn't get the thing that they were putting at the top of their wish list for the shutdown, they didn't get that. They did get other things. But this is where there's the difference between accomplishment and narrative. At this moment, the narrative is running that Democrats folded and therefore they lost the shutdown. What will be interesting, and this is always interesting in following politics, is narratives change. The news cycle moves on. Somebody thinks up a different set of talking points. The Democrats figure out a way to sell this as a victory. And if they get the vote in December, and enough Republicans realize it would be disastrous for their political future to vote against extending the subsidies, and the Democrats get that win in mid-December or possibly at sometime in January, then they can say retroactively, like, look, we did win. Just as Republicans and Democrats are going to be fighting with each other to control the narrative of who won the shutdown, progressives and centrists in the Democratic Party are going to be fighting each other over the narrative of, was this a capitulation or was this that the government provides are now 6 weeks essentially behind schedule, and some of that productivity might never get recovered. Obviously, some of the more direct impacts were, air traffic controllers, canceled flights, delayed flights. That will clean up relatively quickly. That's the kind of thing, those are really the short-term impacts. Probably should be unhappy that the economy is probably going to look less good in the first quarter of 2026 than it would have if this shutdown hadn't happened. And when you're the president, the health of the economy is one of your primary concerns, whether you're a
Trump's signature on the bill, which cleared the Senate earlier in the week, will bring federal workers idled by the shutdown back to their jobs, starting as early as Thursday, although just how quickly full government services and operations will resume is unclear. And that's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
communities observing every.
Just finished speaking.
Why the main market is in chaos? People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mokota. Here on E-Vibes, we give you interesting stories, top chatting drama from social media, and of course, what exactly is making round in the entertainment industry, be it movie, music, fashion, art. Name them, we've got it all covered. Today we have lots of interesting stories for you, and we have a guest whom we'll be having a conversation with. Well, first of all, let's delve into the stories of the day. Nollywood actor Taye Erimoro has called out his colleague, actress Peggy Ovire, and her crew members for allegedly beating him up. Taye Erimoro narrated that the incident happened on Tuesday night while on Peggy Ovire's movie set. Narrating the incident, Taye Erimoro, in a viral video on social media, said he was assaulted for attempting to leave Peggy Ovire's movie location after exceeding the agreed time. He also showed visible injuries in his gum and lips and claimed that his car tires was deflated. Taye, who accused Peggy of instructing her driver to block his car to prevent him from leaving, was heard in the video saying, "I want to go home. They don't want me to go home." So let's take a look at the video.
You can't hold me against my will. Why would you hold me against my will? Are you guys okay? Is that okay? In what world is it okay? I'm not doing the two things, bro. I'm going home. I have 10 a.m. call time. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to Agop Palace this night. Did I tell you?
I told you that I'm going to be fast.
What's my business with that? What's the time?
I'm going to be fast.
Guy, come off my front. You're holding me against my will, and this is not cool. It's not going to end well for everybody. I'm not joking. It's not going to end well for everybody. Come out your car from my front. Get out of my front, bro. Guy, come and move this car. Give me the key. Bro, give me the key. Bro, give me the key, I beg. Give me the key. No, give me the key. Give me the key, Joe. Why you putting me this way? Give me the key. Give me the key. You never fucking key. Go, bro, leave me alone. Are you fucking mad? Are you mad? Hold on. Shut Yahweh. Wait. Don't fucking touch me. You never reach like this now. Taye, calm down. Give me the dealer. Why would you block me? I'm a fucking child. Why would you block me? You know that I didn't touch you. Wait. You know, where's my phone? This doesn't make any sense. Waiting. What? Are you mad? I go flip this matter. I swear. Why you go block my car? If you want to talk to me, why just talk to me? Why are you blocking my fucking car? But then bed, go watch me. You know, say don't the body guy. Huh? You know, say don't the body guy. Wait. Guy, hold on. Oga. No, they say now you. You're very fucking wrong. Why would you block me? I'm a fucking child. Why you driving my car? No. Why you driving my car? If you break my car, I'll find it funny. Okay, let me pass. Put it online so that you want to drama, you want to trend. I cannot. My car, just see, I'm not coming down. He hits me. I'm not going to let him. I don't know about you and him, but he hits. Thank you. Move this guy away. If you injure me, you went online because you want drama. You want to trend. Give me my car key. Take your key. Taye, come. Taye, give me my key, please. Taye, wait. They're fucking crazy human beings. What word is he okay? Kilo de. You need only me. This is so crazy, I swear. This is crazy. I'm working on your set. I've been working since morning. It's 12:12. I'm going all the way back to my house. I have a call to 10 a.m. call time. And you're blocking me. What are you blocking me for? It makes no sense. If you want to speak to me, come speak to me. Don't block my car. Why are you holding me against my will? What kind of stupid nonsense is this now? In what world is that okay? Guy, come out now. What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this nonsense? What's the meaning of this nonsense? Guy, come out. Do you know this? Guy, come out. Guy, come out. Touch him. Don't touch him. What did you do to me? What did I do to you? Do you know me? What did I do to you? Are you still here? Do you know me? Guy, come out your car. I will sleep here. We'll block all the residents. Why would you stop me from going out? I don't understand. Why? What's the time? How do you block me? I can't believe this is. Why would they block me? GB, you can make it. They've been freaking surfing around. Okay. What kind of nonsense is that? I'm very, very upset. I'm very, very upset. They shouldn't fix another day to pick up. Fix another day to pick up. I need to go home. They don't have an AD, so I told the what they call the scripting person, and I said, "See,
So the whole problem is the fact that he decided to leave the set at the agreed time. Let's assume that they said, okay, we are going to finish by 10 p.m. and possibly it's already 10 p.m. So he had to gather his stuff and, you know, head out. But I guess they never wanted him to leave because they wanted them to do other things. But maybe he wanted to leave and maybe he had other things to leave because the agreed time is this and this. So I have to leave by this time and this time. All I felt would have been done is, okay, let's schedule for tomorrow to finish up this particular one. Although we've heard from different actors, producers, directors whom we've had here as a guest talk about the whole fact that they spend money to pay for locations, right? So if they say they're staying for 5 days, they pay for 5 days. So if possibly you have to maybe, if the time says, oh, we're meant to finish by 10 and you're not done yet, you just have to maybe compromise a little bit. But Taye was clearly not having it. And the fact that they flattened his tire and they had the altercation and then had to, you know, hit him to the point that he was bleeding in his teeth and gum was the height of it. Anyways, let's move forward. Delta North Senator Ned Nwoko has disclosed that his estranged wife, Regina Daniels, told him she was 21 years old when they first met. Nwoko revealed that Regina gave him some documents which included her Independent National Electoral Commission INEC voters card as evidence. The union between Nwoko and Regina have been experiencing crisis following allegations by the actress about domestic violence. The marital crisis further degenerated with Nwoko's claim of Regina using hard drugs and should go for a rehab. Responding, the mother of two claimed that the lawmaker introduced her to hard drugs in a bid to make her wild. However, dismissing claims of marrying the actress at 17 years old. Nwoko posted on his X on Thursday saying that it has come to his attention that false claims are being circulated by Regina, suggesting that he married her when she was 17 years old, and that these claims are entirely untrue and misleading. I mean, that's what everybody thought. That's what we all thought, that, oh, she got married at the age of 17 or 18. So for the fact that this whole thing is coming out now, and yes, the voters card says 1998, 10th October, and all that, it's an obvious proof that she wasn't 17 years old when he met her or when he got married to her, because she said, according to him, that she said she was 21 years old. The fun fact is this: we don't even know why all this are coming up. All because of the whole domestic violence viral video that went out on social media and the drug addiction allegation laid on her. So I feel this whole story and drama of Regina Daniel and Ned Nwoko is not ending now. Someone asked me what episode are we in now. I think we're in episode 20 because each and every day we tend to hear news stories. Now, same on the same story, Senator Ned Nwoko's Moroccan wife, Laila Charani, has accused her co-wife Regina Daniels of introducing her to illicit drugs. She made the allegation in a recent post on Instagram after Daniels claimed that her husband's other wives were also into drugs. Charani claimed that it was her husband's quick intervention that saved her from losing her marriage after Regina Daniels introduced her to drug addiction. She also claimed that the only reason Regina Daniels is fighting with their husbands is because he wants her to stop drug and alcohol addiction, stressing that the lawmaker doesn't smoke nor take alcohol. Charani further accused Regina Daniels of lesbianism, claiming that she sleeps with girls. Charani urged Regina Daniels to seek psychological help and leave Ned Nwoko's other wives out of her scandal with their husband. Regina Daniels is yet to react to Charani's allegation, and I know it's not gonna be easy. Everybody's phone is literally on to see what she's gonna say, because Now, you're not only being talked about that you're a drug addict and alcohol addict. Now, it is alleged that you're a lesbian, you're into girls. What more would we hear in this same Ned Nwoko and Regina Daniels story? Now, the annoying part of this particular Moroccan wife story is the fact that people are wondering, how can a young girl introduce you to drugs and you're taking it? Does it mean that you don't know that this is hard drugs and you're not supposed to take it or some sort? We don't even know who to believe anymore at this point, because at one side, Helen is saying she's a drug addict. At the other side, Regina Daniel is saying that he introduced her to drug to make her wild and romantic and all that. Maybe that led to she being addicted to it. But what we are not sure of is the fact that Regina Daniels introduced the Moroccan wife to drug. Now, someone introduced drugs to you and you're taking it. How does that make you feel in public? The comment section was wild. I'm sorry I can't do that. Normally we do social trends, but I can't do that. The comment section is something else, because nobody is buying this whole story that she introduced you to drugs, and if not for the fact that your husband had to, intervene, you would have been out of your marriage. How? It was also said that 6 months ago. Anyways, let's move forward. Former Big Brother Naija star Anita Natasha Akinde, widely recognized as Tasha, has officially secured a place in the Guinness World Records, achieving new titles for competing the most cosmetic makeovers in both 8-hour and 24-hour periods. Guinness World Records confirmed the accomplishment in a post on X on Wednesday, congratulating Tasha, who set 2 new Guinness World Record titles for the most cosmetic makeovers in 8 hours and 24 hours. Remember that Tasha attempted the record last month with 150 models during the 3-day Tasha Beauty Festival held from October 10 to 12, 2025 at the John Randall Center for Yoruba Culture and History in Lagos. During the festival, Guinness World Records noted that Tasha completed 82 makeovers within 8 hours and went on to perform 144 makeovers in 24 hours. The 29-year-old shared an emotional Instagram post appreciating her fans, team, and late mother. Aww. Anyways, congratulations to her. We've been actually scratching our ears and eyes, waiting to hear that, she has gotten her Guinness World Record for breaking that particular number of hours in her cosmetic festival and makeover. So congratulations to her. Fingers crossed there's another Guinness World Record coming up pretty soon, and this time around it's coming from Southeast. So get tuned. Alright, the High Commission of India in Abuja, in partnership with the Kaduna International Film Festival, hosted a special short film screening and panel discussion on Tuesday evening to celebrate the strengthening cultural and cinematic ties between India and Nigeria. The event, held at the High Commission's Chancery, attracted members of the diplomatic community, including heads of mission, Nollywood professionals, cultural enthusiasts, influencers, and friends of India. According to a statement issued by the Indian High Commission on Wednesday, the gathering served as a platform to promote deeper collaboration between the film industries of both countries and to showcase the growing exchange of creative. Indian High Commissioner to Nigeria, Ambassador Abhishek Singh, noted the strong cultural bonds shared between the two nations, particularly through the media. Ambassador Singh highlighted the growing India community in Nigeria, estimated at over 50,000 people. The envoy announced a new cultural initiative to celebrate cinematic exchange. I mean, we've been waiting for this, right? We've been waiting for a collaboration between Nollywood and Bollywood, or Nollywood and Hollywood, and here it comes. Nigeria has lovers of Indian movies, especially Z World. So this collaboration came, would you say it came early or late? Anyways, it finally came. So let's see what this collaboration, this meeting, this conversation, this whole gathering would do for the media at the end of the day. Now, Netflix has created an interactive home for its fans at the King of Prussia Mall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The permanent 100,000 square foot space officially opened on Wednesday, November 12th, and features immersive experiences of some of the brand's shows, including Squid Game, Bridgerton, K-pop Demon Hunters, and Emily in Paris. The facade harks back to Netflix origin days with a red envelope welcoming guests inside. Also included in the space is a theater, games, shopping, and a restaurant with Netflix Bites. Netflix will open a house in Dallas in December and Las Vegas in 2027. Take a look.
We imagine folks coming here and wandering the halls of Nevermore Academy from Wednesday, or maybe going on a daring adventure with pirates from One Piece, or playing golf in the universe of Bridgerton.
This big red envelope is symbolic of what we used to do years ago, which was mail DVDs around the United States. And this is what we did in that, even when the technology was different, is that we built fans. And this Netflix house here is to celebrate the fans.
So cool. I love that. I mean, the fact that this is the first Netflix house opening is amazing, and that King of Prussia Mall we love, but I don't know, it's awesome.
Afrofusion dancer Jabu Vilakazi has defied physical obstacles to pursue his passion for dance, becoming a symbol of resilience and inclusion as his story intersects with South Africa's Disability Awareness Month, running from November 3rd to December 3rd. Vilakazi, a dancer with a disability, trains and performs under the banner of Moving Into Dance, an organization recognized for its inclusive approach to the performing arts. Born with dysmorphism syndrome, a condition that affects his physical development, including unevenly developed feet, merged toes, and legs of different lengths. He participates in the Enable Through Dance program and consistently meets the demands of his training without delay. Vilakazi discovered his love for movement as a child by imitating dancers he saw at community talent competitions. Now, Nadia Virasamy, CEO of Moving Into Dance, credits Vilakazi with breaking barriers, adding that the Enable Through Dance initiative initially focused on training youths with special needs, but has since evolved into a broader effort to promote inclusivity within the classrooms and performance space. Vilakazi's efforts extend beyond the studio. At home in Soweto, Johannesburg, he is celebrated by his foster family and the local community where he dances with neighborhood children. His foster mother, Daphne Vilakazi, expressed hope for his continued success. Vilakazi continues to lead by example, embodying resilience and determination as he inspires others in South Africa and beyond to see dance not as a limitation, but as a platform for freedom and self-expression. Take a look.
I started involving with my dancing in a community groups. I used to watch people dancing at the competition, and then when I get home, I'll practice whatever I saw there. As a disability dancer, it's not easy to engage with normal people because to them it's getting hard. But for me, I didn't hide myself. And then wanting people to feel sorry for myself, I engage with them so that way I get time. And then even if I get hurt, dancing is a part of healing. It's physically and emotional.
One of the programs that we started in 2016 and that is very close to our hearts is a project called Enable Through Dance. And this was pretty much about taking dance to special needs schools and training youth living with disabilities to engage in dance, to be able to perform, and just be included in a mainstream activity. It's one thing about working in a special needs school with a group of special need youth. It's another thing, you know, bringing them into the classroom situation here where you're not just focusing on facilitating to disabled youth. And so we were a bit nervous, but Jabu made it so easy. You know, he just caught onto things, asked questions, just ran with it. There you go.
Everybody, the elders, everyone in the family is hoping that Jabu can go. Like when we see people progressing in life, we don't want to see Jabu just teaching the local kids. We want to see Jabu explore.
I'm disabled, but I don't see myself disabled because I'm able. So people living with disability, they intend to get afraid to themselves. Say, I'm disabled, I can't do. No, you are not disabled. You are able. Stop doing those things there at home, hiding yourself, saying you are a dancer, but you don't want to be seen.
The stars of Christmas Karma joined writer and director Gurinder Chadha in London on Wednesday for the world premiere of their new film. The premiere kicked off with the Bhangra performance, a high-energy dance from the Indian region of Punjab. The musical reimagines and modernized the 1843 Dickensian classic, A Christmas Carol, blending festival magic with Bollywood themes. Chadha, known for Bend It Like Beckham, described the relevance of Dickens' story, highlighting he was asking people to have compassion and saying she believed Scrooge was suffering from depression, bringing a new layer of mental health in the story. Chadha retelling of the story is set against the backdrop of Uganda's refugee expulsion. The film also stars Leo Sutter, Pixie Loth, Charitra Chandran, Danny Daya, and Hugh Bonneville. Actor Kunal Nair plays the lead role of Mr. Scrooge, or contemporary Scrooge, with Eva Longoria as the ghost of Christmas past, Billy Potter as the ghost of Christmas present, and Boy George as the ghost of Christmas future. The classic tale is timely today because we live in such a divisive world, said Nair. It was a real joy to be grumpy for 3 months, Nair joked, talking about the role. Christmas Karma hits UK cinema on Friday, November 14. Take a look.
Come on, you're fleecing me here.
It's busy everywhere, mate.
I am going to walk.
No tip, not even tonight. It's Christmas Eve. What do they call you then? Scrooge?
These kids should be arrested for making such a terrible noise.
Looks like somebody's on the naughty list.
Open your heart and listen. 3 spirits will come to you tonight.
It's so relevant today. He was talking about asking people to be compassionate about the disparities in Victorian Britain, the very wealthy, the very poor, and sort of asking people to really consider who's more worthy, you know, the poor kid, Tiny Tim, who's sick, or the rich stockbroker. And that's the same question we're asking today. And in my film, the Cratchits have a little boy, he's not very well, the NHS is overrun and not quite able to help him, and that, you know, is so truthful for so many people. They can't afford private healthcare, but they manage, and Sue is very rich and has made himself, you know, in his own castle almost, because he doesn't want to, you know, deal with the outside world because of the knocks he's had, and that's also very relevant. I mean, to me, he's suffering from depression, and I think the original Scrooge was suffering from depression, and so again, you know, mental health, that's a big thing these days.
I mean, to be grumpy for 3 months was a real joy. But no, it was great. You know, to work with a genius like Gurinder Chadha, to have an opportunity to work with this incredible cast, has been a dream come true for me.
I'm your ghost of Christmas past.
I remember.
Uganda has declared all Asians must leave immediately.
I was frightened. It was my home. I didn't want to leave. You think these memories will change me?
Yes.
Find forgiveness. Why should I do the forgiving?
You must have heard of karma.
Well, I was taught it as a child.
Mm-hmm.
Movie, which is important to me, because I grew up with Christmas as a kid, and it's such an important holiday for all of us, right?
I like Christmas, I'm here all the time.
And it's living to live, love Christmas and life. Oh my God! That's going to be amazing!
I love Christmas films in general. I love music, so it felt like the perfect combination of them both together. So it's a joy to be with an amazing cast and to work with Gurinder. I'm so excited that it's coming out. And you know, I learned all these amazing dance moves, and I think that that is the real spirit of Christmas Karma, and why it makes it so unique. And I loved it, absolutely loved it.
She said to me,
I have money, status. Nothing can hurt me now.
So then why are you so unhappy?
Change yourself for the better. I want to live.
Alright, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break, and up next is a conversation we'll be having with our guests, so stay with us.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Joining us today is someone whose eyes for style and storytelling has shaped some of the most striking looks in the modeling and fashion world. Charles Ikechukwu Ezani, popularly known as Chili, is a creative director at SPE Models, where they bring vision, culture, and creativity together to redefine what it means to express identity through fashion. As a gear up for the Southeast Food and Fashion Festival, We're excited to dive into a conversation about fashion as a form of expression and culture. How what we wear tells the story of who we are. Chili, welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much.
How you feeling?
I'm good.
I know it must be very stressful and, you know, busy prepping for the Southeast Food and Fashion Festival.
It has not been easy, training the models and then having subsequent rehearsal. I had rehearsal yesterday and then I'm meant to have a fitting and the rest of that. So it has not been easy, but then it is what I signed up for, so I have to get used to it.
What to do.
Yeah.
So, you know, I found it very interesting that these models whom you train and tutor, they don't just walk through the runway, right? They express this clothing with so much enthusiasm and portray culture, right? But I want to know your own perspective. Do you think that fashion has actually evolved to not just wearing clothes and brand, but also a form of expression and culture?
Yes, it has. They're saying that you're being attributed to what you wear. So in the industry now, I am someone who, and let me use myself as an example. I'm someone who wants to wear something that when I pass, you need to turn and look at me. So that is me in my own expressive nature. I want you to see me and then turn and look at me several times. So fashion is art. So art is like an expression. So you need to see me and then identify me with knowing that I'm a model with what I'm wearing.
Because there's this way you guys dress that is sometimes funny. Let me not lie to you.
It is?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, I know you won't think so. So what role do you think culture plays in shaping how a model presents themselves on stage?
So, you know, growing up, our parents always tell us how to dress and then make sure you are dressed in the way you want people to see you and all that. But then I have come to understand that it is not just about the way you see people, the way people need to see you. Are you comfortable with what you're wearing? So your comfortability of what you're wearing is your culture already. Do you understand? Because I might be impressed with what I'm wearing, but then I'm not comfortable wearing it. So that means I am failing in one place, in one aspect. I also need to be comfortable. I also need to love what I'm wearing for you to also see it and then see the vision of whatever I'm wearing. So the culture is no longer a stereotype one. It is now more versatile that you can just choose to touch every angle and then make sure that exactly.
All right, now do you think modeling has become more than just what we said it used to be, walking on the runway? Do you think it has evolved to becoming storytelling and a form of expression?
Obviously. Before I joined modeling, I had this mindset that I just need to just come and walk on the runway or that. But then when you come into modeling, you find out that there are other aspects of modeling that tells you this, that shows you that you could also tell a story being a model. That they have the influencer models. Those persons, you see them most times, they tell story what they're wearing. Even the runway models too. Designers now makes outfit that tells story. When you go for fashion shows and then you see the procession of what the designer is making that the models are wearing on the runway, you could tell that there is a link between this outfit to this outfit that tells a story of whatsoever the designer have in mind. So it's actually a form of storytelling too.
So let's talk about this whole food and fashion festival thingy.
Okay.
I know it has been exhausting.
Yeah.
And of course, it's something that happens in the Southeast.
Yes,
I want to know, are you grooming them to tell the story of the culture? Or you're grooming them to tell the story of fashion itself?
Both.
Okay.
Because we understand that most of the designers we have in the East also make Eastern clothes. So we also let them understand that you need to, if you're wearing an outfit, there is an expression this outfit needs to give to you. So during rehearsals, we tell them, okay, if you're wearing an abada, there is an expression you need to give us wearing an abada. If you're wearing an Asiago, there's an expression you need to give us wearing an Asiago. Likewise, wearing a suit and every other kind of outfit. So there's an expression for each of these outfits. So that is what we all do during the whole rehearsal process too.
Now I want to go personal, right?
Okay.
How has it been tutoring, managing, training all these models?
It is not easy. Most times, and people tell me, Chas, you're actually doing well, you're doing that, but then they don't know what is happening behind the scene. You get to see me shout. It is not easy. Imagine training over 20 persons, let me say, for a show, and then these persons are coming from different backgrounds.
Yeah.
So that means you need to you need to be able to control these persons for them to give you what you're looking out for. So it is not easy. Shouting, not aside the shouting too, being patient too. Because there's some persons there's some models, there's some person who wants to be a model, but they really don't have an idea about modeling. You have to start tutoring them from the scratch. So it requires enough patience. Any instructor that doesn't have patience, I'm not sure that the instructor is ready to become an instructor.
So do you think this festival coming up this weekend is a way to promote models?
Obviously, we have different, and like the festival is called Food and Fashion, and then in the fashion aspect there is a runway. So that is like a promotion, a niche that has been set aside for the models for them to express themselves during the show. So it's part of the promotion too for the models, and I'm sure they're very happy doing it.
What's one stereotype that you want to break when it comes to being a model or a model manager?
The stereotype of do they do? But I'm also being careful with what I use. I did that question.
The ones you use the one you use. Use the one you know.
I'm also being careful with to use a word that okay. There is this stereotype that all models are tagged as prostitutes. That's what we get to see, and then most times I'm shocking that some persons comes to my DM even recently to tell me they need model for something, and then when I ask them the reason for it, to cry that they are needing them for
some other thing other than the runway,
other than the modeling part of it.
Okay.
So people picture models to be into prostitution and all that, both the male and female.
Yeah.
But then it is something that I will obviously want to change and then take the mindset of persons out from it.
All right. So do you find working with creative people like models more energizing, stressful, or enjoyable?
Enjoyable.
But you just said you literally
yes.
shout
so, yes, I do. But then this is something I love doing. So if you can, people who know me very well, if I'm sleeping, just start me and tell me there's a model for you to train. I feel very excited doing it. I feel very, very happy doing it because it is something that I always want to do. So me being around models is an energizer. I am happy because I feel like I am passing the knowledge that I have to them. So doing all that is really, really enjoyable for me.
So I want to know how exactly a model would be expressive when it comes to showcasing a particular clothing or design on a runway. So
expressions most times for models comes on the face now. So we let me say bikini. When models wear bikini, you are not expected to give a very strong, fierce look. You give us a smile look. Do you understand? So that is an expression. Someone who's wearing an Ishiago that we know an Ishiago is embodies the UB exactly. So there is how the able persons when they wear that, there's how the expression they give out when wearing it. So
the face.
Exactly. Even
how
the walk,
exactly
even the walk and all that. So that's now the expression is not just on the face alone.
Okay.
Even your walk, your gesticulation while you're walking on the stage, how you're able to carry the crowd and then for them to enjoy what you're doing at on the runway. So these are part of the expression. So expression differs with what you're wearing. So
what should we expect from your models in this particular event coming up?
A fabulous work.
Yes,
they're outstanding. We were able to pick the best among the best models that will walk the runway. I just wish that everybody would just come and see what these models they've been doing all this while. They are outstanding. I am not just blabbing. I'm not just saying it to exaggerate. When you see them, you understand why I'm using this word. They are outstanding. You know,
I recently attended one of your events. That's a pageant event, and I had a guest who is quite big, fat, and I want to ask: is it now a new thing? Because we know then they see models and pageant queens, pageant kings are people that are fit, slimmer, you know, sexy and all that. Is it a new style that's okay? Every other body type and size had to come into pageants.
Funnily enough, it has always been that way, but just that we have few persons that are occupying that space now. So we have different type of modeling. We have the plus size. Now we don't call them fat models, we call them plus size models. Okay. We have the petite models that are of the smaller body. We have the roaring models and the order. So everybody type has something to do in modeling. It depends on what the creative needs at that particular time. if I am a creative, maybe for instance now I'm a designer, I am making outfits, and then I know my outfit is mostly for persons that are of the bigger body, that's the plus size. Obviously, I'm going for plus size. I can't go for the slim persons. So everybody is a model depending on what the creative needs. That's
impressive. Now, I want to ask here, I really like how you see modeling as more than just fashion, right? There's so much depth in it. But then again, I would like to know, you know, there's this whole stereotype that most male models are.
I understand what you're going to.
You understand what I'm going to. I don't know if it's possible to break that.
No, people are entitled to what they want to think. Do you understand? So we are trying to change the whole mindset, but then you can't obviously tell a goat not to eat grass.
Okay.
Do you understand? So
yeah.
No matter what you do, there's a person that also think that way, and this is it. So we can't. But then we are trying our best to change that mindset of persons too.
So you went into modeling because you love fashion, or you just love the runway? I
love fashion. So growing up, my mom always tell me I'm the only child that when they get me clothes, I always want to reject it or probably follow them to the market to pick what I want to wear. And then growing up too, my siblings who could tell what I pay key attention to what I'm wearing. So that has always been there. So when I came of age, I just knew that this is the right time for me to step into this light and then manifest. I think you're actually doing a great job with that. I think because I saw some of your videos where you're shouting, don't talk, walk slow, put a pause and all that. I think you're actually doing a great job with that, and thank you so much for coming, despite the fact that it's a tight schedule for you. Thank you. With the whole preparation and all. Thank you. All right, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more interesting stories, insightful conversations. Follow all our social media platforms. Enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Nwokonta.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There is no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV. We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished the Wait, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, Tinubu urges editors to criticize government policies with fairness. Federal government suspends planned 15% import duty on PMS and diesel. Tanzania president appoints Mwigulu Nchemba as prime minister. And Euro 2028 to kick off in Cardiff and final set for Wembley. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has urged media practitioners in Nigeria to freely criticize government policies, but to do so with fairness and a sense of national responsibility. Tinubu, who gave the admonition to the All Nigerian Editors Conference in Abuja, noted the vital role of the media in shaping public discourse and strengthening democracy. The president stated that criticism should not be used to undermine the nation's progress, insisting that the media must remain partners in building a stronger and more united country. Tinubu stated that while social media is enhancing citizen journalism, it also increases the speed of misinformation, making editorial function even more important and critical principles for the verification and balance.
Your presence here reflects the enduring importance of the media in shaping national direction and strengthening democratic life. I commend the leadership of the grid for sustaining the tradition of reflection and professional engagement. The theme you have chosen, democratic governance and national cohesion, role of editors, invite us to reflect on the state of our democracy and the way in which public discourse can either strengthen or weaken the bonds that holds our nation together. Falsehood can take root before truth has time to speak. In such an environment, the editorial function is more important than ever. Verification must be your anchor. Balance must be your principle. And professional judgment must be your guide. I urge you, therefore, to continue upholding the highest standard of journalism. Report boldly, but do so truthfully.
The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, commended President Tinubu for his historic attendance at the annual meeting of the Guild of Editors, noting that it was the first time a sitting president had been physically present. The minister added that the administration of President Bola Tinubu had created an enabling environment for unfettered media practice, noting that more than 1,000 broadcasting stations were operating freely across the country.
To media literate dynamics from across the world. All participants, all media practitioners from around the world will, as a result of this hosting of this Media and Information Literacy Institute, come to Nigeria and help us to rid the whole world of the menace of fake news, misinformation, and disinformation.
The president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors, Eze Anaba, appealed to President Tinubu to support the media industry by providing fiscal incentives, legal protection, and policy support. He commended President Tinubu for attending the conference, describing his presence as a demonstration of his administration's recognition of the media as a strategic partner in nation building. President Bola Tinubu has transmitted the National Cocoa Management Board Bill 2025 to the House of Representatives for consideration and passage. In a letter addressed to the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, and read on the floor of the House, President Tinubu said the request was made pursuant to Section 58, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. The President explained that the proposed legislation seeks to establish a National Cocoa Management Board to regulate, promote, and harmonize cocoa-related activities across the country, as well as address other connected matters. According to him, the creation of the board will ensure effective coordination of the cocoa value chain, enhance standards, and strengthen Nigeria's competitiveness in the global cocoa economy.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to establish a National Cocoa Management Board to regulate, promote, and harmonize cocoa-related activities across the country and for other connected purposes. The establishment of the board will enhance effective coordination of the cocoa value chain, improve standards, and strengthen Nigeria's participation in the global cocoa economy.
The House approved the report of the Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management on the 1.15 trillion naira domestic borrowing plan to close the unfunded 2025 budget deficit gap. The Nigerian Senate has approved President Bola Tinubu's request to raise 1.15 trillion naira from the domestic debt market to finance the unfunded portion of the 2025 budget deficit. The approval came after the Senate adopted a report from the Committee on Local and Foreign Debt during Wednesday's plenary session. The report highlighted that the 2025 Appropriation Act sets total expenditure at nearly 60 trillion naira, an increase of 5.25 trillion naira over the initially proposed 54.74 trillion naira. This budget expansion resulted in a deficit of 14.10 trillion naira. Of this, 12.95 trillion naira has already been approved for borrowing, leaving an unfunded gap of approximately 1.15 trillion naira, which the Senate has now authorized to be raised domestically.
Recommendation 1, that the Senate do approve Mr. President's request to establish a 1,150 billion naira borrowing program in the domestic debt market to close the unfunded deficit gap created by the increase in the budget size over and above the prior approved revenue and borrowing plans. Those in favor of these recommendations say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. That the federal, that's recommendation 2, that the Federal Ministry of Finance and Debt Management Office should undertake the borrowing strictly within approved fiscal parameters, ensuring that all terms are conditions favorable, transparent, and sustainable. Those in favor of this prayer say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The recommendation is carried. That the Senate Committee on Local and Foreign Debt be mandated to 1, oversee the implementation and utilization of proceeds from the approved borrowing, receive quarterly reports from Ministry of Finance and the Debt Management Office, DMO, on status, utilization, and repayment plans. Monitor compliance with their sustainability thresholds and fiscal responsibility, and report any deviations to the Senate for appropriate legislative action. Those in favor of this recommendation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Now,
adopted a motion by Abdul Ningi mandating the Committee on Appropriations to intensify oversight over the implementation of borrowed funds. The committee is tasked to ensure that the money is used effectively within the 2025 fiscal year and strictly for intended purposes. The decisive legislative action underscores the Senate's commitment to fiscal responsibility and transparency as Nigeria navigates its 2025 budgetary challenges. On the second day of its legislative session, the House of Representatives resolved to constitute an ad hoc committee to investigate federal government-owned abandoned landed properties and buildings across the country, valued at over 20 trillion naira. The resolution followed a motion by the Minority Leader, Kingsley Chinda, who raised concerns over the failure of the Presidential Implementation Committee on Federal Properties, established in 2000 to submit its final report.
Landed properties and buildings by the federal government across the nation, and that this has resulted into colossal waste of resources worth over 20 trillion naira. The House further notes that about 63% of the federal government landed properties and buildings and projects since the nation attained independence has been abandoned without completion, and many abandoned for one reason or the other.
The committee will review existing reports, verify the current status of abandoned assets, and recommend recovery measures, including public-private partnerships, within 6 weeks. The House also urged the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security and the Nigerian Correctional Service to maximize inmates' engagement in farming, following a motion moved by Adebeshaw Folorunshaw. It further adopted motions on the collapse of local farming and mills, sponsored by Mohamed Jajare, and on the need to investigate the non-remittance of Nigeria LNG equity to NNPC Limited, moved by Nnamdi Ezeji.
Trading experience that can help them integrate back into society. The House concludes that engaging inmates in farming will enhance food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture in Nigeria and beyond.
Worried that the 180-day import duty waiver granted by the federal government to import husked brown rice and other food items has severely impacted local producers.
A bill to amend the Electricity Act 2023 to provide for the development and regulation of nuclear energy programs in Nigeria, sponsored by Honorable Victor Obuzo, passed second reading.
To promote the development of nuclear energy for electricity generation in Nigeria, including the development of small modular reactors. K, to promote the oversight and regulatory role of the Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority in line with the Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Act.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, says the House will not approve future budgetary allocations to any development finance institution that fails to demonstrate accountability, transparency, and measurable economic impact. Represented by Deputy House Leader Abdullahi Halims, the Speaker stated this at the inauguration of the ad hoc committee set up to investigate the operations, funding, and performance of DFIs in Nigeria. He said public funds meant for economic growth must be managed with transparency and discipline, stressing that every disbursement should translate into visible outcomes such as job creation, industrial expansion, agricultural productivity, and SME support.
These institutions were set up to boost the growth of key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, exports, and small and medium enterprises. They are intended to provide financing where ordinary commercial lending cannot meet the needs of industry or national development plans. When they operate efficiently, they help build jobs, expand innovation, and improve living standards for citizens. Where they fall short, the country loses valuable opportunities and scarce public resources are wasted.
The committee, chaired by Chidi Mark Obeta, expressed concern over inefficiencies, lack of transparency, and limited innovation in DFI operations, which have hindered their ability to support economic reforms and inclusive growth.
These concerns compel us to ask clear and objective questions. We must understand how funds allocated to DFIs have been managed and applied, the guiding criteria used in selecting beneficiaries and implementing programs, the extent to which these funds have reached the businesses, sectors, communities, and citizens they are intended to support, the measurable outcomes, jobs created, industries strengthened, exports expanded, and livelihood improved. And crucially, the systems in place for loan recovery and recycling of funds. Have the facilities been repaid? Are funds revolving as designed? Or are public resources becoming stranded and unable to re-enter productive use? These questions are not raised as a punitive action or a witch hunt. Rather, it is a fact-finding and reform-driven process aimed at strengthening the institutional capacity, efficiency, and integrity of our DFI so that they can better serve the Nigerian people and contribute meaningfully to national growth.
Director of Development Finance Institution Supervision at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Ibrahim Hassan, pledged the bank's full cooperation and promised to provide all required data to aid the investigation. Managing Director of the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, Abba Bello, described the probe as timely, noting that DFIs should serve as engines of growth through export promotion, job creation, and support for productive sectors.
I wish to assure the committee that the Central Bank of Nigeria will provide whatever support may be required to ensure that the committee carries out its assignment diligently and successfully. Finally, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, it is our hope and belief that the findings of this committee at the end of the day will provide invaluable lessons that will reposition our development finance institutions for greater impact, so they act as the catalyst they were meant to be for the acceleration of the growth and development of the Nigerian economy.
The economy of Nigeria is at crossroads now, where the performance and operations of the DFI becomes very critical. Now, sorry about that. For Nexim Bank, Nexim Bank's mandate is to promote export, trade and exports of Nigerian produce into the global markets. Now, this is done from both funding and using risk instruments to facilitate trade in the global markets. This we have done. I think all the things that the chairman of the committee, as well as the representative of the speaker, have mentioned, what this committee is all about. Your impact in the economy, your creation of jobs, and your contribution to the growth of the economy. And for us, how much export proceeds we have generated.
The House said the outcome of the investigation will guide future legislative action to ensure public funds are efficiently utilized to strengthen Nigeria's development finance system. In a bid to amplify the voices of women and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence, a non-governmental organization, Adoji River Optimal Communications, has brought together key stakeholders for a dialogue and documentary screening in ENUGU. The event, held in commemoration of the 65th anniversary of Ford Foundation West Africa, focused on advancing nation building through social justice and gender equality. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who was at the event, completes the story.
A significant portion of Nigerian women and girls have experienced physical or sexual violence, with about 31% of women aged 15 to 49 suffering one form of abuse or the other. Adoji River Optimal Communications, a women-led media advocacy organization, convened a one-day stakeholders dialogue and documentary screening to amplify the voices of sexual and gender-based violence survivors and rural women in Enugu, aligning with Ford Foundation's 65 years of promoting social justice in West Africa. Speaker of the Enugu State House of Assembly, Uche Ugu, who gave the keynote address, emphasized the need for people who experienced or witnessed abuse to speak out. Ugu explained that silence in the face of abuse is complicit, noting that courage begins when people begin to speak, act, and stand with the abused.
It's not just a personal tragedy, and I agree with that. It is a violation of human rights. It is a public health crisis and a threat to nation building, development, and social justice. It affects men, it affects women, it affects boys, affects girls, but in different proportions.
The Chief Executive Officer for the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, Jude Illo, said the issues of women's rights must be on the front burner of all times. He described the event as timely, stating that giving proper treatment and attention to women issues define good leadership.
That if anything is going to change in this country, in these states, in our communities, women will have to be the ones driving it. We are in an interesting time in this country. Across communities, people are going through difficult times. Unhealthful tradition and practices are keeping women chained to a shameful past of toxic patriarchy. There's trouble in the land. Therefore, this event is timely and fundamentally important. We must learn to listen to our women, rely on their agency, and lived experience to make needed changes in our cultures, in our laws, in our hearts.
A gender activist and Catholic priest, Reverend Father Mario Ikechukwu, stated that treatment given to women has a lot to do with mindset. He stressed the need for proper sensitization of people on decent behavior, saying the church has a lot of role to play in the campaign against sexual and gender-based violence.
I wish to emphasize today that the church is not left out in combating this monster in the society. Enlightenment is very important. Exposure is not how many countries you have traveled to. If you are making a mistake, I need to call your attention to this. Exposure is not about how many countries you have traveled to. Exposure is about openness of mind.
The executive director of Adoji River, Onyinye Ude, explained that the platform was designed to give voice and attention to women experiencing sexual and gender-based violence. She stressed the need for greater collaboration in addressing some harmful cultural practices and stereotypes that seek to dehumanize the female folk.
We are really addressing SGBV, especially the one that is enhanced by socio-cultural practices. Third, you have made us to start looking at shifting the norms. Thank you for changing the narrative. Thank you for bettering the lives of the people in the West Africa. And thank you for identifying with Adoji River Optimal Communication. And so we say congratulations as you mark this milestone of 65 years in West Africa.
It is expected that the one-day stakeholder dialogue, which brought together policymakers, traditional leaders, gender advocates, and civil society organizations, will give greater visibility to the efforts of Adoji River and further strengthen advocacy for gender justice and cultural reforms. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
The Enugu state government says the era of land grabbing, fraudulent transactions, and illegal allocations is over in Enugu State. This follows the launch of the Digital Survey Management System, a major reform by Governor Peter Mbah's administration aimed at promoting transparency and strengthening land ownership rights in the state. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam has the report.
It was a gathering of surveyors, landowners, developers, and estate agents at the Surveyor's House in Enugu as the Office of the State Surveyor General hosted a one-day sensitization workshop on the state's transition from analog to a fully digital survey and cadastral management system. The new initiative, which aligns with Governor Peter Mbah's reform agenda, is designed to bring an end to fraudulent land transactions, illegal allocations, and overlapping layouts that have long plagued the land sector in Enugu State. In his keynote address, the Enugu State Surveyor General, Surveyor Justice Chima, described the digital survey management system as a historic reform that places the surveying profession at the heart of the land administration. He said the platform will not only protect professional integrity, but also speed up approval processes and ensure that every survey work is traceable to its rightful owner.
Through this system, your survey data, coordinates, and professional signatures remains in the record forever. Even after you are gone, your work continues to speak for you. Let's also note that once survey is entered into the system, no one, not even government, can take it over or make changes without records for accountability. With this system, your survey becomes protected and traceable.
The chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, ENUGU State Chapter, Emmanuel Nnamani, hailed the initiative as a game changer in sanitizing land administration in the state. He said the system would eliminate fake cadastral plans and multiple claims on the same plot of land, a challenge that has hindered development for years.
Now, this administration from inception left no one in doubt of its desire to reform the land management system in Enugu State and to make the state investor-friendly. We saw this through the bill it submitted to the House of Assembly on the establishment of new Enugu City Management Agency and also the bill setting up NGs at the early stages of this administration. NIS, in order to complement the efforts of government, decided to go on and establish the continuously operating reference stations calls to facilitate accurate position fixing. The 6 stations we have designed covers the entire state. The government has also purchased various survey equipment like drones, dual frequency GPS survey equipment, total stations, etc., for the office of the Surveyor General of the state.
Commissioner for Land and Urban Development, Chimaobi Okorie, said the digital reform was developed in line with Governor Mba's vision to make Enugu a leading destination for investors. He noted that the system would completely eliminate boundary conflicts and overlapping layouts through strong collaboration between the Ministry of Lands, the Office of the Surveyor General, and the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors.
We intend to take this conversation down to the streets. For now, it's a key stakeholder engagement with the surveyors, of course, who are very critical to what we're doing. All the other players, in the sector, the town planners, the valuers, are also being carried along, and we will also have similar engagements. Then for the average citizen, the potential investor, the potential buyer of land, if I may call that, we intend to also go out with jingles, with narratives that really explain what this is all about. That's about certainty on your land.
Participants at the workshop described the initiative as a turning point in land governance in Enugu State that would help secure property ownership, boost investors' trust, and strengthening the rule of law in land management.
The workshop is required to put everybody on the same page so that people will appreciate what is happening, what the government is doing.
We have the issue of multiple local origins to reference survey plans in the state. We also have difficulty in harmonizing these local origins to a common reference framework. We also have the issue of identifying fake cadastral and layout surveys. We also have the issues of overlapping boundaries of cadastral and layout surveys. Identification of survey and layouts that are inconsistent with the state master plan. We also have the issue of identification of unauthorized and illegal land transactions. We have issues of fake and multiple unauthorized land allocation.
With the introduction of digital survey management system, Enugu State is taking bold steps towards building a transparent, technology-driven land administration system, one that promises to protect property rights, attract investors, and end decades of land-related disputes. In Enugu, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signature TV News.
The federal government has reversed its 2022 National Language Policy, which stipulated that the language of instruction from early childhood to primary 6 should be the mother tongue or the language of the immediate community. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, announced the policy change at the opening of the Language in Education International Conference 2025, organized by the British Council in Abuja. Alausa said English will now be the language of instruction in Nigerian schools, from primary through tertiary levels, noting that Nigerian children have been performing poorly in public examinations because they were taught in the mother tongue. He said the policy had destroyed the education system, as pupils and students often advanced to higher classes without learning essential skills, revealing that the mother tongue is being overused from primary 1 to primary 6 and even from JSS 1 to JSS 3. The former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, has advised the People's Democratic Party to suspend its planned national convention slated for November 15th to 16th in Ibadan, Oyo State, citing legal and political controversies surrounding the exercise. Saraki made the call in a statement via his official X handle on Wednesday night, following a meeting with members of the Board of Trustees Reconciliation Committee of the party, led by Ambassador Hassan Adamu, who visited him to seek his views on restoring peace within the PDP. He expressed regret that despite the selfless and arduous efforts of some party leaders to resolve internal disputes, the forthcoming convention had been engulfed in political and legal wrangling, which, according to him, does not augur well for Nigeria's democracy. Saraki warned that the existence of conflicting court orders regarding the validity of the convention poses serious risks to the legitimacy of any outcomes from the exercise. To this end, Saraki urged the Board of Trustees to recommend the immediate establishment of a caretaker committee to manage the affairs of the PDP and restore confidence among members and prospective candidates. Still to come, bandits kill 4, abduct Ekwa pastor, 11 others in Kaduna. And Libya deports 80 Nigerians held in detention camps. Details of these and more after the break.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the game. Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Suspected Fulani armed men invaded 3 communities in Kaduna, Jansauni, Maidoki, and Mayama, suburban areas of Yakasuwa in Kurama Chiefdom, Lere local government area, yesterday, killing 4 people. The attackers also abducted Ekwa pastor, Reverend Estefanus Dunga, and 11 others. The National Publicity Secretary of the Federated Kurama Association, Pius Agaji Kiauta, who confirmed the incident, explained that the attack occurred around 10 p.m. when the assailants stormed the communities and fired sporadically, resulting in the killing of 4 people and the abduction of several others. Kiauta stated that there is an urgent need for security intervention, as the communities have been ravaged beyond imagination. A source said his father was kidnapped without clothes, along with his younger sister, adding that the attackers, numbering in their hundreds, surrounded every targeted house. He confirmed that the 4 people killed were youths between the ages of 27 and 30, stressing that at the moment, no ransom demands have been made by the kidnappers. He explained that the entire community is left in deep mourning, describing the attack as an evil that has befallen the Kurama nation and requires both security and spiritual intervention. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has commenced investigation into 2 suspected oil thieves, Moses Mufans and Abba Sunday, for allegedly dealing in petroleum products without a valid license. The suspects were arrested on November 4, 2025, at Ikote Bene by a joint task force comprising officers of the 2 Brigade Nigerian Army, Mbiokboro in City Bomb local government area, Akwa Ibom State, and later handed over to the EFCC. They were reportedly loading products suspected to be illegally refined automotive gas oil from an underground dump at Olive Field Filling Station, Ikote Bene, into a white Iveco truck at the time of their arrest. The items handed over to the EFCC included the Iveco truck containing approximately 3,287 liters of unsuspected illegally refined fuel, the underground dump, 2 Yamaha pumping machines, 4 suction hoses, a Mercedes-Benz ML350, and a DAF 75 CF truck. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority on Thursday said it is no longer considering implementing the planned 15% duty on imported petroleum products. In a statement posted on its X handle on Thursday, the Director, Public Affairs Department of the regulatory agency, George Eneita, said that the implementation of the 15% ad valorem import duty on imported premium motor spirits and diesel is no longer in view. The authority confirmed that there is a strong domestic supply of petroleum products such as AGO, PMS, and LPG, sourced from both local refineries and imports to maintain steady replenishment of stocks at storage depots and retail outlets during this period, and advised against hoarding, panic buying, and unjustified price increases. The authority also stated that it will continue to monitor the supply situation closely and implement necessary regulatory actions to prevent any disruptions in the distribution of petroleum products nationwide, particularly during this peak demand season. The development comes after President Bola Tinubu approved the introduction of a 15% ad valorem import duty on petrol and diesel imports into Nigeria. The Libyan authorities have deported 80 Nigerian migrants who were being held in various detention facilities across the country, in what officials described as part of ongoing efforts to curb irregular migration and ease overcrowding in holding centers. The Department for Combating Illegal Migration, in partnership with the Nigerian Consulate in Tripoli, facilitated the repatriation through Mitiga International Airport on Wednesday. According to Migrant Rescue Watch, the deportation followed judicial orders issued by the Libyan Judicial Police. The group said the operation was carried out in collaboration with Nigerian consular officials to ensure that the returnees were properly documented and giving the necessary consular assistance before departure. The 80 deported Nigerians are among the hundreds of African migrants currently being held in Libya for attempting to cross the Mediterranean Sea into Europe through irregular routes. And up next is business news.
At the end of the trading session on Wednesday, November 12th on the Nigerian exchange, 806 million shares were exchanged in 24,489 deals, corresponding to a market value of 50.74 billion naira. Compared with Tuesday's figures, the data reflects a 23% rise in volume, a 73% jump in turnover, but a 17% decline in the number of deals. The market capitalization of the Nigerian exchange currently stands at 93.4 trillion naira, showing sustained investor interest despite recent market fluctuations. Out of 129 equities traded on the NGX, 64 recorded gains while 12 closed in the red. Guarantee Trust Holding topped the gainers list with a 10% price appreciation, closing at 85 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Nigerian Breweries, also gaining 10%, closing at 66 naira per share. Owando 10%, closing at 39 naira 60 kobo per share, and Zenith Bank 10%, closing at 59 naira 40 kobo per share. On the downside, Transcorp Power led the losers with a 10% decline, ending at 307 naira 80 kobo per share, followed by Vitafoam Nigeria, also losing 10%, closing at 84 naira 60 kobo per share. The NGX All-Share Index surged by 4,076.69 points to close at 145,403.99 points. Despite this positive close, the index still reflects a one-week loss of 3.48% and a four-week loss of 1.58%, though it maintains a robust year-to-date gain of 41.27%. Market analysts attribute the rebound to renewed investor confidence and strong performances by leading banking and brewery stocks. The Nigerian naira recorded mixed movements against the US dollar on Wednesday, November 12th. At the official Central Bank of Nigeria rate, the naira traded at approximately 1,436 naira 49 kobo per US dollar. Meanwhile, in the parallel market, the naira was selling at 1,460 naira and buying at 1,450 naira, reflecting a modest 0.34% increase. Analysts say the slight uptick in the parallel market is driven by increased demand and limited dollar supply. Investors and businesses are advised to monitor both official and market rates closely for trading and financial planning. That's the update from the Nigerian stock and money market. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
Samia Suluhu Hassan nominated Mwigulu Nchemba, a former finance minister, as the new prime minister on Thursday, following her landslide victory in the October 29th election that sparked violent protests. Parliament confirmed his appointment later on Thursday, a move widely expected given Hassan's overwhelming win. Opposition groups say the government rigged the vote and excluded key challengers, triggering unrest. The UN Human Rights Office said it believes hundreds were killed in the protests, while opposition leaders and activists claim security forces killed more than 1,000 people. Some rights groups allege the toll could even be higher. The government has dismissed these figures as exaggerated and has not released its own count. Mali's foreign and communication ministers said the country is recovering from recent supply disruptions and called on the African Union to take a firmer stance against terrorism and threats to Mali's territorial integrity. Speaking at the BAMEX 25, Mali's inaugural International Defense Exhibition held in Bamako, Foreign Minister Abdoulaye Diop said hundreds of trucks are now arriving daily to restore supplies to the capital and other regions, following weeks of disruption. Communication Minister Alhamdou Ag Ilyeni urged the African Union to respond more decisively to what he described as regular attacks on Mali's unity and the complicity of certain member states in promoting terrorism for geopolitical purposes.
Those who describe must come out of their dream to reality. The reality is different. Mali is here, Mali is standing. There are difficulties, there have been disruptions to the supply system. The state has organized itself, put in place a strategic plan to resume supply, to ensure convoy security and more generally intensify military operations for the country's security. And gradually, you see hundreds of trucks arriving daily to resume supplying Bamako and other localities. And we will maintain these efforts.
As you know, we also expect from the African Union much more firmness regarding the regular attacks on Mali's integrity and national unity according to the virtues and intangibility of borders. We also expect from the African Union much more firmness regarding the major terrorist offensives imposed on our people and also the pernicious complicity of certain African Union member states that maintain and promote terrorism for geopolitical purposes.
Naturally, we respect the choice of certain countries that have asked their nationals to leave. But in any case, we can only say that Mali remains a hospitable country. They continue to be welcome among us. I know that we wish well for Malians. We wish the same for these foreigners. I know that many of these foreigners are attached to Mali. Many of these foreigners have contributed to the development of our country. I would like, on behalf of the other authorities of the country, to express all our gratitude to those who have gone through these difficult times with us.
President Donald Trump signed legislation on Wednesday, ending a 43-day shutdown of the U.S. government. But a political analyst warned that Democrats and Republicans now face a battle over who can claim victory from the prolonged budget standoff. The Republican-controlled chamber passed the package by a vote of 222 to 209, with Trump's support largely keeping his party together in the face of vehement opposition from House Democrats, who are angry that a long standoff launched by their Senate colleagues failed to secure a deal to extend federal health insurance subsidies.
And so you could argue that while the Democrats didn't get the thing that they were putting at the top of their wish list for the shutdown, they didn't get that. They did get other things. But this is where there's the difference between accomplishment and narrative. At this moment, the narrative is running that Democrats folded and therefore they lost the shutdown. What will be interesting, and this is always interesting in following politics, is narratives change. The news cycle moves on. Somebody thinks up a different set of talking points. The Democrats figure out a way to sell this as a victory. And if they get the vote in December, and enough Republicans realize it would be disastrous for their political future to vote against extending the subsidies, and the Democrats get that win in mid-December or possibly at sometime in January, then they can say retroactively, like, look, we did win. Just as Republicans and Democrats are going to be fighting with each other to control the narrative of who won the shutdown, progressives and centrists in the Democratic Party are going to be fighting each other over the narrative of, was this a capitulation or was this that the government provides are now 6 weeks essentially behind schedule, and some of that productivity might never get recovered. Obviously, some of the more direct impacts were, air traffic controllers, canceled flights, delayed flights. That will clean up relatively quickly. That's the kind of thing, those are really the short-term impacts. Probably should be unhappy that the economy is probably going to look less good in the first quarter of 2026 than it would have if this shutdown hadn't happened. And when you're the president, the health of the economy is one of your primary concerns, whether you're a
Trump's signature on the bill, which cleared the Senate earlier in the week, will bring federal workers idled by the shutdown back to their jobs, starting as early as Thursday, although just how quickly full government services and operations will resume is unclear. And that's the news this hour. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health.
only on Signature TV.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the thing. Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's episode of Gender Perspectives. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha and our topic today is one that affects millions of girls around the world, often silently but deeply. Now, why is beauty so closely tied to a girl's worth in so many societies? Like, who decides what is beautiful and at what costs? And how can we begin to change a system that places so much pressure on appearance rather than character, ability, or intelligence? Well, we'll take a look at that right after this timeout, so stay tuned. Welcome back. Now, from an early age, girls are surrounded by messages through media, advertising, culture, and even family that tell them how they should look. Now, these expectations aren't just about appearance. They shape self-esteem, they influence mental health, and can limit opportunities. Now, beauty standards, they have long influenced the way girls perceive themselves and are perceived by others. Across cultures and generations, girls have been subject to a wide range of societal expectations regarding physical appearance, from skin tone to body shape to hair texture and even clothing choices. Now, these ideals are often narrow, they are often unrealistic and heavily promoted through media, advertising, and social platforms. So our background report now sheds more light on this.
Beauty standards are the ideals or expectations of physical attractiveness that are prevalent in a particular society or culture. They encompass a range of physical features, such as skin tone, body shape, facial features, and hair, that are considered desirable or beautiful. These standards are often influenced by media, fashion, and cultural norms, and can vary significantly across different time periods and cultures. Beauty standards are social norms that dictate what is considered attractive within a given culture. Over time, these standards have become increasingly narrow, commercialized, and globalized, placing immense pressure on girls to conform from a young age. The burden of meeting these expectations has significant psychological, social, and even economic consequences. From an early age, girls around the world are exposed to an overwhelming array of messages about how they should look. These messages come from media, social platforms, peers, and even family members. beauty becomes less a personal expression and more a societal requirement, one that is often narrow, unrealistic, and exclusionary. Throughout history, beauty standards have varied by time and place. In ancient civilizations, full bodies were once associated with wealth and fertility, while the Renaissance celebrated soft features and pale skin. However, with the rise of mass media in the 20th century, especially television and magazines, idealized images of women became more uniform and widespread. The late 20th and early 21st centuries saw the emergence of the thin ideal in Western media, promoting a body type that is difficult and often unhealthy to attain. With globalization, these ideas began influencing beauty perceptions in non-Western societies as well, leading to homogenized and often unattainable beauty standards worldwide. The rise of social media platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat has amplified beauty pressures. Filters, editing apps, and curated content make perfection seem accessible and expected. Young girls are especially vulnerable, often comparing themselves to influencers, celebrities, and peers whose appearances are digitally altered. Even well-meaning content that promotes beauty can be harmful if it continues to center aesthetics over substance or reinforces the idea that a girl's appearance is her most valuable trait. Numerous studies have linked unrealistic beauty standards to low self-esteem, body dysmorphia, disordered eating, anorexia, bulimia, binge eating, anxiety, and depression and obsessive use of cosmetic products or procedures. A 2021 survey found that 7 in 10 girls feel pressure to look a certain way, and many stop participating in activities they enjoy, like sports or social events, because they feel insecure about their appearance. Beauty expectations are not universal. In many societies, Western ideals, fair skin, straight hair, thin bodies, have been imposed over local definitions of beauty, contributing to colorism and the erasure of diverse features. For example, skin lightening products are still widely sold across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Black and indigenous girls often grow up without seeing themselves represented positively in mainstream beauty media. Girls with disabilities, non-conforming gender expressions, or larger bodies face exclusion from dominant narratives of beauty. The beauty industry, worth over $500 billion globally, profits off insecurity. Marketing strategies often target girls by exploiting their fears and promising products that will make them better, prettier, or more worthy. From anti-aging creams marketed to teens, to cosmetic surgeries for minors becoming more common, the line between personal grooming and harmful pressure is increasingly blurred. This burden shapes girls' self-esteem, mental health, and sense of identity. As they grow, many begin to equate their worth with their appearance, pressure to conform to beauty ideals that often center whiteness, thinness, and perfection. Social media intensifies this, where filtered, curated lives are mistaken for reality, leading to anxiety, body dysmorphia, and a culture of comparison. In response, new movements have emerged such as body positivity, which encourages acceptance of all body types, body neutrality, which focuses on what bodies can do, rather than how they look, diversity in media with growing representation of different races, sizes, and gender expressions in fashion and entertainment. Although progress is being made, these movements still face pushback and are sometimes co-opted by corporations for profit without meaningful change. The burden of beauty expectations on girls is a deep-rooted and systemic issue. But these expectations are not natural. They are constructed. And they can be challenged. While the pressure to conform is powerful, awareness and education are critical steps toward change. Through education, representation, and open dialogue, we can help girls see beauty in diversity and reclaim control over how they define themselves.
Now, over the years, beauty standards have become increasingly commercialized and homogenized, often shaped by global media, by fashion trends, and social media algorithms. Now, for many girls, this creates a constant pressure to meet unrealistic ideals that prioritize appearance over individuality, intelligence, or capability. These expectations can lead to issues such as low self-esteem, body dissatisfaction, and even mental health struggles. Now, while the conversation around beauty is evolving, many young girls continue to carry the weight of these expectations in their daily lives. Now, to better understand how this burden is experienced and how to navigate it, we'll be speaking to Ms. Amarachi Ago. She is a public health entrepreneur. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so we're talking about beauty and expectations and beauty standards. So first of all, what comes to your mind when you hear about, like expectations and beauty standards, particularly for girls and women?
Okay, what comes to my mind are the expectations, the social and the cultural norms that the society has for girls and women, the way they should look, the way they should dress, in order for them to feel attractive. And if they don't dress in that particular way, or maybe they don't have the body shape that is in line with that particular standards, they are not accepted or considered beautiful by the society.
Yeah, but why do you think it's like that? So why do you think that society is like that, or puts that much pressure, on how to look?
Okay, I don't really think it's not just the society. There are so many factors that affect it.
Okay.
For instance, now culture. In Nigeria, there is a particular way that's back in the 80s, before civilization came. There's a particular way that women are expected to dress or behave or act. Then coming to the social media age, social media has also had a lot of impact on the beauty standards for girls. For instance, we always try to promote girls that have a particular body structure, maybe have a particular hair type when we are doing social media ads. So younger girls will want to look exactly like what they see, because you don't normally see a particular set of girls used for arts, right? And then in our families, when we are talking to our female children, that's the girls, some parents always tell them, if you become a little bit slim, you'll be more beautiful, or maybe if your tummy goes a little bit slimmer, you'll be more acceptable, or you have to look in a certain way for you to be a good wife material, for you to be marriageable. So this creates a mindset in the girls that I have to look in a certain way for me to be marriageable, for me to be acceptable, both by my peers and also by my family and the society. So there's a lot of pressure going on in the minds and hearts of girls in Nigeria, and then even all over the world too.
Okay. Okay, so let me just ask a personal question. Have you ever felt that pressure, this pressure we're talking about now? Have you ever felt that pressure? Can you tell us what that was and how you handled it?
Okay. So growing up, I used to have a lot of, I grew up with guys.
Okay.
So I was like the only girl in the family. So there was this pressure to be slim. I remember that I stopped eating late night food. I even stopped eating swallow just because I didn't want to, because I didn't want to be fat. And up till now, I don't really eat swallow. Like, I always take small portions when it comes to eating either eba or fufu or anything, because of that decision I made when I was still a teenager. And then at a point, I was like, I'm not doing it again. I had to accept myself the way that I am. I'm no longer, if I want to slim down, it's because of maybe my health, or this is who I want to be, not because of what the society expects me to be as a girl child.
Yeah, but was that a societal thing though? Was it a personal thing? Or is it because you grew up around guys?
Okay, I think it's both a personal thing and a societal thing. Why I call it personal is because of certain mindsets that people have. There are some persons that will receive the same comments, and they would not react in certain ways. Right? There are families that train their daughters to appreciate themselves, that their worth is not based on their looks, their worth is not based on being slim or fat. It's based on their personal values, like kindness, like emotional intelligence, and those values that made them being confident, those values that made them who they are. So when girls that come out from such families, when you tell them they are slim, they are fat, or they are this or that, whatever you call it, it doesn't really affect them. It doesn't change the way they see themselves. They wouldn't start fasting because you told them that they are fat. Neither would they start eating because you told them that they are slim. They already know who they are, and their worth is not based on who they look or...
Yeah, but I'm asking about you though, like you, because you said you had to lose weight because you grew up around guys, so you wanted to be slim. So I'm asking, is it the people you were around that made you feel like you had to lose weight, or is just a personal thing? You just felt like, oh, because I was hanging around guys, let me lose weight?
Okay, it's a personal thing though. Yes, it's a personal thing, and then the society also had a role to play in it. Peers and friends, when most of your friends are slim, you want to be like your friends, so that you'll be acceptable to your friends.
Yeah, okay. Now you mentioned social media, and but I'd like us to go more in depth in social media and what role that it has to play. So can you like throw more light on what you meant when you said social media also has a role to play?
Okay, social media has a lot of role to play, because especially for younger girls, they're not really educated on what how to be able to navigate through social media. I remember a few years ago when I was in my seminar research, I came across a girl who committed suicide because she was told that she is ugly. And then it was really, I was really amazed because looking at her, she was actually very beautiful. And I was like, okay, why would she think that she is ugly? And because she was not really properly educated on how to navigate through social media. The pictures you're seeing online, those pictures have gone through a lot of editing and, they've been filtered. People try to present that perfect look on social media. And then looking at yourself, you don't really know what, the girls, they don't know what the stages that the pictures have gone through. They want to look like them. They want to have that glass skin, that complexion, that they want to have that perfect body shape, not knowing that the images that are seen online are not real. They're just, the output of editing and going through filters.
Okay, but do you also think that it could be a reason why some girls are going for things like for body enhancements?
Yes. Just like I mentioned earlier, maybe through arts, and then all this beauty pageantry. The girls they're always showing are people that are slim, that have a flawless skin. Let me say you're going through an ad and you're a teenager and you just see this image of a girl that is flawless, perfect, has the perfect body shape. Definitely you will be like, how can I be like this girl? Maybe after the ad, you are not seeing maybe an advertisement for you to either buy a product to look like her. You find out some girls who want to do everything to buy that product so that they can look like the image that was presented in the ad.
Okay, so now seeing how all these things are playing out, what effects does this have on girls? Like, how does it affect them, positively or negatively?
I think it affects girls negatively.
How? Why?
Okay, it affects self-esteem of some girls who have not been able to, who have not been educated on their worth and their values. So they are basing their worth and their values based on looks. So when you see an average girl from a random family, she's not priding on intelligence. She's not priding on her emotional intelligence or maybe what she's what. She's priding on her looks. She wants to get favor from you because of she feels she's smart. She feels she's she wants to get favor from you because she feels she has a good body structure.
Okay.
Yes, and she has a flawless skin. So automatically you should actually grant her that favor. Not because she's intelligent, not because she has good social skills or emotional skills that are relevant, that makes one an individual. In the society.
Yeah. Okay, well, the way you say it now, because some people are also saying, my body, my choice. I have a choice to, do what I want to do with my body, and it's not a lack of self-esteem. It's just I want to look better. I want to look better. So what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, what I think is, in as much as you have a choice, but what influences that choice? All choices we are making in life or you would make are influenced by something. Could it be something that happened years ago? Could it be what you saw that influenced that choice? And what impact are your choices making on you and also on the society in general? Because whether we like it or not, our choices have an impact on others and also on us. For instance, some of all these beauty products have health implications later in life. And then also, they could also have a negative impact on others when they see you, the way you portray yourself and also the way you are also, promoting. What are you promoting amongst the younger generation? It's not just about you. Are you also promoting that same standard of, is my body, I can do whatever I want? Or are you promoting younger generation of girls who are proud of who they are, not because of their looks, but because of their what, their internal and social skills?
Yeah, okay. So what about when it comes to mental health? Do you think that aside from the harm it causes the body, do you think that it affects, their mental health?
Yes, it affects mental health. So many, some girls are going through depression and anxiety. Maybe you see a girl, she among secondary school or primary school children, maybe someone tells her you are ugly or you are charcoal because she's dark. She might decide to start applying bleaching cream, or maybe she might decide she can go into depression and having this thought of, I am not smart enough, I'm not beautiful enough because I am dark, and she will want to become like others, leading to low moods, that is depression. And if care is not taken, it can actually lead to suicide, because depression is one of the the factors that lead to suicide amongst teenagers.
Okay. So now when we talk about body image issues, we've talked about how it affects their mental health, right? But do you think there is any correlation between when it comes to body image issues and self-worth? Do you think that there is any correlation, or would you say that, there, there is really nothing, because like I said earlier, most girls, when they talk about, they'll tell you, oh, I want to look good, it's not, I'm not feeling less of myself, I want to look good. And then just like you said, it affects self-esteem. So these are two different sides of the story. So would you say that body image has anything to do with self-worth?
Okay. Yes, body image can have something to do with self-worth for an individual that is basing their self-worth based on their body image. Remember, it's all about mindset. It's all about how a child has been encultured, what you've been telling that child. If you've been raised that maybe your worth is based on your body image, then definitely you will see yourself all about how you dress or how you show up. But if you've been raised that your worth is based on who you are, based on your personal skills, based on being intelligent, based on being smart, based on making impact in the society, you would not base in as much as you endeavor to look good, yes, you endeavor to look smart, look good and everything, but you will not base your worth on how you look. Rather, you base it based on the impact, how you're impacting the society, how you're impacting your family and people around you, and then how you're able to relate socially with others in the society.
Okay. But now you mentioned about, the experience that you had when it came to like your body and all of that. But have you encountered a younger person who, is going through something like this? Have you ever encountered a younger person, or maybe somebody has come to tell you something about that?
Yeah, I think I have, and that was years ago.
Okay.
It was actually a boy, not a girl.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so
Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So he was like that his classmates think that he's too short.
Oh, okay.
So I told him, like, anybody that thinks that you are too short, the person is abnormal. Because I discovered it started affecting the way he sees himself. He wanted to, children as they are growing up, they try to get influenced by their friends, by their classmates, you understand. So he was feeling low because of what his classmate told him. And I had to tell him that anyone that feels that you're too short is abnormal, that you're okay and you're perfect. And I did not hear him talk about it again.
Oh, wow, that's interesting, which leads me to talk about men, because in as much as we're talking about the girls, I think it's important that we also talk about the boys. Now, do you think that boys experience this burden that we're talking about when it comes to beauty expectations?
Yeah, but it's not as much as girls, because the society is like everyone is after girls, like how we dress and everything. So there's no much emphasis on boys based on their looks. You wouldn't see a parent telling their boy child or their son that maybe you are too fat, it's always the girls, because they want them to be perfect so that they can have their girls get married on time.
Yes.
Something like that.
Okay, but the few, even though it's not much, is there.
Yes, it's there.
So what are those ones that affect them that are there?
Okay, the ones that affect boys in the society.
Yeah,
I think it's just based on the, just like I told you now, based on skin complexion. I've seen boys that are using bleaching cream because they want to have a lighter complexion.
Okay.
They feel like becoming lighter means that they are more handsome, and then they will get more approval from their peers and their families. I've also seen boys that dress in certain ways that they are not meant to dress, but in terms of like, it's not like it's decent, but because it's popular, and then maybe popular influencers are dressing in certain ways, they want to dress in those ways, which is not really healthy, which is not acceptable. Okay.
No, say it.
Which is not acceptable. But because they want to look like a certain influencer, they want to dress like a certain influencer. Sorry, I missed my line.
No, continue.
Okay, they want to dress like a certain influencer in the society. So we see a lot of boys like using of jewelries and in terms of the kind of hair that they
okay.
Like using of dress, jewelries, and all these things were not really there. It's not like I'm speaking against it, but what is influencing it? It's still the same thing that we're talking about, because certain influencers, social media influencers or media influencers are dressing in that particular way. So many boys and even men too are trying to dress like that so that they'll become more acceptable. So that they will feel that sense of belonging in the society. But it was not always there.
Yeah. So would you say that in this situation, social media has done more harm than good?
I would not really say that social media has done more harm So then social media has been very helpful.
Okay.
It has helped to connect, bring connection to families. With your social media, you can connect with people across different parts of the world. Many businesses have benefited from social media. I think we just have to balance social media by giving our young people the right education on how to navigate through social media. Just like nobody goes into, you don't go into social media unprepared. That's my own view.
Okay.
Yes, so you don't just allow your children to go into social media without educating them, so that they would not go into depression or anxiety because they want to belong, they want to feel that sense of belonging, they want to get many likes. But if you educate them that this is social media, you have to be yourself. And most of the people you are seeing, they're trying to be like others. You don't have to become like them. So when they have that consciousness that they have to be themselves and they have to focus on making social impact. Some weeks ago, I listened to a podcast that talked about social impact. The purpose of social media is social impact. So if you're going to social media to make social impacts and maybe to promote your business, you will not be thinking about someone liking your picture or maybe, trying to look or dress in a certain way, because you want to impact the society. You want to grow your skills. You want people from different parts of the world to be able to patronize what you are doing, and not just for you to start maybe showing people your body structure, whatever you want to show.
Okay. But at the same time, most people also say that social media has helped them love themselves more, because just like you said, this idea of slim girls, a particular height, a particular body structure, people are also coming out on social media. The big girls, those ones whose bodies are not as perfect as the models. Don't you think that is also going to help young people who are feeling less of themselves when they see people like that on their social media? Don't you think it's going to help them to love themselves as well?
Yeah, it can help them to love themselves, but the idea of you loving yourself because others are accepting it, whether they accept it or not, this is who I am. I love myself. Whether someone in social media, maybe someone is looking a certain way and then the person is getting a wide acceptance or not, this is who I am. I know who I am. I know my value. I know my worth. So my worth should not be based on whether someone is being liked on social media or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but another thing, another angle to this when we talk about, loving yourself.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that some people love themselves in the wrong way? For instance, someone that is fat.
Okay.
We already know that people that are fat usually get a lot of comments about their size and their weight and all of that.
Yeah.
But then when we talk about, loving yourself and not conforming to beauty expectation, they'll tell you, yes, I love myself the way I am. I'm fat. I love myself like that. But they don't take care of their body. They don't exercise or eat healthy. They just eat whatever it is that they want to eat. They just do whatever because of I love my body. So don't you think that some people that is also the another side to it, when people love themselves in the wrong way?
Yeah, I think so too. Like loving yourself the wrong way. The wrong way, because you've accepted this is who I am. And I think that's not a healthy way of loving yourself, because if you are not taking care of yourself, you're not exercising and you are getting fatter, it's not good for your health. It's not good for your internal organs. It's not good for your heart. One day or someday you might go down with an illness. So are you actually loving yourself? Seeing as much as you want to appreciate yourself, it's also good too. There are some persons I know that they are fat and they are still very flexible and they exercise. So you can also be exercising, you can be taking care of yourself, you can mind what you are eating, not just because of what people think about you, but because of your health.
Okay. So you agree that people can love themselves the wrong way. So how do we now find the balance between loving yourself when you're loving yourself right and loving yourself wrong? Where is the balance? How do you know when you are going out of the proper way to love yourself?
Okay. For me, the balance is this. In loving yourself, be sure you are weighing your actions. Okay? So if I'm eating, what are the after effects of my eating? If I'm exercising, what are the after effects? If I'm not exercising, what are the after effects of my decisions? So if I'm able to ensure that the after effects will lead to me not having any challenge in the future, whether health challenge or physical challenge in the future, is okay. But if it's going to lead to a negative implication in the future, then definitely I'm not loving myself. So the motive is what is important.
So basically everything is just the motive of love. But some people don't know. Some people don't know that they are doing it wrong. So how how do people make them know that they are doing it wrong?
Okay. So how do you make them let them know that they are doing? I think one of the ways to let them know that they are doing it wrong is just like you are talking about it now. If someone comes across this video, I mean this program, and gets to listen to, the person would know definitely that he or she is doing it the wrong way. So it's just by information, by education. When you're able to educate people, the purpose of education is to enlighten people. Some people make decisions because they don't know more. I always believe that if people know more, they will do better. Right?
That's true.
And if they hear it from people they respect, because sometimes, because of the way people have received a lot of negative comments, so when you come with a negative criticism, they are, even before you finish saying it, they're already defending themselves. But if you come in a constructive way, and if they hear it from people that they respect and admire, they will definitely want to do it, because they know that this person is not coming to attack them or make them to body shame them, but rather this person is coming to help them, and they will actually, follow.
Okay. Now, earlier on, you mentioned about, society focusing more on women and girls because they want them to look a certain way so that they'll get married.
Yeah.
Now, aside from the marriage aspect, why do you think that society puts so much pressure on the females and how they look? Why is the pressure so much aside from marriage? What else?
Well, aside from marriage, I can't really think about any other thing. Yeah, because, especially in this part of the world, I mean, if you're raising a girl child as an African parent, what they will tell you is go to school, graduate, and get married. So they are looking at you because they feel like, oh, this person is a good wife material, or this person would not be a good wife material. So that, for our African culture, that's what I think basically. Yes, and then because of, female are normally associated with sex, right? Yeah, they always try to sexualize the female body. So they feel like in order for us to have a moral society, that is actually, the females that can be able to help to portray it, like in terms of dressing decent, ensuring not to expose different parts of their bodies, and dressing in a way that is more acceptable socially. Why this is important, it's also necessary that the boys also, the male, are also being, talked to about how they dress.
Yeah. So we'll be coming to the role that men and boys play in all of this. But before then, I want to know, what about all these beauty products, all these beauty, both, just beauty products generally, cream, soaps, skincare and all do you think that they are also influencing, how people see themselves?
Yeah, they could, because they will actually advertise their beauty products. And in advertisement, they make use of, they use images, they use words that make you to want to buy. They try to act on your emotion. They want to activate your emotions so that you can be able to buy. They want to make you to desire to buy their products.
Yeah.
So they can go to any extent that some companies, some beauty companies, yes, because they actually want you to buy their products. Those who make bleaching creams, they want you to buy. So that's why they portray the image of who you are going to look like, the perfect skin that you're going to have if you buy their products. I think they actually have a role to play in this.
Okay, but what about, do you think that it's a free world for them? They are free to do all of that because at the end of the day, it's business and they are making money. But do you think there should be some sort of restrictions to them, or would you say it's just the market and business?
Okay, this is actually a tricky one because you cannot really, they will tell you they are not directly forcing you to do anything harmful, right? And I know most of the harmful beauty products now are either the government is after them or some government regulating bodies are after them, right? You get, so they are not directly forcing you to buy, they're only promoting their products or their service. Just like smoking, they'll tell you smokers are liable to die young,
Yeah.
and they still decide to buy the cigarettes and smoke. So it's based on your choice.
So at the end of the day, you can't really hold them responsible for whatever you do to your body, even when you're using their products.
So far, there is no harmful ingredients used in manufacturing, in the production of that product.
Most of them have harmful, like bleaching creams, of course, have harmful ingredients, don't you think?
Yeah, most of them do have harmful, but there are regulations that determine the percentage of what you are meant to use in each product, and any company that is using beyond the percentage of those products, they are actually being banned by government, except they are secretly using some products that the regulatory bodies are not aware of, which if they find out, the organizations will be banned.
Yeah, that's true actually. So now, these beauty standards, do you think that it controls women's lifestyle or limits, their, do you think it controls them in any way or in any form, or limits their freedom or the way they express themselves, do you think?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, in what ways? Tell us about it.
For instance, now, a lady, you want to go out, you focus, in as much as it's good to look good, but some persons, because of that excessive obsession on looks, they want to be able to make sure they look perfect. Sometimes, some even start preparing for occasions a long time, to make sure that they have that perfect shape that will fit the perfect clothes. And you get, so, like, some people go through a lot of stress just to look a certain way to be acceptable. And the motive is not because of maybe they are, pleasing themselves, but because of being acceptable by maybe the society, or being acceptable by the event, at the event that they are going to, you get. So I think it has a way of affecting ladies negatively.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so negatively more than positively.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I forgot your question.
Sorry?
I forgot your question. Sorry.
No, it's all right. No, I was asking whether it limits, it limits them or controls them in any form.
Okay, beauty.
Yes.
Okay, I think it limits and it also controls. Limits or controls?
Both, either one. Okay. Limits or controls, any one.
Okay, yeah. I think both limiting and controlling. Yeah, because people spend a lot of money to look in a certain way. People go for surgeries, maybe either to remove belly fat or maybe to add some fats at different areas, maybe the butt, or maybe, just to look in a certain way. So you see people that are obsessed about looks, obsessed about how they look, how they present themselves, not because it is healthy, but because of maybe they believe that their self-worth is based on how they look, or they want to look in a certain way.
Oh, but do you also think it's because some people will say that women are gullible, that's why, they are easily, these things easily attract them, they are easily attracted to some things that may be irrelevant. So do you think it's like that? Do you think that's how it is for women? Are we easily gullible? Are we easily attracted to irrelevant things?
Okay, I would say that women love beauty. Yeah,
okay.
Every lady, every woman wants to look beautiful. Even an elderly woman who also wants to prioritize her looks. She always wants to dress well. So because women love beauty and they are conscious of their looks, so they tend to be attracted to those things. Yes, so that they can be able to get that perfect body shape.
Yeah, okay.
But there's nothing like, I don't believe there's anything like a perfect body shape, except maybe you have to go through surgery, which has its own side effects.
Exactly. Now, let's talk about men and boys. Now, do you think that they contribute to these pressures when it comes to beauty standards for women?
Okay, yeah, I think so. I think
how?
Men, okay, for instance, now, an average young man, let me say there are a group of ladies that are walking on the road, they would always appreciate the one that seems to have that perfect body structure, the one that is slim, or maybe has long hairs, or that has that perfect body structure. Yeah. Then the one that is not as slim as that maybe might be smarter and more intelligent, might be feeling low because people are not really appreciating her, but they've not really got to know her, to know that this lady is smart, this lady is intelligent. They are judging her based on her looks, not knowing that she has a lot upstairs.
Yeah, okay, so that's basically the way they contribute.
Yeah.
That's the only thing?
I think that might not really be the only thing, but I think that's all I can remember for that.
Okay, so how can they, since they also contribute to these things, how can they also contribute to reducing, these pressures and helping women not to feel less of themselves because of the way they appreciate other women?
Okay, so I think that emotional intelligence is very important. When you're able to know the impact of, your decisions, of your words on others. For instance, if there are many ladies, you don't just compliment one lady, you should compliment all the ladies, and in a positive way, because you know that we are emotional beings too. So they might not really voice it, but deep within they'll be like, is it that like this dress is not okay on me? Is it that I'm too fat? Sometimes even ladies, sometimes your friends can even be asking you, am I too fat? Am I too slim? Because they are conscious. Maybe because somebody did not appreciate them. Someone that they expected to appreciate their looks did not appreciate them. They're not asking themselves questions. Maybe going through a season of fasting to get slim. Yeah, but when you come to a place and you appreciate everybody, and then you appreciate intelligence. Oh, this lady is smart. This lady is intelligent. You see that the ladies around your circle, they would want to be more intelligent, they would want to be smart, they would want to focus on creativity because they know that this is what is appreciated in the society rather than just physical looks. Yeah, that's why I think that men can help to encourage ladies to be more or less conscious.
Okay. So now we also know that aside from men, even when people go to school from a young age, when these girls go to school, or even in the workplace or family self, parents, you know, people say some things that can make people want to change how they look. So how would you say that schools and parents and, you know, just people generally can help, you know, with building other people's confidence and not make them feel pressure to look a certain way?
Okay, I think how we can do that is by watching what we say to people. It's very important. You don't just, because we all have mouth does not mean that we just say anything because we feel like we can say it. Knowing that our words have impact on others, whether we know it or not. So when we're able to be watchful of what we say to people and how we say it, it will go a long way in helping to curtail this. And then also, just like I mentioned, when we encourage values, impacts, purpose, and living a life that impacts others more than physical looks in the society, in the family. Let me say, for instance, a child does something and the parent is always, appreciates maybe this child, oh, you are such a kind lady, you are beautiful because you are kind, not just because you are slim or because you are fat. So when we actually promote those values, those virtues, those personal values, I think it will also help to eliminate the focus on physical looks.
All right. So now, finally, just before we wrap up this conversation, someone watching this, a young girl or even a young boy who is struggling with accepting how they look, watching this now, what advice would you give to that person to help them, you know, with this phase of their lives?
Okay, I would advise anyone that is watching this that, okay, you have to know that your value, your worth is not based on how you look. It's not based on whether you are slim, whether you're fat, or whether you're chubby. Your worth is based on your personal value. So if you're kind, you are making impact in the society, you're emotionally intelligent, and you're doing something great, you're impacting your family. By society, I don't really mean maybe when you're going to, you're doing something great, like you're buying food or buying things for people. But sorry, I missed my line.
Continue.
By the society, I don't really mean when you're doing something that is so large, like all these rich and wealthy people. If you are actually being helpful in your family, you're helping your parents, you're helping your siblings, know that you are beautiful and you are worth something. So don't base your worth based on how you look. So don't try to put yourself under pressure to look a certain way or to act a certain way because of society, because of culture or social media. Know that even those people that you are looking at, maybe you feel like they are perfect. When you go to them, there are some things that make them, nobody is actually perfect. There are some things that make them to be imperfect. And sometimes they will even want to be like you because you are audacious, you are bold, and they are not really audacious and bold. So we should prioritize on values that makes us individuals of worth rather than values that make us to shame ourselves or make us look down on ourselves.
Exactly. That's a very good one. And this thing you said now just made me think of something which I'm going to ask before we round up.
Okay.
Do you think that people who say negative things about how other people look don't feel confident about themselves?
Yeah. You treat people the way you treat yourself. That's what I believe, and that's what I've observed. It's people that are confident about themselves, people that speak positively to themselves, they speak positively to others. Right. But if you speak positively to yourself and you speak negatively to others, there's still something there there's this low self-esteem there that is making you to compare yourself to others. But if you are confident in who you are, definitely you will love others and you appreciate others.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Amarachi Agu, for this lovely conversation. I hope you enjoyed your time enjoying the conversation. All right. And we'll be back in a moment. Keep watching.
see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. Now, I hope you heard, all that was said during our interview segment about loving yourself and who you are. Now, when it comes to beauty standards and how they affect girls, there is a lot of misinformation and many assumptions that go unchallenged. Now, some ideas are so widely accepted that they feel like facts even when they are not. That's why it's important to separate myth from reality. And so in this segment, we'll take a closer look at some common beliefs about beauty and girls' self-image, what society says versus what the research and real-life experiences actually show. And so by debunking these myths, we can begin to understand the deeper issues beyond beauty expectations and promote more informed and compassionate conversation. So let's break it down. Watch and learn. Well, as we wrap up today's program, it's clear that beauty expectations are more than just surface level concerns. They shape how girls see themselves and how they are treated and how they move through the world. These pressures are real, they are deeply rooted and often harmful, but they are not unchangeable. So by raising awareness, challenging harmful norms, and uplifting diverse voices and definitions of beauty, we all have a role to play when it comes to creating a more inclusive and supportive society. Now, the goal isn't to shame anyone for caring about their appearance, but to make sure that beauty is never seen as the only measure of worth. Now, thank you so much for being a part of the show. Make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're live on YouTube 247, and make sure to watch us on SLTV channel 265. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Oloha, and see you next week.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Quiet is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes.
From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV. I am Marikumo Ado. In the headlines, stakeholders condemn gender-based violence. These and more will come your way. Stay with us. Enugu State government says the era of land grabbing, fraudulent transactions, and illegal allocations is over in Enugu State. This follows the launch of a digital survey management system, a major reform by Governor Peter Mbah's administration aimed at promoting transparency and strengthening land ownership rights in the state. Correspondent Chinemeremi Kegmunam has the report.
It was a gathering of surveyors, landowners, developers, and estate agents at the Surveyor's House in Enugu as the Office of the State Surveyor General hosted a one-day sensitization workshop on the state's transition from analog to a fully digital survey and cadastral management system. The new initiative, which aligns with Governor Peter Mbah's reform agenda, is designed to bring an end to fraudulent land transactions, illegal allocations, and overlapping layouts that have long plagued the land sector in Enugu State. In his keynote address, the Enugu State Surveyor General, Surveyor Justice Chima, described the digital survey management system as a historic reform that places the surveying profession at the heart of the land administration. He said the platform will not only protect professional integrity, but also speed up approval processes and ensure that every survey work is traceable to its rightful owner.
Through this system, your survey data, coordinates, and professional signatures remains in the record forever. Even after you are gone, your work continues to speak for you. Let's also note that once survey is entered into the system, no one, not even government, can take it over or make changes without records for accountability. With this system, your survey becomes protected and traceable.
The chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Enugu State Chapter, Emmanuel Nnamani, hailed the initiative as a game changer in sanitizing land administration in the state. He said the system would eliminate fake cadastral plans and multiple claims on the same plot of land, a challenge that has hindered development for years.
Now, this administration from inception left no one in doubt of its desire to reform the land management system in Enugu State and to make the state investor friendly. We saw this through the bill it submitted to the House of Assembly on the establishment of new Enugu City Management Agency and also the bill setting up NGs at the early stages of this administration. NIS, in order to complement the efforts of government, decided to go on and establish the continuously operating reference stations, CORS, to facilitate accurate position fixing. The 6 stations we have designed covers the entire state. The government has also purchased various survey equipment like drones, dual frequency GPS survey equipment, total stations, etc. for the office of the Surveyor General of the state.
Commissioner for Land and Urban Development, Chimaobi Okorie, said the digital reform was developed in line with Governor Mbah's vision to make Enugu a leading destination for investors. He noted that the system would completely eliminate boundary conflicts and overlapping layouts through strong collaboration between the Ministry of Lands, the Office of the Surveyor General, and the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors.
We intend to take this conversation down to the streets. For now, it's a key stakeholder engagement with the surveyors, of course, who are very critical to what we're doing. All the other players, in the sector, the town planners, the valuers, are also being carried along, and we will also have similar engagements. Then for the average citizen, the potential investor, the potential buyer of land, if I may call that, we intend to also go out with jingles, with narratives that really explain what this is all about. That it's about certainty on your land.
Participants at the workshop described the initiative as a turning point in land governance in Enugu State that would help secure property ownership, boost investors' trust, and strengthen the rule of law in land management.
The workshop is required to put everybody on the same page so that people will appreciate what is happening, what the government is doing.
We have the issue of
multiple local origins to reference several plants in the state. They also have difficulty in harmonizing these local origins to a common reference framework. We also had the issue of identifying fake cadastral and layout surveys. We also have the issues of overlapping boundaries of cadastral and layout surveys. Identification of survey and layouts that are inconsistent with the state master plan. We also have the issue of identification of unauthorized and illegal land transactions. We have issues of fake and multiple unauthorized land allocation.
With the introduction of digital survey management system, Enugu State is taking bold steps towards building a transparent, technology-driven land administration system, one that promises to protect property rights, attract investors, and end decades of land-related disputes in Enugu. Chinemere Mikebunam, Signature TV News.
Still in Enugu. When you hear voices of women and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence, you know that people are beginning to speak. And that's why a non-governmental organization, Adoji River Optimal Communications, brought together key stakeholders for a dialogue and documentary screening in Enugu. The event, held in commemoration of the 65th anniversary of Ford Foundation West Africa, focused on advancing nation building through social justice and gender equality. Correspondent Christopher Lele, who was part of the event, completes the story.
A significant portion of Nigerian women and girls have experienced physical or sexual violence, with about 31% of women aged 15 to 49 suffering one form of abuse or the other. Adoji River Optimal Communications, a women-led media advocacy organization, convened a one-day stakeholders dialogue and documentary screening to amplify the voices of sexual and gender-based violence survivors and rural women in Enugu, aligning with Ford Foundation's 65 years of promoting social justice in West Africa. Speaker of the Enugu State House of Assembly, Uche Ugu, who gave the keynote address, emphasized the need for people who experienced or witnessed abuse to speak out. Ugu explained that silence in the face of abuse is complicit, noting that courage begins when people begin to speak, act, and stand with the abused.
It's not just a person. And agree that it is a violation of human rights. It is a public health crisis and a threat to nation building, development, and social justice. It affects men, it affects women, it affects boys, affects girls, but in different proportions.
The Chief Executive Officer for the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, Jude Ilo, said the issues of women's rights must be on the front burner of all times. He described the event as timely, stating that giving proper treatment and attention to women issues define good leadership.
That if anything is going to change in this country, in this state, in our communities, women will have to be the ones driving it. We are in an interesting time in this country. Across communities, people are going through difficult times. Unhelpful tradition and practices are keeping women chained to a shameful past of toxic patriarchy. There's trouble in the land. Therefore, this event is timely and fundamentally important. We must learn to listen to our women, rely on their agency, and lived experience to make needed changes in our cultures, in our laws, in our hearts.
A gender activist and Catholic priest, Reverend Father Mario Ikechukwu, stated that treatment given to women has a lot to do with mindset. He stressed the need for proper sensitization of people on decent behavior, saying the church has a lot of role to play in the campaign against sexual and gender-based violence.
I wish to emphasize today that the church is not left out in combating this monster in the society. Enlightenment is very important. Exposure is not happening. Countries you have traveled to. If you are making a mistake, I need to call your attention to this. Exposure is not about how many countries you have traveled to. Exposure is about openness of mind.
The executive director of Adoji River, Onyinye Ude, explained that the platform was designed to give voice and attention to women experiencing sexual and gender-based violence. She stressed the need for greater collaboration in addressing some harmful cultural practices and stereotypes that seek to dehumanize the female folk.
We are really addressing SGBV, especially the one that is enhanced by socio-cultural practices. Third, you have made us to start looking at shifting the norms. Thank you for changing the narrative. Thank you for bettering the lives of the people in the West Africa. And thank you for identifying with Adoji River Optimal Communication. And so we say congratulations as you mark this milestone of 65 years in West Africa.
It is expected that the one-day stakeholder dialogue, which brought together policymakers, traditional leaders, gender advocates, and civil society organizations, will give greater visibility to the efforts of Adoji River and further strengthen advocacy for gender justice and cultural reforms. In ENUGU.
And now to Ebonyi State, where the government has demolished unauthorized structures along the Abakaliki-Afipo Highway at the Integrated Building Materials Market, Abakaliki. The government had issued repeated directives to remove the structures, but the owners failed to comply. The Commissioner for Market Development and Parks, Professor Mogo Ajoka, warned that no individual is above the law. Demolition is part of efforts to enforce urban planning and maintain order in markets. Security agencies have been informed to ensure compliance. Traders are also advised to seek approval before construction. Former Abia State Governor Ojus Okado has defended the recent comments by the United States President Donald Trump on insecurity in Nigeria, saying that what he said is a reflection of the current situation in the country. Speaking to journalists at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja, Kalu said Trump's remarks on religiously motivated killings should be taken seriously. He noted that Nigerians are being killed on a daily basis by extremists, irrespective of their religious leanings. Kalu will represent Abia North Senatorial District in the National Assembly and says that what Trump said was based on verified information from the American intelligence community.
It's not a lie because Donald Trump said the truth. Nigerians are being killed, whether they are Christians Muslims? Are they not being killed? If they kill people in Plateau, they go to a church in Plateau, those they will kill are Christians. If they go to Benue, the majority of people they will kill in Benue are Christians. If they go to Zamfara, majority of people they kill in mosque there are Muslims. So these people are jihadists. These people just want to destroy Nigeria. So we should
Carlos stated that President Bola Tinubu
to call a black name on them without any beating. They will be smoked out.
And ruled out any chances for major opposition figures such as Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi in election. In the spate of defections in the country, the former governor maintained that no governor was forced to defect to the ruling All Progressive Congress, insisting that they were voluntarily joining the APC. That's the news. When we return, of course, we'll be having conversations. Until then, just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello, I am there with you, Dennis Ekemeze. Good afternoon and welcome to Southeast News. It's your forte, of course, and the subject matter that we're talking about is something you've been doing since 1989, so it's not new for you. Monitoring elections, observing, and showing the way to go. But sometimes the big question is, do we listen? Do we take into cognizance the fact that recommendations can turn around the electoral system for us to make our democracy work? So, Dennis, here we are again. We were thwarted the last time by inclement weather where you are located. I hope today the weather is fine, Dennis.
Yes, the weather is clement, though his name is not Clement.
And I do hope, too, that we won't have a sudden change in the weather condition.
The mood is constant now.
Oh, that's great to know. Well,
yes.
Dennis is not just a research fellow, but he's also somebody that talks about image, public image, branding, and all that. But for me, I think Dennis is a man of many parts. Each part is revealed depending on what we are talking about. So, since we are talking about the Anambra elections and looking back, because over time, some of the predictions he made came through during the election. The parts about what to do to avoid voter apathy, I guess they didn't listen. What to do to avoid vote buying, it came true. And the fact that the parties and the candidates were not engaging the people enough, it also came true. Dennis, what would you score yourself between 1 and 10?
I didn't get this one.
I said, given that most of the predictions you made before the election came through, what would you score yourself? A range of 1 to 10?
Well, I'm not Tademus, as analysis is based on objective realities on the ground. And then, as you know, as a media person, the facts are always sacred. And the truth also is told when a person is convinced that the realities on the ground is manifest within the ambit of scientific reasoning or scientific analysis. And that is what I would call the substance you need to grasp and then be able to juxtapose it to the existing system. The election has come and gone, and as you just said, most of the things we thought that or predicted came true. If it is in the olden days in the Bible, they say it came to pass. It came to pass and it becomes a reality on the ground and manifest. And I would also appreciate the effort of your signature television trying to put an inquest on the way forward on how to evolve a better society through the democratic process. I think that's the major point we need also to hammer. Because signature television or radio
television, of course,
strives to understand or to appreciate the existing realities in the society, and then vis-a-vis democracy and vis-a-vis the, we must always say it, because the imaginary political culture which Anambra election has shown needs also to be appreciated in generality of Nigerian election come 2027. We can never throw it away. And whether the political actors, which we said the political stakeholders value it or not, we must, because the organization and my organization must strive to uphold it, so that in future it will become a way forward to solve most of the Nigerian democratic problems. I think that is very, very important.
I like the importance of what you have said, but something seems to be missing, because in terms of engagement of the electorate and the politicians, it does appear as if there was nothing called community dialogue. You hear some communities even sponsoring candidates or donating money for candidates. And my question was, if you donate money to somebody who wants to contest for a post and the mandate you give him makes him somebody who provides services for you, what exactly are you doing?
Yes, I laughed because, the other time we were able to identify a new political culture emerging, where a candidate said something of motivation rather than, what do I call it, buying.
Incentives
to motivate before the election, and then also to pay back after the election. And initially it appears that maybe, or he wouldn't have understood the enormity of what the scenario is. Now, if you multiply now that we have gotten 21/21, and within the election, only six wards couldn't pass the litmus test. So the implication is that of all the wards in Anambra State, that they will get 1 million naira. I hope we know where I'm going.
I do.
And then the local government, all the local government areas, 21/21 will get 5 million naira. Multiply it.
Now, whose purse is that coming out from?
What?
Who is footing the bill?
That's the question. I'm just trying to analyze what you said within the context of because it appears what do we call the stakeholders being engaged by the candidate who now turns to be part of the government. And then if they have paid you or if they have sponsored you, as you questioned, who pays the bill? And now there is something where we are going. It becomes a partnership between the government and the stakeholders or structure owners. And the question is that we want to ask is who benefits? Then where do we generate is it the revenue or the money that will be paid? From whose coffer? Who suffers it? Because it's a big question. At that time we said until we reach the bridge, we know how to cross it. Now we have reached the bridge. How do we cross it? Where is the burden?
Because when I asked you, and you said, when we get to the bridge, we'll know how to cross it. Yes. And I said, you better begin to think of how to cross the bridge before you get there. And now, all of a sudden, we are setting a precedent that we may not be able to control unless INEC steps in and begin to make pronouncements that will turn this situation around. What do I mean? What do I mean by that? If INEC continues to keep silence, then it means from every off-cycle election that is conducted before the 2027 elections, we'll be talking about incentives from ward to local government levels.
Motivation, yes.
So now we need to interrogate this issue. Who foots the bill? A promise was made. Is it going to be taken care of by the government or by the individual? Go ahead. And how do you separate the individual from government in the Nigerian context?
Yes, because you remember that we are now studying imagining new political structure called culture in Anambra State, where government and stakeholders partner to sponsor election. I think that is the point.
That's the point.
And then if the state in question and stakeholders, even the structure owners, partner together to sponsor election, who bears the cat? And in our local palace, they will say, and importantly also in our palace, they will say, and these are the analysis we are going to put together. You find out that it's still the state fund. It's still the state fund that will be used to do what? To pay back. Because it is now time to pay back. It is now time to pay back, and the time to pay back means that the enormous resources generated to sponsor election will be settled in terms of good governance. And that is what we will now look at. That is the definition of politics by Alan Bonds. He who gets what, when, and how.
Oh, yeah, I like that.
And then the implication is that every stakeholder, every structure holder, and then the government in power will now come together to sit in the round table to dialogue. And that's where we'll come in, myself and you, to watch them, then try to share the cake.
But
the cake is what do we get as stakeholders? What do we get as structure holders in terms of governance? One, in terms of issue of appointment of commissioners or special advisors and others. In terms of capital project developments. Because, it's not only projects. Commissioners will be appointed, special advisors will be appointed, and some others. So who gets it at that particular time? Is it those people that they pay the 200 million? Is it those people that pay the 100 million? Is it those people that get paid 50 million? I hope you know where we are going.
You are going to mercantile politics. But
that is so of it. The mercantile politics, the business in politics. Now, the problem is no longer issue of vote buying. The problem is now issue of what? Sharing the booties of electoral process in terms of the money generated to sponsor election, so that people will be motivated and people will be settled. I think that is where the point is.
Well,
so who foots the bill?
Well, in thinking about that, I recall that the simple definition of democracy hasn't changed. But it does appear that in Nigeria, the definition of democracy changes depending on the players. If democracy is for the people, by the people, and all that, with people being the central theme or focus, why are we now having groups such as structure owners, stakeholders? And pretty soon, you will begin to have this group that is coming in subtly, sponsors.
Sponsors. That's another nomenclature.
Now, at what point would we say that election gives mandate to anyone to lead the drive for development and growth of the society if after an election you have stakeholders, structure holders, sponsors, and those who did whatever they did for their personal interests to be the first people on the table, while the electorate and community people who development should be for and governance should be across board are not getting anything. And probably after 4 years, we are still talking about how to develop our communities. How do we align this?
And there is something we need also to relocate.
And what's that?
The structure owners, the stakeholders, the sponsors, and the candidates the election has been won. And now, both buyers, the money you used to sponsor a candidate was the money that was used to buy the electorates, who majority of them are structure and the stakeholders. I hope you know the analysis.
I do.
And then, have you settled them? Because most of them now will now come to put together the payback time. And that's what I said earlier. Is it coming in terms of community producing a commissioner, producing special advisor, special assistant, and then also saying this is the type of development, this is the type of, what do I call it, projects we want you to do for us. You are going to tie the road from to where do we call it, to Nobi, and then you are going to tie the road from Mbako to Achala, because in this aggregation of interest, that is the point. How do we aggregate the interest of the structure owners, the stakeholders, the sponsors, and the candidates that have emerged as a governor in Anambra? Because at times when we do something, we will not project what will be the consequences or the concomitant effect of what we have done. I think that is where the problem happens. If I will use that word, how do we locate it? Because you have now seen a new culture that have emerged in Anambra. I hope you know what we are discussing. A new culture of sponsorship. A new culture of sponsoring a candidate through collective effort. And then through what has been said that we motivate you, we are not buying you, but we motivate you, you donate for us, and then we use the same money donated to us to pay you back and then get your vote, and then consequently, you have to give us what we have paid you for, apart from the money. So there is a problem somewhere, and then how do we resolve it? Well, let's hope that when the appointment comes and when in 2 years' time we'll be able to resolve it, and that's it pushes us back. When we reach the bridge, we'll know how to cross it.
Well, I would have loved a situation where this simple issue gets so complex that we forget the origin. In elections, it is supposed to be selling my simple manifesto to you.
Manifestos, yes.
And if you agree with me, you vote for me. But now we have a situation, a tough situation, whereby those who say they are structure owners prefer to sit at the table, tell me what they'll bring in terms of numbers and finance, and what I will give when I win the election.
Yes.
Stakeholders also come around, tell me the same thing, and ask me what I'll give. Now, community sponsorship was what was playing out nationally. I remember when Goodluck Jonathan was giving some money, even though he didn't contest that election in 2021, people came out to say they were ready to buy forms for him. Some other people, different groups. It started that way. But now, Anambra is saying that communities in Anambra can also do that. I have no problems when a community raises funds to say they want to sponsor A, B, C, or D. But where I have some issues, although people would ask me, are you from the community, is the fact that there is no single community in Nigeria that doesn't have a problem that government will need to get funds to sort out. Is it the issue of potable water? Is it the issue of construction of good drainages? Is it the issue of good roads? Is it the issue of erosion menace or perennial flooding? So my question...
Insecurity also. You must buy it in.
Oh, now we buy insecurity. Okay, insecurity too. So my question to you, Dennis, is how come we prefer to sponsor a candidate for an election with our community wealth, and we're not giving that candidate a community charter of what he should do for us? Why are we going to the negotiating table when we had the opportunity to negotiate? This is your mandate. We've seen your mandate. There is nothing in your mandate for us. This is what we want you to do. Why are we not taking a path that will grow the communities? Why are we taking the path that would create more money bags, if I should use that word?
You see, I think the ripples, resolving the ripples, we now come within the context of budget, charter of demand, pulling together, aggregating together respective interests of various communities that have sponsored the election, and then God so kind, they won. When they put their community charter of demand together, then the head of the government will now know how it will align it within the budget system. Because I think we are providing solution. When it is aligned within the budget system, then it will be calibrated within the period of that 4 years coming. How do we solve it perennially, yearly, annually, and then so that by the time is 4 years is concluded, all the stakeholders, all the structure owners, all the sponsors will now be accommodated within the charter of demand. Each stakeholders or each component units of those who sponsored will now be pulled together and then cemented. I think that's it will be able to arrive on that, so that in the next 4 years we will now know that the emerged political culture has been accommodated and has been nurtured, so that we will now know how to grow. So that in future, communities, stakeholders, and structure owners will now be allowed to do what? To sponsor election. However, you know that it is contrary to within the context, it is contrary to Electoral Act.
Now that thank you for reminding us. Thank you for reminding us.
And that's where the umpire, that's where we are looking at the umpire. What are they doing? Because the alarm was raised when such a thing was being done. How do we allow stakeholders, structure owners to sponsor candidates? And then how do we allow the candidate to make promise of motivating
the electorate
that if you win the award, there is a remuneration for it? Because it's a big question that needs to be resolved. So let's wait and see, win the appointment, and then during the implementation program, especially budget 2026, we'll know what has been factored in. It comes down to what we have said. When we reach the bridge, we'll know how to cross it.
What about if there is no bridge at all?
Then it becomes a confusion. The issue of scatter and gather. I hope you know the story of a tortoise.
Yes.
How tortoise body shell was broken due to selfishness or greed, and then how it was put together and then cemented.
Yes. And that's why it looks that way.
Let's watch that scenario so that we'll be able to analyze it in the future.
Well, we'll do that. But coming from the part of research being done over time, is this not impacting negatively on our democracy? Is it something you think would thrive continuously without INEC taking a stand?
And that's part of what we said, that the umpire has not done his job. And then part of when we reach the bridge, we will not how to cross is that we believe that the new electoral act and the amendments of the constitution, the amendments of the electoral act would accommodate some of these incidents and indices emerging from the new political culture being established in Anambra State. Because it is a significant scenario. Apart from the success recorded, what of these scenarios imagining? What of this culture imagining? How do we accommodate it? And then how do we help it to grow or dissuade it from the system? I think that's the way the question mark was.
I don't think that's the way the question mark was, because I'm really wondering about us. You see, for so long we have done things in the wrong way. We know what's the right way. We do it in the wrong way, and then make it become the norm. And if it becomes the norm,
I hope that at times when negative becomes a positive. I hope you know that. That is mathematically. But
that
is neutralization.
Yes, but
it's not scientific, but it's part of that culture that is imagined. How do we neutralize it?
But imagine this scenario now. In my community, we put money together and supported candidate A. And